Chapter 1545. Shoo, I'm afraid Martial Uncle Helplessness has brought Xiaohua here. Zhen Ming frowned and said, Martial Uncle Helplessness is so annoying. He brought Xiaohua out of the Spring Thunder Hall yesterday. Why is he only here now? Why? Hee, it doesn't seem to be Martial Uncle Helplessness. It's Xiang Yang, the one who built his foundation in 100 years. Zhen Liang's eyes were sharp. Good. Zhen Ming's mouth was full of praise, but his eyes were full of mockery. Xiaohua followed Xiang Yang. After flying for a long time, he felt that Xiang Yang's flying technique wasn't very good. He couldn't help but ask why Xiang Yang didn't use the lightning evasion technique. However, Xiang Yang smiled bitterly and explained the reason behind it. It turned out that although the lightning evasion technique was a unique technique of the Imperial Thunder sect, not every disciple had the opportunity to practice it. Only disciples with a suitable physique and profound cultivation could practice it. Moreover, the 8 great lightning palaces of the Imperial Lightning sect all had the lightning escape art. Among them, the Cosmos Thunder Palace had the most complete lightning escape art. It was divided into 9 levels. The other lightning palaces were either incomplete or modified according to different physiques. When using it, they definitely wouldn't be as fast as the Cosmos Thunder Palace. Thus, Xiaohua understood why Sect Master Qian Lazy was so happy to pass the lightning evasion technique of the Heavenly Thunder Palace to Helplessness. As the two talked, they arrived in front of the Jade Archive Hall. Looking at the empty corridor, Xiaohua smiled and said, Eldest Martial Brother, there were many disciples in the other palaces of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Why didn't I see anyone here? Hee, I'll let you know. The Jade Archive Hall is where the new disciples register. Every year, new disciples will open the Jade Archive Hall. Only disciples at the peak of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm who break through to the foundation building realm can open the Jade Archive Hall and leave their spirit tablets inside. So it's like that. As Xiaohua walked, he saw Zhen Ming and Zhen Liang standing in front of the door. He asked curiously, is the registration done by the Qi refining disciples? Of course not, they are just gatekeepers. Xiang Yang said in a low voice as the two of them walked to the Jade Archive Hall. Coincidentally, when the two of them were only a few dozen feet away from each other, Zhen Liang and Zhen Ming looked at each other and clapped their hands together. A two-colored light shot out from each of their hands and struck the two sides of the Jade Archive Palace's door. Shwa! A four-colored light shot out from the door and sealed the Jade Archive Palace's door. The two of them didn't even look at Xiaohua and Xiang Yang as they prepared to leave. Xiaohua didn't understand, but Xiang Yang was very anxious. He hurriedly took a few steps forward and shouted, Martial nephews, I brought Xiaohua to the Jade Archive Hall to register. Why did Martial nephews close the Jade Archive Hall? Martial uncle, are you Xiaohua's master? Zhen Liang laughed. Well, I naturally didn't. Xiang Yang smiled apologetically, but I was ordered by my master. Since Martial uncle isn't Xiaohua's master, how can you bring Xiaohua to register? Zhen Ming said with a fake smile, it's better to wait until Martial uncle cultivates to the late stage of the foundation establishment realm and has the qualifications to choose disciples. Then you can bring your own disciple here to register. These words were originally spoken with a normal tone, but when it came out of Zhen Ming's mouth and entered Xiang Yang's ears, it already changed its meaning. It was a pun within a pun. Xiang Yang's expression changed and his eyes were about to spit fire. However, he slightly turned his body and looked at Xiaohua who had a calm expression. He sighed in his heart and forced a smile on his face. He said in a low voice, I am Xiang Yang, a disciple of the Thunder Palace's 10,000 Thunder Valley. Because my master is busy with the 10,000 Thunder Valley, he didn't have time to spare. Thus, he ordered me to bring my little martial brother here to register. My Imperial Thunder sect doesn't have a rule that requires a master to bring his disciple here to register, right? Normally, when the masters come to the Thunder Palace, they would bring their disciples here. I am also an early-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, so I can barely register. Martial Uncle Xiang, it's easy for you to say. Are you the guard of the Jade Archive Hall or am I the guard? Are you the one who understands the rules of the Jade Archive Hall or am I the one who understands the rules of the Jade Archive Hall? I have been on guard here for many years. Every year, there would be masters bringing their disciples here to register. I have never heard of an early-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator bringing a disciple here to register. But, 10 years ago, I indeed saw it with my own eyes. Xiang Yang was a little anxious. He, Martial Uncle Xiang, I saw it 10 years ago. However, I only came to the Jade Archive Hall 9 years ago. I don't know about that kind of thing. Zhen Ming still had a fake smile on his face. Please return, Martial Uncle Xiang. Next year at this time, Martial Uncle Xiang will bring Xiaohua here. Next year? Xiaohua was stunned, but his expression didn't change. You see, you also know that there isn't enough time. Today's matter is something I don't understand and didn't explain it clearly to my master. I hope the two of you can make an exception. If we register another year later, wouldn't that delay Xiaohua's cultivation for a year? This is not appropriate. You also know it's not appropriate. Zhen Ming said angrily, since you know it's not appropriate, why didn't you come here yesterday? Why did you make us wait here for 24 hours? Since you know it's not appropriate, why didn't the master come and send a disciple instead? Isn't this not taking the Jade Archive Hall seriously? Xiang Yang looked around and slapped his hand. He took out a few high-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and quietly handed them over. His face was already red. He smiled and said, "This has nothing to do with my master. It's all I's fault for making things difficult for the two of you. These spirit stones can be considered as I's compensation." Martial Uncle Xiang is quite polite. When Zhen Liang saw this, he reached out his hand to remember it. Weighing the spirit stones in his hand, he casually waved his hand, causing the high-grade spirit stones to scatter to the ground. With a cold expression, he said, "What a pity, it's only a few high-grade spirit stones. Martial Uncle Xiang, it's fine if your myriad Thunder Valley is poor, but don't treat my Jade Archive Hall as beggars. Even if you kneel down and give these high-grade spirit stones to my Jade Archive Hall won't accept them." Xiang Yang's face became redder and redder. However, just as his anger rose, he forcefully suppressed it. It's all I's fault, it's all I's fault. Xiang Yang was so angry that he forgot to use a spell. He squatted down and picked up those spirit stones. Damn it, you've gone too far. Just as Xiang Yang squatted down, Xiaohua finally couldn't take it anymore. At this time, he already understood the meaning of Yan Qinglian's words when Xiang Yang came out. Thinking about how his eldest senior brother's honest appearance was actually forced into such a state by two 12th-layer Qi refining juniors, Xiaohua's temper, which had been ignited long ago, finally exploded. A piece of trash that no one wants, actually dares to be arrogant. Hearing Xiaohua's angry shout, Zhen Liang slightly tilted his head and scolded with a smile, "You're just a rogue cultivator with no reason. Do you think you can be arrogant just because you got first place this time?" However, just as he turned his head, he saw a figure rapidly approaching him. Before he could see clearly, the figure was already beside him. Zhen Liang was shocked. He absolutely didn't expect Xiaohua to dare to make a move in front of the Jade Archive Hall. Even more so, he didn't expect Xiaohua's movements to be so fast. As he retreated, he was about to make a spell with his hand. Suddenly, he felt his neck tighten. Not good. Zhen Liang was shocked and hurriedly activated his defense. Zhen Liang's whole body flashed, and Xiaohua's hand that was choking Zhen Liang was blocked by a defensive yellow talisman. You're courting death. Zhen Liang's heart was at ease. He made another spell with his hand, wanting to escape from Xiao Hua's hand. Do you think you can escape? Xiao Hua sneered and increased the strength in his hand. Kachacha, the defensive light around Zhen Liang's neck, was immediately crushed by Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's strength was originally boundless. After 2 years of tempering his bones with the fire essence flame crystal, 40% of his bones had already turned red. The strength in his hand had increased by several times. Zhen Liang's defensive yellow talisman was shattered by Xiao Hua's furious strike. Ah! Zhen Liang couldn't scream anymore. His neck was choked, and his magic power seemed to have been sealed. He couldn't use it anymore, and his face was completely red. What are you doing? Xiao Hua attacked Zhen Liang in the blink of an eye. Moreover, Zhen Ming didn't take Xiao Hua seriously and didn't have the heart to help. When Xiao Hua restrained Zhen Liang, Zhen Ming turned pale with fright. What am I doing? This young master won't do anything. Xiao Hua sneered and stretched out his right hand. Pa! He slapped Zhen Liang's face. Walala! Another burst of light disappeared. The light followed Zhen Liang's body, and in the blink of an eye, all of Zhen Liang's defenses were broken by Xiao Hua's palm. This young master will let you see what it means to look down on people with dog eyes. Xiao Hua was really angry at this time. He couldn't think of the word endure anymore. As he spoke, he slapped Zhen Liang's face again. Although Xiao Hua held back his strength, how much strength did he use? Although Zhen Liang's cultivation was at the 12th layer of the qi refining realm, and his body could be considered to have some foundation, half of Zhen Liang's face was still instantly swollen, and his nose was bleeding. Rebellion, rebellion. Zhen Ming jumped up and clapped his hands. He was about to take out his magic weapon. This young master wants to see who dares to stop this young master from doing what he wants to do. Xiao Hua's cold words sounded in Zhen Ming's ears, causing him to be startled. He looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief, and then looked at Xiang Yang, who was squatting on the ground and seemed to be restrained. You are offending your superior. Zhen Ming still took out his magic tool and said weakly. You dare to attack this young master. This young master will crush you to death. Xiao Hua coldly glanced at him and said, what you did to my senior brother, this young master will do to you all the same. Offending my superior? You all have taught this young master before. Moreover, this young master hasn't even registered yet, so it can't be considered offending my superior. You injured my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple, my Imperial Thunder Sect and you, are not finished. Chapter 1546. Stop bullshitting, I've already passed the selection and am now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. What do you mean by your Imperial Thunder Sect is mine? Xiao Hua said impatiently, stop bullshitting, pick up the spirit stones on the ground and give them to my eldest senior brother. No need, I'll do it myself. Xiang Yang finally came to his senses. He really couldn't imagine how his youngest junior brother, who had just reached the 10th layer of qi refining, could be so brave. You're still not picking them up. Xiao Hua tightened his grip, wait until I kill this bastard, let's see how you'll explain it to your palace master. This. Zhen Ming instantly lost his mind. Seeing the pleading look in Zhen Liang's eyes, he hurriedly squatted down and fought with Xiang Yang to pick up the scattered spirit stones. Then, he looked at Xiao Hua pitifully as if he was waiting for instructions. Open the door of the Jade Archive Hall. Xiao Hua loosened his grip slightly and said to Zhen Liang, don't try anything and make me angry. Yes. Zhen Liang's voice was a little hoarse. He didn't dare to delay and activated his magic power. A ray of light shot out from his hands and hit the door of the Jade Archive Hall. Zhen Ming also did the same and the light on the door disappeared. Let's go, eldest senior brother. Xiao Hua tightened his grip and dragged Zhen Liang's body into the Jade Archive Hall like a little chick. He then said to Zhen Ming, if you have the ability, don't come in. Xiang Yang's face was filled with excitement and worry. He quickly walked into the Jade Archive Hall and thought about how to deal with the aftermath. After thinking about it, Zhen Ming didn't dare to go too far. He stomped his feet and followed in. The Jade Archive Hall was huge. At a glance, there were countless jade tablets placed in different places. Xiaohua roughly looked at the 8 different areas and understood what was going on. Here. Xiang Yang obviously knew where the Thunder Palace's jade tablet was. He led Xiaohua to an area that was faintly glowing with yellow light. Open the restriction. Xiaohua said coldly. Zhen Liang and Zhen Ming didn't dare to delay and immediately opened the seal. Zhen Ming then took out a blank jade token from his storage pouch and handed it over to Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang took the jade token and used his divine sense to write something on it. Then, 2 ancient words, Xiaohua, appeared on the jade token. Alright, junior brother, drop a drop of your blood on it. Xiang Yang raised the jade tablet in front of Xiaohua's eyes and said, Qi condensation disciples don't have divine sense, so they can't pretend to be a life spirit tablet. After using your blood to make a blood tablet, wait until you reach foundation establishment before using the jade tablet to make a life spirit tablet. Alright. Xiaohua dripped the blood in his body onto the jade tablet. Xiang Yang was careful not to let the drop of blood fall from the jade token, and he released his spiritual will. Who would have thought that the blood droplet would actually not be driven by divine sense and could not seep into the jade token at all? Xiang Yang was slightly stunned. Xiaohua also frowned, his mind racing, and he hurriedly released his perception. At this moment, Xiang Yang was trying to use his divine will for the second time. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua felt Xiang Yang's divine sense and immediately used his own perception to drive the blood droplet. Under the control of Xiaohua's perception, the blood droplet gradually penetrated into the jade token. Shua! An extremely bright golden light flashed and the jade token seemed to be plated with a layer of golden film. Damn it! Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. But at this moment, the golden light on the jade token suddenly disappeared and the jade token returned to its original appearance, just like all the other jade tokens on the table. Hee. Xiang Yang wanted to say something, but when he saw Zhen Liang and Zhen Ming, one of them was looking at the door while the other was being held by Xiaohua by the neck, he also wanted to say something but stopped himself. He placed the jade token on the table and said, next to it is my life spirit tablet. My 10,000 Thunder Valley will depend on junior brother from now on. Xiaohua ignored Xiang Yang and turned to Zhen Ming, don't keep looking at the door. Your palace master won't be coming soon. See if there is anything else I need to do. Nothing. Zhen Ming unhappily turned his head and looked at Zhen Liang in Xiaohua's hand and said, junior brother Xiao has already been registered and is now an official disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. But, the enmity between you and my Jade Archive Hall. Where there are people, there will be fighting. My master's wife has already taught this little one. Xiaohua shook his hand and threw Zhen Liang in front of Zhen Ming. Zhen Liang nimbly stood up and looked at Xiaohua with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. If there is anything you are unsatisfied with, I will take it all. As Xiaohua spoke, he slapped his hand and took out an item from his storage bag. He threw it over and said, also, this young master is here to register under the sect master's orders. You actually dare to obstruct this young master. Isn't this going against the sect master's orders? I am in a good mood today and can't be bothered to argue with you. But if you do anything to make me unhappy again, I will not let you off. Zhen Liang's heart was filled with hatred. Countless thoughts ran through his mind as he tried to think of a way to take revenge on Xiaohua. However, after hearing Xiaohua's words, and then receiving Qian Lei Zi's command medallion, which Imperial Thunder sect disciple didn't know about. Seeing that the token was almost useless, Zhen Liang was immediately discouraged. He looked at the token left and right and couldn't find anything wrong with it, so he gave it back to Zhen Ming. Zhen Ming was also shocked and looked at it even longer than Zhen Liang. You too, have you seen enough? If you have, quickly give it back to I. Xiao Hua yelled from the side. Xiao Hua, since you have the sect master's token, why didn't you show it earlier? Zhen Ming gave the sect master's token back to Xiao Hua and said with dissatisfaction, this token, like this? You too, think this token is fake? If so, can you two come with me to the 10,000 Thunder Palace? When you see the sect master, you can tell him everything that made things difficult for me. Xiao Hua sneered. He didn't take back the sect master's token and just played with it in his hand. Don't. Zhen Ming quickly waved his hand, I didn't mean that. I was just asking why junior martial brother Xiao didn't take it out earlier. If you took it out earlier, how could there be so many misunderstandings? Hey! Xiao Hua saw that they had already shed all pretense of cordiality and he was in the right, so he no longer hesitated. He pointed his finger and scolded, my senior martial brother is a foundation establishment cultivator and is your senior. He has already lowered himself and you still want to make things difficult for him. Why should I give you any face? Senior martial brother didn't argue with you because he is broad-minded. I won't say anything else. You too, actually want me to register it next year. Isn't this clearly making things difficult for me? Humph, I want to see who makes me uncomfortable. I will make their life difficult. Alright, senior martial brother, is everything fine? Xiao Hua turned his head and asked. Oh, everything is fine. Xiang Yang came to his senses. Senior martial brother, please lead the way. Xiao Hua said with a smile, we still have a lot of things to do. Let's not waste time here. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1547. Xiang Yang nodded and left the Jade Archive Hall with Xiao Hua. Not long after they left, Xiang Yang whispered, little junior brother. Today. Isn't this too rash? If master finds out, he'll definitely punish you. Rash? Xiao Hua also turned his head to look at the Jade Archive Hall in the distance and snorted, these two old dogs, they actually want to obstruct this little brother from registering. If this little brother doesn't show his might on this matter, won't he be suppressed by them all day long? But Xiang Yang was a bit embarrassed, you still have to stay in Zhenlei Palace in the future. With them interfering, I'm afraid it won't be comfortable. Hee, eldest senior brother, what those two said just now, one is that the master has to bring the disciple to register. That should be nonsense. The second is that I have to wait until the next year to register. That's probably true, right? Yes, little junior brother is right. I only brought you here because the time was right. If I inform master now, it will definitely be delayed. You see, they deliberately want to make things difficult for me. Moreover, I took out the sect leader's token. Do you think they will report to the Zhenlei Palace's master? Of course I know this, but the problem is, they will secretly hinder your cultivation. Xiang Yang didn't seem to ask about the sect leader's token. He was only worried about Xiao Hua's cultivation. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, didn't master's wife say that? Where there are people, there will be fights. Since there will be fights, it depends on strength. All schemes are nonsense in front of absolute strength. Oh, right, little junior brother. You actually subdued a 12th layer Qi refining disciple with just a wave of your hand. You. Xiang Yang, who had been worried about Xiao Hua, finally realized that his little junior brother was only at the 10th layer Qi refining realm. He actually didn't even put a 12th layer Qi refining disciple in his eyes. Xiao Hua smiled and shook his head, it was just luck. That guy probably didn't expect me to make a move in the Jade Archive Hall. That's why I succeeded. Right, little junior brother, are you going to stay in Zhenlei Palace? Where is it? Seeing that Xiao Hua had changed the topic, Xiang Yang didn't ask any more questions. He pointed his finger and said, "Junior brother still needs to go to the side hall of the Spring Thunder Palace and listen to the arrangements of the Gen Thunder Palace's disciples there." Leaving aside the fact that Xiao Hua and Xiang Yang were heading to the side hall of the Spring Thunder Palace, Zhen Ming looked at the swollen side of Zhen Liang's face and smiled bitterly. He whispered, "Junior martial brother Zhen Liang, why don't you take the pill? You don't tell me you're going to see the deacon." "What? Little brother has suffered a great loss just like that, allowing Xiao Hua, a rogue cultivator, to run wild in my Jade Archive Hall for nothing?" Zhen Liang was clearly still angry. Zhen Ming sighed. He looked at Xiao Hua's jade tablet and advised, then, "Junior martial brother, please think about how you should explain this to the deacon." "What's so hard to say?" Zhen Liang shouted, but the more he spoke, the lower his voice became. In the end, he fell silent. After a while, he said, "We can report to the deacon that Xiao Hua is abusing his magic power in the Jade Archive Hall. It's the sect master's order, junior martial brother." Zhen Ming reminded, "Why did Xiao Hua misuse his powers? In the end, we can't escape from the blame. Are we going to break our teeth and swallow it?" Zhen Liang was unwilling to accept this. Zhen Ming sighed and shook his head slightly, "Today's matter. I'm afraid it will be like this." As he spoke, Zhen Ming patted his storage pouch and took out a jade bottle. He threw it to Zhen Liang and said, "Xiao Hua won't make a big fuss about this matter, so we can't expose it either. As for the future, since Xiao Hua is in my Zhenlei Palace, we will have countless opportunities to deal with him. He's just a rogue cultivator in the 10th layer of the Qi refining realm. If it wasn't for Xiang Yang, a foundation establishment disciple, he wouldn't have the guts to do this. Damn it, this bastard's speed is really fast." Zhen Liang finally understood. He reluctantly took out the pill from the jade bottle and used his magic power to dissolve it. He rubbed the pill on his face and the swelling on his face disappeared at a visible speed. "And, if there's an opportunity next time, we have to be careful of this bastard's speed." Zhen Ming nodded. At this moment, a divine sense swept across the hall. Zhen Ming was shocked and he nudged Zhen Liang with his arm. The two of them quickly walked out of the hall and met Deacon Zhen Liang, "Zhen Ming, did that Wu Hai bring Xiao Hua here to register?" Zhen asked. "Yes, Deacon. Wu Hai didn't come. It was Wu Hai's disciple, Xiang Yang, who brought Xiao Hua here. Wu Hai actually brought Xiao Hua back to the Wanlei Valley first. He's really something. He's not afraid of delaying Xiao Hua's registration." As expected, Zhen didn't say anything. He waved his hand and said, "Since Xiao Hua is the last to register, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple recruitment is over. You all have worked hard. Go to Qiqiao Pavilion and receive your rewards." "Yes, Deacon." Zhen Ming and Zhen Liang bowed. Zhen Liang looked at Zhen Ming and suddenly said, "Oh right, Deacon, there's something I don't know if I should say." "Just say it." Zhen felt strange and waved his hand. "That. Just now, Xiao Hua came with the sect leader's token to register." "I didn't know that the sect leader's token, huh? Isn't it just registration?" "What sect leader's token?" Zhen was slightly dazed. He thought of the unusual expressions he saw on Wu Hai's and Xiao Hua's faces in the Spring Thunder Palace yesterday. He rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry about other people's matters. We just need to do our own things." "Yes, disciple understands. Disciple just feels that Xiao Hua is a rogue cultivator. If he obtained the sect leader's token. I'm afraid that my direct disciple, and I understand." Zhen glared at Zhen Liang and signaled him to stop talking. Then, he ordered the two to seal the door of the Jade Archive Palace and quickly left the Jade Archive Palace. This Xiao Hua, how did he obtain the sect leader's token? Zhen thought as he walked. Zhen Liang's words, weren't in vain. The mountain where the Zhenlei Palace was located was called the Fledgling Thunder Peak. This fledgling Thunder Peak wasn't a single mountain peak. It was surrounded by a mountain range that stretched for several miles. In this mountain range, there were many wooden houses scattered around. Each wooden house looked very sturdy, and there was a large plaque on the door of each wooden house. On the plaque, there weren't words but numbers written on it. At this moment, Xiaohua was standing in front of a wooden house with Xiang Yang. Xiaohua looked at the plaque in his hand and then looked at the number on the wooden house. He smiled and said, 1134, it's really this one. Then, Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to enter the house. He turned around and looked at the wooden house on the mountain ridge. Then, he looked at the lush forest in the mountain ridge and the abundant world energy in the surroundings. He said to Xiang Yang, eldest martial brother, you've lived here before, right? It seems to be an excellent place for cultivation. He, of course I've lived here before. Moreover, I've lived here for 50 years. Xiang Yang's expression didn't change as he smiled and pointed to the distance. Back then, I lived in number 346. Xiaohua suddenly thought of what happened in the Spring Thunder Palace and couldn't help but ask, that's right, eldest martial brother. Just now, the martial uncle of the Qiqiao Pavilion asked your son, what's going on? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 1548. Speaking of which, it was very simple. Just as Xiang Yang brought Xiaohua into the Spring Thunder Palace, they ran into a middle-stage foundation establishment disciple. That disciple obviously knew Xiang Yang. With a smile on his face, he asked, Senior Martial Brother Xiang, where's your son? Why didn't he come to the Spring Thunder Palace? Xiang Yang's expression didn't change, and he waved his hand. It's still early. This child is naughty and hasn't descended yet. When he comes later and cultivates to become a deity transformation cultivator, I'll naturally bring him to the Spring Thunder Palace to kowtow to you all. That foundation establishment cultivator smiled and cupped his hands, then hurriedly left. A middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator called Xiang Yang senior martial brother and even talked about a child. Xiaohua had long been muttering in his heart, but thinking that this might be his eldest senior martial brother's private matter and that he didn't see him in the Immortal's cave, he felt embarrassed to ask too much. However, in the side hall of the Spring Thunder Palace, they ran into several foundation establishment disciples. Every one of these people asked Xiang Yang the same question, and Xiang Yang's answers were also the same. However, some disciples smiled kindly, while others sneered or even ridiculed him. Therefore, Xiaohua couldn't help but ask at this time. It's nothing. Xiang Yang's expression was as calm as water. The few disciples I ran into just now all know me. They also lived in this wooden house in the past. Their aptitudes were good, so they quickly cultivated to the foundation establishment realm. However, I was unable to reach the foundation establishment realm. I cultivated for 50 years before I was lucky enough to step into the foundation establishment realm. However, I feel that my aptitudes aren't good enough, but my son might not be. My son might not be suitable for cultivation in the future, but as long as he's suitable for cultivation, he'll definitely become a deity transformation cultivator. Ah! Eldest senior martial brother, that can't be, right? Xiaohua was somewhat stunned. He finally understood that Xianghua thought of his son as an immortal descending from the heavens. As long as he cultivated, he'd definitely become a deity transformation cultivator. Speaking of his dream, Xianghua's face was somewhat excited, and he said with a smile, did you know? Little junior martial brother, I've already thought of a name for the child. What's his name? Xiaohua's curiosity was greatly aroused. Xiang Zhili. Xiang Yang said very proudly, a deity transformation cultivator who knows etiquette. Good. Good name. Xiaohua gave him a thumbs up and said, then little brother will quietly wait for little martial nephew's arrival. Sigh, hearing this, the originally excited Xiang Yang sighed and said, let's go and see junior brother's wooden house. Xiao Hua knew that Xiang Yang had some hidden troubles, so he didn't ask any more and followed Xiang Yang to the wooden house. When he was 3 feet away from the cabin, Xiang Yang pointed at the token in his hand, which then released a misty cyan light towards the closed wooden door. With a swish, a cyan light circled around the cabin from the wooden door. After that, the wooden door disappeared, revealing an open door. Additionally, moonlight radiated from the door. Xiao Hua followed Xiang Yang inside and casually looked around. This was a simple and crude hut. Other than a chair, a desk, a praying mat, and a shelf, everything was empty. Xiang Yang looked at Xiao Hua and pointed his hand again. The same cyan light once again shot towards the door. The entire cabin was shrouded in a layer of restriction. Little junior martial brother, I'll tell you the incantation. Xiang Yang handed over the token and told Xiao Hua the incantation to control the token. Only then did he say, let's go. I'm afraid that you'll have to live here before you reach Foundation establishment. I'd better hurry and take you to Thunder Shock Palace and get your job done. However, just as Xiang Yang and Xiao Hua walked out of the cabin, dozens of Qi condensation disciples just happened to return. The one who came was Wang Yunxiao. Seeing that Xiao Hua was actually his neighbor, Wang Yunxiao stared blankly. First, he saluted Xiang Yang, then he thought for a while with Xiao Hua, and then he said somewhat strangely, Junior Martial Brother Xiao, this wooden house of mine is surrounded by the residences of the Thunder Palace's disciples. Could it be that Junior Martial Brother was also accepted into the Thunder Palace? But I don't know, who is your master? Huh? Senior Martial Brother Wang is actually also a disciple of Thunder Shock Palace. Xiao Hua's face was also full of smiles. He cupped his hands and said, Junior Martial Brother's master is Myriad Thunder Valley's helplessness. This is Junior Martial Brother Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang. Wang Yunxiao was slightly stunned again. A trace of a smile flashed through his eyes, but that smile was immediately concealed by Wang Yunxiao. He cupped his hands again. So it's Senior Xiang. How could Xiang Yang not know the meaning in Wang Yunxiao's eyes? He laughed and said, who is Junior Martial Brother's master? I'm afraid that when he was teaching you a lesson today, he didn't mention I's name, right? No, no. Wang Yunxiao hurriedly waved his hand and said, Junior Martial Brother's master's name is Jinyu. He only mentioned Senior Xiang when he was talking about the difficulty of Foundation establishment. Master also praised Senior Xiang's spirit for being praiseworthy and that his willpower is number 1 in Thunder Shock sect. Humph, Xiao Hua sneered in his heart. He didn't quite understand. Although Xiang Yang used 50 years to reach Foundation establishment, he was still at Foundation establishment after all. Wasn't he countless times stronger than those disciples who didn't reach Foundation establishment? Why was he so famous in Thunder Shock sect? Oh, right, I wonder what kind of odd jobs Junior Martial Brother Xiao is assigned to in Thunder Shock Palace. I was assigned to 100 Refinements Hall precisely to refine yellow talismans. It's said that if you cultivate well in the future, you can even practice spirit talismans. Junior Martial Brother hasn't gone to Thunder Shock Palace yet. Senior Martial Brother Xiang is about to bring me there. Xiao Hua said with a smile. That's good. Does Junior Martial Brother Xiao have the mind to come to 100 Refinements Hall? I know the deacon in charge of 100 Refinements Hall, so I can put in a few good words for Junior Martial Brother. Wang Yunxiao had the intention of showing off, seemingly trying to rope Xiao Hua in. Ah! Talisman crafting. When Xiao Hua heard this, he hurriedly shook his head and said with a headache, No, no. Thank you for your good intentions, Senior Martial Brother Wang. Whenever I see talisman crafting, my head will explode. I've never succeeded. If I were to craft talismans, how would I have the time to cultivate? Wang Yunxiao smiled very elegantly and said, "All right then. In any case, I'll be crafting yellow talismans in the future. If Junior Martial Brother Xiao has any needs, feel free to tell me. Who asked us to live together?" "Thank you, Senior Martial Brother Wang." Xiao Hua's face was overjoyed. He happily cupped his hands and said goodbye to Wang Yunxiao. Then, he followed Xiang Yang and flew away from fledgling Thunder Peak. Looking at the conversation between Xiao Hua and Wang Yunxiao, Xiang Yang seemed to have something to say. However, after hesitating for a long time, he flew in the air and reminded, "Junior Martial Brother, if you lack yellow talismans, feel free to tell me. This Zhen Yu and our master have some conflicts. If you take his disciples' things, first, master will be angry. Second, taking a gift will shortchange him. He. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out a pile of yellow talismans from his storage bag. He said with a smile, "Junior Martial Brother has a lot of yellow talismans here. Who cares about his? Besides, Senior Martial Brother is a foundation establishment stage cultivator. How could you not know how to craft yellow talismans? Junior Martial Brother will ask you for them." This. Xiang Yang's face was a bit embarrassed. "I really don't know how to craft yellow talismans. It's your senior martial sister who is more adept at crafting yellow talismans. It's a so-so. Xiao Hua laughed in his heart and said, "Junior Martial Brother was just joking with that guy." "That's good." Xiang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Looking left and right, he said in a low voice, "You were in the limelight just now. You actually beat up a disciple on duty at the Jade Archive Hall. Senior Martial Brother was worried that you would be plotted against. Moreover, this Imperial Thunder sect isn't a monolithic block." "Ah. What do you mean?" Xiao Hua was stunned. Sigh, speaking of which, Master's wife was right. Where there are people, there will be fighting. Xiang Yang sighed and said, "Let's not talk about the open and covert struggles between the 8 great thunder palaces of the Imperial Thunder sect. Even the disciples within a single thunder palace have some competition." Xiao Hua asked curiously, "The 8 great thunder palaces' struggles are understandable. But what about the competition within a single thunder palace? Let's not talk about the ordinary competition between disciples first. That kind of competition can show off one's strengths and weaknesses, obtain the approval of the masters, and then obtain high-level cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, spells, and so on. These are all very important for a cultivator's cultivation. Let's talk about the disciples who have just been accepted into the Imperial Thunder sect. First, there are 2 levels in terms of birth. One is the children of cultivation families, and the other is the loose cultivators like Junior Martial Brother. Of course, the Imperial Thunder sect accepts very few loose cultivators, but there are after all. Among the cultivation families, they are divided according to the size of the family. Then, according to the distribution of the disciples of those families in the Imperial Thunder sect, they are divided into different small areas of influence. It's so complicated. Xiao Hua was somewhat stunned. However, Senior Martial Brother's words, Junior Martial Brother is somewhat puzzled. Since the disciples of the aristocratic families enter the Imperial Thunder sect, then they are naturally the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. I'm afraid that they can no longer have any relationship with the cultivation families. Then, how does the Imperial Thunder sect restrict these disciples? Aren't they afraid of being swallowed by those aristocratic families? Ha! Xiang Yang laughed loudly and said, "How is this complicated? These are just the disciples that they have recruited. You forgot that my Imperial Thunder sect also has disciples. Their influence is the greatest." Seeing that Xiang Yang didn't answer the question, Xiao Hua carefully pondered and understood. He said with a smile, "So in the Imperial Thunder sect, the greatest influence is still Xiang Jili's group. In that case, we don't have to be afraid of the aristocratic family's disciples wreaking havoc. More than that, You think that all the disciples registering in the Jade Archive Hall and leaving behind their jade tablets is just a formality? Xiang Yang said with a smile, with the Jade Archive Hall's jade tablets, the sect master has 10,000 ways to restrict the disciples of the sect. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart trembled, and he secretly said, good, so, they aren't good people. Looking at Xiang Yang, he seemed to have thought of something and opened his mouth to ask. Xiaohua was afraid that he would ask about the golden brilliance on the jade tablets, so he hurriedly asked, in that case, the ordinary disciples should be divided into the Imperial Thunder sect's own disciples, the disciples of the cultivation families, and loose cultivators, right? Exactly so. This is also a rough division. There are many subdivisions, and Senior Marshal Brother doesn't know much about them. Xiang Yang smiled bitterly. Senior Marshal Brother's achievements are limited when he wholeheartedly cultivates. How can I have so many thoughts like them? I'm afraid that only with such thoughts can you obtain more, right? Xiaohua said with a smile. That's what Master said too. Xiang Yang nodded and said, unfortunately, Senior Marshal Brother and Master aren't that kind of people. We only know how to wholeheartedly cultivate, and don't know how to curry favor with others. We also don't know how to speak human language when we see ghosts. Senior Marshal Brother, aren't you talking about Junior Marshal Brother? Xiaohua had seen Helpless' performance in the Spring Thunder Palace, so he understood Xiang Yang's meaning very well. He waved his hand and said with a smile. Of course, my Myriad Thunder Valley needs people like Junior Marshal Brother. Xiang Yang said sincerely, Senior Marshal Brother is too weak, too indecisive, that's why I ended up being laughed at by others. Senior Marshal Brother's words seemed to have some allusions. Xiaohua's heart moved and asked. Xiang Yang sighed and said, actually, it's simple. Senior Marshal Brother was similar to you in the past. Although I was also from a cultivation family, it had long since declined and was no different from a loose cultivator. It wasn't easy to enter the Imperial Thunder sect, but no one accepted me as a disciple. My situation was similar to yours. In the end, a master accepted me into the Myriad Thunder Valley. Senior Marshal Brother was already at the peak of the 11th layer of the aura refining realm at that time, and my cultivation speed wasn't slow either. However, when Senior Marshal Brother entered the peak of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, Master and Master's wife had something to do and left the Thunder Mo Mountains. Moreover, something went wrong and they left for a long time. Senior Marshal Uncle Qinghua's situation at that time was similar to today's, whether he was alive or dead was unknown. At that time, Senior Marshal Brother hadn't dual cultivated with your sister-in-law yet. In the Thunder Palace, a master coveted the Myriad Thunder Valley, and wanted to accept Senior Marshal Brother as a disciple. If Senior Marshal Brother left the Myriad Thunder Valley, then there wouldn't be anyone left in the Myriad Thunder Valley. At that time, whether Master was alive or dead was unknown. Myriad Thunder Valley could only be given to someone else. Senior Marshal Brother remembered Master's kindness and didn't dare to agree. I guarded the Myriad Thunder Valley to the death. Even when that Master promised to help me cultivate to the foundation building realm, I didn't leave. Junior Marshal Brother must already know how powerful the Myriad Thunder Valley is. Without the cultivation of the foundation building realm, one can't get close to it for too long. And because Senior Marshal Brother guarded the Myriad Thunder Valley, so. Looking at Xiang Yang's aged face and listening to Xiang Yang's tireless narration, Xiaohua felt very warm in his heart. He gave a thumbs up and said, Senior Marshal Brother, this is righteousness. Junior Marshal Brother really admires you. Admire? Xiang Yang shook his head. In front of cultivation, everything is nothingness. What is righteousness? What is reason? What is integrity? What is shame? It can't even compare to the cultivation of the Tao. Sigh, Xiaohua let out a long sigh. Looking at the mountain range that was getting closer and closer in the distance, he said helplessly, yes, a person who cultivates the Tao only has the word Tao. As long as they can increase their cultivation, as long as they can live forever, they can use any method. But with this kind of approach, even if they can live forever, even if they cultivate to the nascent soul stage or the spirit-severing stage, then, what joy is there in that? A person isn't a fish, how can he know the joy of a fish? Xiang Yang shook his head. Maybe they were right, and we were wrong. Xiaohua caught on and said, or maybe they were wrong, and we were right. Who is right and who is wrong, I'm afraid only the heavens can know. And thousands of years later, they might laugh at our withered bones. Xiang Yang said very profoundly, knowing this, you should know why senior martial brother is being laughed at like this, right? I don't want the opportunity to step into the foundation building realm, and instead bitterly cultivate by myself. Chapter 1549. Oh, and then? Didn't Master and Master's wife come back? Xiaohua asked curiously. Master did come back, but I failed to build my foundation for the first time. Later, my mind was hurt by the thunder in 10,000 Thunder Valley. After cultivating for 50 years, I barely entered the early stage of foundation establishment. After that, I didn't have any great achievements. First time building your foundation? Again. Xiaohua muttered in his heart, but he didn't ask. Instead, he smiled and said, hee, eldest senior brother, did you regret it? Hee, it would be a lie to say I didn't regret it. Xiang Yang didn't hide it and said with a smile, but there are countless spiritual medicines in this world, but there is no medicine for regret, what if there is? Xiaohua asked. But, there isn't. Xiang Yang shook his head. If Master knew, he would be sad. Xiaohua said with a smile. Master? Xiang Yang's face showed a strange smile. Seeing the strange expression on Xiang Yang's face, Xiaohua was even more curious and said, what did Master say? Did he praise you greatly? Forget it. Xiang Yang snorted and said, Master and Master's wife came back a few years later. They didn't say a word to me about what happened. While they were recuperating, they called me to the cave. I thought they were going to praise me, but who would have thought that Master would scold me to my face? Ah! Scolding? Xiaohua was stunned. With a disciple like eldest senior brother, how could Master not be happy? How could he scold you? Master said I was an idiot. I didn't walk the path to heaven and insisted on taking the mountain path. Also, because of my stubbornness, my Tao foundation was damaged. In the future, my cultivation couldn't advance much. Not to mention nascent soul, I couldn't even reach golden core. He also said he was blind to take a fancy to me as a disciple and insisted on driving me out of 10,000 Thunder Valley. He also said that this 10,000 Thunder Valley was a difficult job. He wanted to return it to Thunder Palace long ago, but no one took it. Therefore, he had no choice but to keep guarding here. Now that someone has set their sights on him, it's his best chance to escape. Now that I've messed things up, he'll have to stay in this myriad Thunder Valley again. And then? Xiaohua was very puzzled. After that, I knelt in front of Master's cave for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, under the persuasion of Master's wife, Master calmed down a little and reluctantly allowed me to return to the wooden house to reflect on my mistakes. That's strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. Since 10,000 Thunder Valley is such a hard job, why did that teacher choose this place? I don't know. After that, no one ever mentioned this matter again. Xiang Yang smiled bitterly, it's me who has made a name for myself in the deafening Thunder Palace. Hee, not only in the deafening Thunder Palace, but also in the 8 great Thunder Palaces. Xiaohua scratches his head again. Of course, in the eyes of an ordinary cultivator, Xiang Yang is indeed abnormally stupid. For the meaningless loyalty in his heart, he has damaged his Taoist foundation and state of mind. However, he has no choice but to be ungrateful and almost expelled him from the school. If this is not a joke, what else can it be? However, was Tao cultivation as simple as Tao cultivation? How could one cultivate the Tao without cultivating the mind? Even if one's Tao cultivation reached the heavens, without a mind that matches the Tao cultivation, that Tao will never be able to reach perfection. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A loud sound came from the heavenly Tao that was steadily revolving within Xiaohua's space. In these past few years, while Xiaohua was cultivating, he was attaching his mind to the heavenly Tao's starry sky within the space. He slowly comprehended and experienced the traces of the heavenly Tao's circulation, as well as the fluctuations in the circulation of the heavenly Tao. And these so-called comprehensions, Xiaohua actually didn't understand a lot of the time. It's just that when he comprehended, sometimes he would feel sadness, sometimes he would feel joy, and sometimes he would feel neither joy nor sadness. Almost all of the emotions and all of the world's entanglements would appear in this comprehension. As for what use these comprehensions had, Xiaohua didn't know. Of course, when comprehending the heavenly Tao, Xiaohua's cultivation could increase rapidly. This was what Xiaohua knew. He was naturally willing to continue comprehending and wanted to know what the so-called heaven-reaching realm was like. However, it was also the heavenly Tao that Xiaohua had been silently comprehending but had never made any progress. At this time, when he comprehended Xiang Yang's sincere heart, the starry sky actually became a little clearer. The details that Xiaohua saw before were very vague at this moment. Even the karma hand had revealed a few traces of the technique. But, the Tao heart, how can it reach perfection? What kind of Tao heart is worthy of cultivation? Xiaohua's heart was at a loss, but this couldn't stop Xiaohua's reverence for Xiang Yang. Xiaohua stopped flying, and respectfully bowed and said, "Many thanks to eldest senior brother for teaching me, this little brother will benefit endlessly." "Don't." Xiang Yang was shocked. He hurriedly pulled Xiaohua up and said, "I told you about my own matters because I don't want you to take a detour like I did. Isn't that, eldest martial brother, what little brother has gained is not what you have gained, and what you have lost is also not what you have lost. Who can know about gains and losses?" Xiaohua took advantage of the situation and said, "Look at master, I feel that, he is not, what do you think?" Xiang Yang blinked and said with a smile, "Admittedly, this elder brother has made some losses, but that senior sister of yours also agreed to this elder brother's dual cultivation because of this. Isn't this a gain?" That's right." Xiaohua laughed. Thinking about what Yan Qingmian said to Xiang Yang, the concern in her words really made him envious. However, this elder brother is wrong. Junior brother is too conspicuous, it's also not good. Xiang Yang said again. However, he wasn't helpless after all. His words were still vague. "I'll let senior brother know that this little brother has always endured silently. However, those two things are really hateful. They actually want to delay this little brother's cultivation for a year. How can this little brother endure?" Xiaohua naturally knew what this always cautious senior brother was thinking and explained in a low voice. Then it's fine. This elder brother will report this matter to master later and also let him have a plan in his heart. Won't master be especially happy?" Xiaohua said shamelessly. "Stop dreaming. It's already not bad that he won't punish you." Xiang Yang looked at Xiaohua's appearance and couldn't help but pat his head. It seemed similar to his own nephew. Xiaohua slightly frowned. He originally wanted to refuse, but seeing the kindness in Xiang Yang's eyes and thinking about Xiang Yang's sorrow, his heart softened and he let that hand rest on his hair. "Let's go. Thunder Palace's rushing Thunder Hall is in front. This elder brother will go and see if there are any senior brothers familiar and find you a comfortable odd job worker." Xiang Yang stroked Xiaohua's hair a few times and sighed in his heart. As soon as his hand left, he urged his magic power and said gently, Yes, I'll listen to senior brother's instructions. Xiaohua smiled and caught up. Shuttling Thunder Hall was similar to Spring Thunder Hall. However, in the Jade Archive Hall's position, there was a rather large side hall with the words, Shuttling Thunder Hall, written on it. There were many aura refining disciples walking into the hall, some with tired faces, some with a trace of joy on their faces. They were holding things that they didn't have time to put in their storage pouches as they hurriedly walked out. This is not only the place to assign odd job workers to Thunder Palace, but it's also the place to hand over the monthly harvest and distribute the offerings, Xiang Yang explained in a low voice. Io, senior brother Xiang. Xiang Yang was talking to Xiao Hua with his head lowered, and a middle-stage foundation building cultivator turned around from the side of the huge pillar. That cultivator was extremely thin and had a few strands of goatee on his chin. When he saw Xiang Yang, a trace of mockery flashed through his eyes. He called out, "Senior brother Xiang," and walked over. How could I dare? So it's senior brother Zhenfeng. When Xiang Yang saw that cultivator, his face was full of smiles. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother, you can just call me junior brother. I can't accept the title of senior brother." How could that be? Back then, senior brother Xiang was I's senior brother. You also gave I a lot of pointers on cultivation. Zhenfeng said while waving his hand. That was a matter from several decades ago. Senior brother Zhenfeng, please don't mention it. Xiang Yang's expression was slightly ashamed. When he saw Xiang Yang's ashamed expression, Zhenfeng turned his head and looked at Xiao Hua. He pointed at him and said with a smile, "Junior brother Xiang. Could it be that this is the son you said would definitely become a deity transformation stage cultivator?" "Oh right, I heard that you even gave him a name. What was it again?" Xiang Yang's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Zhenfeng, don't joke around. This is the disciple my master accepted. He's I's junior brother. This time, I came with him on a mission from Thunder Palace." Soon after, he looked around and said in a low voice, "I just don't know if senior brother can be merciful and find a mission that can increase his cultivation. My myriad Thunder Valley will be eternally grateful." Hee, of course, of course. Zhenfeng laughed and said, "Junior brother Xiang came personally, how can there not be a good mission? My Thunder Palace's great herb garden needs your junior brother to take care of it." Xiang Yang's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly pulled Zhenfeng's sleeve and said, "The herb garden is far away. Xiao Hua still has to report to Thunder Palace every day. How can this be?" "What? Your master didn't even come to take care of the herb garden and do the hard work?" Zhenfeng flung his sleeve and said coldly, "The masters and disciples came to Thunder Palace yesterday. You only came today. What other good place do you want? If you think this herb garden is not good enough, I will let Xiao Hua patrol the mountain." "Don't." Xiang Yang also threw away his face. He hurriedly pulled Zhenfeng and said in a low voice, "Xiao Hua and Wang Yunxiao are old friends." "Just now, what? Xiao Hua?" Zhenfeng suddenly realized. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Hua, whose face was as calm as water. He patted his hand and took out a jade scroll. He immersed his divine sense in it and looked carefully. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He asked in a low voice, "Is it the Xiao that starts with the word grass?" Xiang Yang said curiously, "That's right. Could it be that my Thunder Palace has another Xiao Hua this year?" "No, no." Zhenfeng concealed his awkwardness, took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on his face. He turned around and said to Xiao Hua, "This poor Taoist was wondering who it was. So it turns out that it's someone that Palace Master thinks highly of. It's only right for me to come later." Chapter 1550. Someone that Palace Master values. Xiang Yang suddenly remembered Xiao Hua's sect master's token and unconsciously felt bitter in his heart. Of course, I've always been low-key. Since Xiao Hua has the sect master's token, what do I have to worry about? Xiao Hua's expression didn't change as he said indifferently, I don't dare. Junior has only seen sect master a few times. I can't say that he values me. Hee, a few times. Junior brother Xiao makes it sound so simple. Zhenfeng was still full of smiles as he said, Palace Master has already sent a message to my Rushing Thunder Hall's deacon. Junior brother Xiao can choose any of my Shocking Thunder Hall's odd job workers. Isn't this valuing you? Hissed Xiang Yang secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He had never heard of this kind of situation before. Xiao Hua didn't even lift his eyelids as he said, Senior's arrangement is exactly what Junior likes. I just don't know which herb garden is the most deserted. Junior will only take that herb garden's job. Don't. Zhenfeng was very anxious as he hurriedly shouted, Junior brother Xiao, I have already arranged Junior brother's position properly since I received the deacon's order. It's the talisman crafting job. I blocked more than 10 senior brothers and martial uncles to make this arrangement. I hope Junior brother will be satisfied. Zhenfeng said anxiously. No need. Xiao Hua slightly shook his head. Junior still feels that the herb garden's job is better. Junior brother, Xiang Yang softly shouted, now is not the time to be angry. That herb garden is very far from here. Every day, you have to go there and come back. It's not good for your cultivation. If Junior brother doesn't like talisman crafting, why don't you find an alchemy master and become their alchemy boy? You can also gain something. Alchemy boy. Xiao Hua thought in his heart, but he felt relieved right after that. At this moment, he was already capable of refining medicinal pills, and his technique was slightly different from Dawn Rain Continent. Even if he found a master capable of refining pills to observe from the side, then, wouldn't he be looking for trouble for himself? Xiao Hua firmly shook his head. Thank you Senior. Junior wants to go to the herb garden. Senior brother Xiang. Zhenfeng turned his head, the way he addressed him changed again. Xiang Yang sighed and pulled Xiao Hua to the side as he asked in a low voice, Junior brother, why do you want to go to the herb garden? It's hard and tiring, and you can't even see any results. You're even more disliked than the guards in my myriad Thunder Valley. Hee, eldest senior brother, I don't have any ideas. We've just offended the disciple on duty in the Jade Archive Hall. Why don't we quickly find a remote place to hide? What's the point of showing off in front of others? The less trouble, the better. Isn't that what you just said? But our Thunderclap Palace's herb garden is really very desolate. Even if something happens, no one will know. Sigh, it's not convenient for me to tell you clearly. Master's wife said it well. Where there are people, there will be fighting. But what if there are no people? What is it? Xiang Yang seemed to be really worried about Xiao Hua's future and said anxiously. Oh. Xiao Hua, of course, understood. His eyes narrowed slightly before he smiled and said, thank you for your reminder, eldest senior brother. Little brother already understands. Oh, that's good. Xiang Yang let out a sigh of relief, but Xiao Hua's next sentence made him choke. Little brother still wants to go to the medicinal garden. Oh. All right. Xiang Yang looked at the stunned Xiao Hua and sighed. This is your own choice. It's not good for me to interfere. And, if eldest senior brother can choose, then little brother can also choose. Xiao Hua smiled. When Xiang Yang and Xiao Hua came over, Zhenfeng smiled apologetically and said, how is it? Hee, senior brother Zhen, I've troubled you. My little junior brother insists on going to the medicinal garden. As a senior brother, what can I say? Xiang Yang said, senior brother Zhen, please go to a slightly more convenient place. Sigh, how should I say this? Senior brother Zhen also didn't understand. He looked at Xiaohua and then at Xiangyang. Why did all the stubborn disciples go to your myriad Thunder Valley? Zhen Feng clapped his hands and took out a jade tablet. He tapped it, and the jade tablet emitted a misty green light and flashed with a few diagrams. Zhen Feng looked at it and pointed. My thunderous palace has a total of 34 medicinal gardens. Right now, there are still 6 that no one is looking after. They are slightly closer to my thunderous palace. Oh, if junior brother Xiao is willing, you can wait for a few days. I will give you the medicinal garden closest to thunderous palace. No need, I'll take those 6. Xiaohua shook his head. I just don't know what's the difference between these 6. Zhen Feng glanced at the jade tablet and smiled. These 6 places are all places with insufficient world energy. One of them even has an abandoned earth fire. It's precisely because of this that no one goes there. The others are the same as the other medicinal gardens. Abandoned earth fire. Xiaohua was overjoyed, but he didn't show it. He said, I'll have to trouble Senior to point out these places for me to see. No problem. Seeing Xiaohua still calling him Senior, Zhen Feng lost the thought of roping him in. He straightened his face and pointed out each place. And, I presume that this medicinal garden with an abandoned earth fire is slightly closer to Myriad Thunder Valley. Xiaohua looked for a while and smiled. Indeed, but it's not very close. Zhen Feng frowned. That medicinal garden was the most barren, and the herbs had long been left to grow on their own. This was indeed not a very good choice. This kind of medicinal garden doesn't turn in a lot of spiritual herbs. Xiaohua smiled. Zhen Feng rolled his eyes and smiled. Others naturally can't be left out, but junior brother Xiao. That's a different story. Xiaohua cupped his hands and gave a rare smile to Zhen Feng. Then I'll have to thank senior brother Zhen Feng. You're welcome, you're welcome. Zhen Feng was immediately overjoyed. He pointed his hand and the medicinal garden changed into another color. He then said, Junior brother Xiao, please wait for a moment. I'll get you the token now. After saying that, he hurriedly left. Damn it. Looking at Zhen Feng's back as he hurriedly left, Xiaohua felt that it was funny. This young master has called this fellow senior so many times, but I don't see him being happy. Why is he so happy when I call him senior brother? Is Qian Lei Zi's token so useful? Just as he was thinking, Xiangyang clapped his hand and took out a 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. He handed it to Xiaohua. Junior brother, this is a sound transmission talisman refined by your senior sister. It's much slower than the lightning sound transmission talisman. However, with your cultivation, you can only use this. Keep it well. If there's any mishap in the medicinal garden, or, if there's any trouble, quickly send it out. Xiaohua's heart warmed. He received it and put it into his storage pouch. He smiled and said, Thank you, senior brother. Not long after, Zhen Feng rushed back and handed over a token. He smiled and said, Junior brother Xiao, please keep it well. This token is the certificate to open the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden. As for how to use it, it's the same as the other tokens of my Imperial Thunder sect. And, many thanks, senior brother Zhen Feng. Xiaohua received it and smiled. You're welcome, junior brother Xiao. I am very familiar with the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Gardens roads. When are you going? Senior brother will take you there. Zhen Feng's face was full of enthusiasm. No need, senior brother Zhen Feng. Junior brother will go by himself. Xiaohua cupped his hands and bid farewell to Zhen Feng. Zhen Feng actually didn't care about other people's gazes and sent Xiaohua out. After Zhen Feng turned and returned to the Thunder Hall, Xiaohua turned and asked Xiangyang, Senior brother, where is my Thunderous Thunder Palace's cultivation manual and cultivation place? Senior brother Zhenfeng teaches cultivation techniques in the Thunder Hall every day, and the essence is different every day. Sometimes it's basic cultivation techniques, sometimes it's cultivation techniques, and most of the time there are also explanations on alchemy and talisman crafting. The cultivation manual is also in the Thunder Hall. However, junior brother, you can just go and listen to the cultivation manual. Why do you want to find the cultivation manual? Xiang Yang's patient explanation was a little strange. Xiao Hua smiled but didn't explain. He said, "Oh right, senior brother, what cultivation technique do you want to see but can't see?" "Me?" Xiang Yang smiled bitterly. Senior brother has only received master's teachings. Senior brother can't completely comprehend his little things. Although other cultivation techniques are good, senior brother has never thought about them. It can't be, right? Xiaohua really didn't understand Xiang Yang's attitude of not wanting to look at cultivation techniques. When he was outside the Thunder Palace, he tried his best to find cultivation techniques to comprehend. Don't bite off more than you can chew, junior brother. Xiang Yang smiled. When you cultivate to foundation establishment, you'll understand this principle. You only need one cultivation technique to cultivate to gold core. Why waste time looking for other cultivation techniques? Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Hua suddenly understood why Master Qian Lei gave him the command medallion. Although this command medallion allowed him to see the cultivation manual of the 8 great thunder palaces, but, could he cultivate it? However, your senior sister has always wanted to obtain the refining method of the invisibility talisman. Unfortunately, that thing is kept in the Thunder Palace and can't be taken out. Junior brother, I'm afraid you have the heart but not the strength, right? Xiang Yang said casually. Hey, junior brother thought it was something special. Xiao Hua was happy when he heard this. He clapped his hands and took out the refining method of the invisibility talisman. He handed it over and said, "No need to go to the Thunder Palace, junior brother has it here." What? Invisibility talisman? Xiang Yang was very happy. He took it out and looked at it in disbelief. Unfortunately, how could he understand it? He asked again, "How can you have this thing?" "Senior brother, don't ask about this. First, give this thing to senior sister to comprehend. When you finish practicing, just give it back to junior brother." Xiang Yang looked at Xiao Hua with a somewhat complicated gaze. He nodded firmly and put the booklet into his pocket. "Let's go, senior brother. I'll have to trouble you to take junior brother to the Thunder Palace. Junior brother really does want to look for some ancient books to read." Xiao Hua said with a smile. "You, really want to go?" Xiang Yang asked curiously. "You've just reached Qi refinement. You don't have the qualifications to look at the ancient books in the Thunder Palace. You can only go to Master's Cave to look for cultivation techniques to read. Then don't worry about it." Xiao Hua waved his hand as if he was the senior brother. "You take junior brother there first." "Okay." Although Xiang Yang was suspicious, he still took Xiao Hua to the Thunder Palace. Along the way, Xiang Yang still met many foundation establishment disciples. When those disciples saw Xiang Yang, they all smiled. The first thing they asked was about Xiang Zhili. Xiang Yang was also good at self-restraint. He calmly responded with a smile on his face. In the end, even Xiao Hua almost believed that Xiang Yang, the senior brother of the early foundation establishment stage, would definitely have a deification stage son in the future. Between a steep cliff, there was a huge ancient palace half floating in the clouds. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Is this the derived Thunder Palace? Why is it so much more wonderful than the Thunder Palace?" "Wonderful?" Xiang Yang, who was in the air, almost laughed out loud. Junior brother used the word wonderful very well. Ha! Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. Suddenly, he remembered something and said in a low voice, "Right, senior brother, that jade slip can be read and written with divine sense, right? Yes. Xiang Yang said, although aura refining stage cultivators have divine sense, they can only read it. If they want to write it, they can only do it at the foundation establishment stage. Or peak aura refining stage cultivators with especially strong divine sense can also do it. Senior brother, do you have these techniques? Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked. Of course I do. This thing is just an ordinary technique for foundation establishment cultivators. All foundation establishment cultivators of my thunder-controlling sect have it. Xiang Yang clapped his hands and took out a thin booklet. Why are you asking this? Nothing, junior brother is just curious about the mystery of this technique. I want to see the trick. Xiaohua stared at the booklet and asked, junior brother won't give senior brother any trouble with this technique, right? How is that possible? Xiang Yang handed it to Xiaohua. This thing is just a waste paper in the thunder-controlling sect. What kind of trouble will there be? That's good. Xiaohua took it and carefully put it away. Not long after, Xiaohua and Xiang Yang arrived in front of the Yanlei Palace. This was not the time to pass on techniques. The entire Yanlei Palace was covered in a layer of light purple brilliance. Layers of ripples were rippling within it, as if the entire Yanlei Palace was under the water. Xiang Yang walked closer and waved his hand. A red brilliance flew into the brilliance. After a moment, the brilliance was torn apart. A foundation establishment middle stage cultivator slowly walked out. Looking at Xiaohua and Xiang Yang, he frowned and said, this is not the time to pass on techniques. Do the two of you have any business? Senior brother, I am Xiang Yang from the Myriad Thunder Valley. This is my junior brother Xiaohua. Xiang Yang stepped forward and cupped his hands. Of course I know you're Xiang Yang. The disciple didn't mention anything about Xiang Jili. He nodded slightly and said, could it be that junior brother Xiang wants to enter the technique imparting pavilion to comprehend other techniques? Xiaohua hurriedly stepped forward and clapped his hands. He took out the sect master's token and said with a smile, it's not about senior brother. Junior wants to enter the technique imparting pavilion. You. The cultivator stared blankly. With a wave of his hand, the sect master's token appeared in his hand. As he examined it with his divine sense, a trace of amazement appeared in the cultivator's eyes. He then returned the sect master's token to Xiaohua and said with a nod, since you have the sect master's token, you can naturally enter and take a look. However, Xiaohua, you're only allowed to examine this sect master's token in the technique imparting pavilion. You can't take any ancient books and other things out of the Yanlei Palace. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said with a smile, then, with this sect master's token, can I occasionally enter the technique imparting pavilions of the other 7 lightning palaces to take a look? The sect master's token is issued to the attendants of each lightning palace. You can naturally enter with this sect master's token. The foundation establishment cultivator recovered his previous calmness and said, Xiaohua, do you want to enter and take a look now? No need. Thank you, senior. Xiaohua bowed and thanked him happily in his heart. Knowing that Xiaohua only wanted to see if this sect master's token was effective, the foundation establishment cultivator looked at Xiaohua with disdain. He nodded and was about to turn around. That's right, senior, please wait a moment. Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and said urgently. Xiaohua, what else do you want? Junior has just arrived. I want to ask, does our technique imparting pavilion have the 5 elements escape technique? 5 elements escape technique? Of course there is. The foundation establishment cultivator nodded. When you reach the foundation establishment stage, your master will naturally impart this 5 elements escape technique to you. Xiaohua said curiously, 5 elements escape technique, aren't there 5 types of escape techniques? Of course not. My Imperial Thunder sect only has the 5 elements escape technique. There are no separate 5 elements escape techniques. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator said with a smile, as long as you use the 5 elements escape technique, all of the 5 elements in this world can escape. Why would you need to cultivate them one by one? Oh, what Senior says makes sense. Xiaohua nodded. Then the lightning escape technique, can I look at it now? Of course you can. Do you want to go in? The Foundation Establishment Cultivator nodded in response. At this moment, Xiang Yang tugged on Xiaohua's sleeves. Chapter 1551. Seeing Xiang Yang pull on Xiaohua's sleeve, the Foundation Establishment Cultivator naturally knew what Xiang Yang meant. The corner of his mouth slightly twitched as he said, "The lightning escape technique is unique to our lightning sect. Any disciple who has the aptitude to practice the lightning escape technique is encouraged to practice it. Your Myriad Thunder Valley naturally also has this technique. You should wait for Senior Brother Wu Xian to teach you the most basic 5 elements escape technique before you consider the lightning escape technique." "Oh, thank you for your guidance. Disciple won't be going in today." Xiaohua bowed and thanked him. That Foundation Establishment Cultivator nodded and disappeared in a flash of light. Xiang Yang pulled Xiaohua and flew away. He whispered, "Why are you looking at the lightning escape technique? That technique can only be practiced by Foundation Establishment Cultivators. If it's not of the lightning attribute, it's extremely difficult to practice. I'm only at the entry level and haven't mastered it yet. I don't dare to use it normally." "Senior brother, do you have this technique?" Xiaohua smiled. "I do, but it's in my cave." Xiang Yang asked curiously, "What do you want it for?" If it's convenient for Senior brother, how about you give it to me tomorrow?" Xiaohua giggled. "Master told me to guide you in your cultivation. This thing, Sai, even if I don't give it to you, you can find it in the Technique Inheritance Pavilion. Why wouldn't I give it to you?" Xiang Yang smiled and said, "Go back to Zhenlei Palace first. Tomorrow, I'll bring you to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden and give it to you." "Aren't we going to Eastern Ridge now?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Of course not today. Let's wait for tomorrow." Xiang Yang looked at the sky and said, "I still have something to do, so I won't bring you back to Zhenlei Palace. Do you remember the way back?" "Please go ahead, Senior brother. Although I don't remember it clearly, I can still ask someone." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Okay, I'll come back tomorrow." Xiang Yang's figure flew up as if he really did have something urgent. When he was in the air, he said, "I thank you on behalf of your senior sister." You're welcome, you're welcome." Looking at Xiang Yang's figure that left in a hurry, Xiaohua smiled for no reason and secretly said, "This eldest senior brother is rather interesting. I'm afraid it's hard to find someone with this kind of character in the entire Dawn Rain continent." After that, Xiaohua identified the direction and flew towards Zhenlei Palace at a leisurely pace. But after flying for 2 hours, Xiaohua was at a loss. He really was lost. The Lamo mountain range where the Imperial Thunder sect was located was extremely large. There were many towering peaks and continuous forests. Many places looked similar. With Xiaohua's very low sense of direction, they were exactly the same. As expected, I got lost again. Xiaohua felt extremely helpless. Looking at this unfamiliar place, he scratched his head and looked around. Unfortunately, he didn't know where this place was. The barren hills and unruly rivers beneath his feet were far from the usual fairyland. Motherfucker, could it have flown out of the Imperial Thunder sect? Xiaohua didn't dare to fly forward anymore. He turned around and prepared to fly back. However, just as he flew for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the scene in front of him suddenly changed at a rapid speed. The magic power in his body was imprisoned at the same time. His body plummeted down like a stone. Ouch! Xiaohua cried out in his heart. He knew he had fallen into someone else's formation. Just as he was about to struggle, a silhouette hurriedly flew over from afar. It was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator using lightning escape. Senior. Xiaohua had just called out when he immediately stopped. Setting up a formation in this desolate and uninhabited place, there must be some kind of scheme. Wouldn't it be ruining other people's plans for him to barge in unknowingly? He didn't even consider how to escape. Instead, he wanted the other party to save him. Wasn't that a fool's dream? Looking at the cultivator again, he had a round face. His eyebrows were slightly drooping from the corners of his eyes. Below his eyebrows, his eyes were slightly narrowed. His two gray pupils flashed with an astonished expression. Huh! How could an aura-refining disciple appear here? When the cultivator scanned with his divine sense, he immediately understood. He muttered to himself and urged the magic power in his body to activate the formation to kill Xiaohua. But right at that moment, the cultivator's expression slightly changed. He slightly tilted his head and looked in another direction. He said in a low voice, "The time has come." That guy really did keep his promise. If I kill this little disciple, I'm afraid it'll cause a change in the spiritual aura of heaven and earth. As he said that, the cultivator changed the hand seal in his hand and attacked Xiaohua. Xiaohua, who had fallen into the air, felt his body tighten. He couldn't even move. Soon after, he felt light again and drifted down like a feather. Soon after, the cultivator hastily took out a small triangular flag from his storage pouch and urged his magic power to wave it a few times in the air. Several rays of light flashed and Xiaohua's figure disappeared. Everything in the surroundings also returned to its original state. Not even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual aura of heaven and earth leaked out. Once everything was done, the cultivator carefully put away the small flag and used his divine sense to scan the surroundings again. Only then did he fly in another direction. Why am I so unlucky? Xiaohua was imprisoned by a late-stage foundation building cultivator. He was like a little chick without the slightest power to resist. The magic power in his body couldn't be mobilized in the slightest. He could only use his pure physical strength to struggle, wanting to break free from the shackles. Unfortunately, the opponent had a late-stage foundation building cultivator's great confinement technique and the power of a formation. How could Xiaohua struggle? After several attempts, he couldn't even move his fingers. Xiaohua could only give up dejectedly and think of another way. That formation was also mysterious. Xiaohua's figure couldn't be seen from the outside, but from Xiaohua's point of view, he could see the scene outside the formation. Moreover, the sound of the wind passing through the air indicated that he could still hear that voice. Is this late-stage foundation building cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect? And, since he knows the lightning evasion technique, he should be from the Imperial Thunder sect. But, which Thunder Palace is he from? Why did he set up an ambush here? In this critical moment, Xiaohua unconsciously thought of many things in his mind. But in the end, Xiaohua unconsciously became discouraged. His grandmother, no matter what this guy wants to do, in the end. I'm afraid I'll become a ghost under his hands. Heavens, how can I be so unlucky? It was like this in Yellow Flower Ridge. Just as I saw the dawn of cultivation and could use the Peiyuan pill to cultivate to the second layer of the aura refining realm, Shanghuaming was exterminated by the 100 Herbs sect. Thanks to Senior Martial Sister, I escaped from Yellow Flower Ridge with great difficulty. Then, I met Heaven Forsaken. I originally thought I could cultivate some kind of cultivation technique in Heaven Forsaken, but Heaven Forsaken was a devil's trap. Fortunately, my character was good. I met Li Zongbao and Kaizhuxia and escaped from 100 Zhang Peak. Then, with great difficulty, I found an opportunity to participate in the disciple selection of Rinsing Flower sect. I spent a lot of effort to fight for the opportunity, but it was snatched away by rinsing flower sec's predetermined disciple. Then, with great difficulty, I obtained a cultivation technique from the auction. I was preparing to find a place to cultivate in peace. But for the fire essence flame crystal, I had no choice but to go to Flame Forest Swamp. In the end, I obtained the fire essence flame crystal, but Wuxia lost her life. I simply sent Wuxia's body to Luoyang, but unfortunately, I met the Kai family's grand elder and was chased by him until I pissed my pants. Fortunately, I was not destined to die and met Qian Qinghua. But, who would have thought that this guy was also not a good person? He placed a restriction on my meridians and gave me the clear flower pill. I had no choice but to give him the thunder-devouring bead. Damn it, I was being hunted down by the 3 major sects in the country of Shi. Those were 4 foundation establishment cultivators. I'm afraid no one would believe me if I told them. Sigh, was it easy for me to get to Thunderclap Peak? I passed 3 tests, tested my attributes, tested my bone age, and even passed through an illusion array. It was not easy for me to enter the Imperial Thunder sect. I finally had a master to guide me, and I even met a good senior martial brother. I thought I could embark on the normal path of cultivation from now on. But, why am I so unlucky? Taking the wrong path can even bring about a fatal disaster. Sigh, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the beautiful Red Dawn Fairy again. I wonder how her cultivation in the Huanhua sect is going. Sigh, Shue, I brought you to the Imperial Thunder sect. I wonder if you'll still remember to follow me when you become a Foundation Establishment cultivator in a few years. Xiao Hua's imagination was running wild. His mind was filled with Fairy Hongxia's fairy-like beauty for a while, Shue's curvy figure and shy face for a while, and even the graceful and luxurious face of that mysterious goddess appeared for some inexplicable reason. But at this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly quivered. He thought of Goldie, who was in his space. The heavens have not forsaken me. Xiao Hua suddenly had a ray of hope. Xiao Hua himself could not move, but there were things in his space that could move. Goldie and the puppet could help him, right? However, Xiao Hua was only pleasantly surprised for a moment before he became dejected again. Goldie and the puppet were in the space, so his mind could also enter the space. However, he used to use his hands to hold things. Now, he could not even move his hands, so how could he hold things? Sigh, pitiful Goldie, your mother is going to be finished soon. I wonder if you can still live. Xiao Hua thought, and his mind entered the space. However, when he saw everything in the space, he could not help but be dumbstruck. What do you think? He saw a clever little white mouse flying around in a range of several zhang. Goldie was curled up in the middle of this range. The little white mouse ran in front of Goldie and used its nose to rub against Goldie's big tail. Then, it flew on Goldie's back and used its small tail to curl around Goldie's back. After a while, it rushed into the air and chirped towards tracing back the light above its head. Because of the little white mouse flying around, the entire space was filled with a strange vitality. Immediately, Xiao Hua's gloomy mood became much better. Goldie. What is this guy doing? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. This thing thinks I'm its mother. Goldie was still somewhat weak, and said in a low voice. I remember that a few days ago, it was still not awake. How come it's so lively today? How would I know, mother? In any case, when it woke up, it circled around me and was very affectionate with me. Goldie did not need to open its mouth, so it spoke smoothly. I was afraid it would mess up mother's things, so I didn't let it go far away. It really listened to me. Xiao Hua said, and again paid attention to the seeking spirit mouse. This spirit-seeking mouse looked exactly the same as the one Xiao Hua had seen in the Sobbing Meng Mountains. However, on the tip of this spirit-seeking mouse's nose, there was an indistinct golden line. Chapter 1553. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp, the spirit-seeking mouse seemed to have sensed something and stopped flying in midair. It raised its small head and looked around in a daze, its small nose twitching incessantly. "Ai, pitiful little guy, it can only move now. I'm afraid it'll have to follow me." Xiao Hua was sad again. He looked at the things in the space and the reverse light in midair and withdrew his consciousness. "Since I can use my hands too." Xiao Hua naturally didn't give up. He was still thinking, but just as his consciousness withdrew, he suddenly realized something. "Damn it, I'm such an idiot. I use my hands to take things because I'm a person with hands. I'm naturally used to using my hands. Moreover, I only thought of using my hands when I saw other cultivators use their hands to take things out of storage bags. However, my space is different from a storage bag. My hands can't reach into the space, so how can I use my hands to take things out? I'm just used to using my hands to do this, so I naturally think I'm using my hands to take things out of the space. The thing that's really taking things out of the space isn't my hands, but my consciousness." Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was pleasantly surprised and apprehensive. He hurriedly sent his consciousness into the space. He didn't dare to try using Goldie and the puppet first, so he only locked his consciousness onto a spirit stone. Soon after, his imprisoned left hand naturally struggled, and a spirit stone strangely appeared in Xiao Hua's left hand. "Ha, I told you, this young master is a genius." Xiao Hua immediately laughed in his heart, but just as he put the spirit stone into the space and wanted to take Goldie and the puppet out, the sound of something breaking through the air came from above his head. "Crap, that guy came back so quickly." Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped his movements and closed his eyes. He immediately released his perception, but unfortunately, it was blocked by the formation after only a few dozen feet. At this time, two people's voices came from above Xiao Hua's head. One of them was the person who set up the formation. That person laughed and said, "Senior Martial Brother Can Mingwei, what do you think of this place? My Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples rarely come here, right?" Another slightly older voice said, "What Junior Brother Zhen Xie is looking for is really a wonderful place. The spiritual energy here is scarce, so no one will stay here for long. If there's anything in the future, let's meet here." "Sure. We'll do as Senior Apprentice Brother Can says." "May I know why Junior Martial Brother Zhen sent this message?" "Hee, what else could it be? I wonder if Senior Apprentice Brother Can was able to find out the origin of that item in the Canlei Palace. Where is Junior Martial Brother Zhen? Does your Thunderclap Palace have any records of this?" Can Mingwei asked. "Sigh, if I found out, would I still be able to ask Senior Martial Brother?" "I feel the same." Can Mingwei said regretfully, "I have flipped through almost all the books and records in the Carei Palace's martial teaching pavilion, and also asked many masters indirectly, but I couldn't find any trace of it. Don't tell me, the thing we've worked so hard to find is a piece of trash." Evil Zhen hesitated. "Why don't we take it to the faction leader? Perhaps the old man would know. If it's really a treasure, we can offer it to the faction leader. I'm afraid we can get some rewards." This. Can Mingwei rolled his eyes, cupped his hands and said, "Junior Martial Brother Zhen is really smart. I have never thought about this problem. I always wanted to keep it for myself and find out the origin of this treasure together with Junior Martial Brother Zhen. I naturally want to do the same." Evil Zhen nodded, "It's a pity that this thing has 36 slots. Only 17 of them have something in them. Who knows where the other 19 slots have things in them? If we can't find out the origin of this treasure, we won't be able to find the other 16 things. Since that's the case, we might as well show it to the faction leader." "Alright, since Junior Martial Brother Zhen has the same idea as I, let's go to the 10,000 Thunder Palace." Can Mingwei said with a smile. "Senior Martial Brother Can, what about the treasure?" "Of course." Can Mingwei nodded slightly. But at this moment, Evil Zhen turned his head and released his divine sense, sweeping it towards the magic array. He shouted, "Who is it?" Then, without calling out to Can Mingwei, he flew towards the spell formation. Who is it? Ken Mingwei was also shocked. Seeing Evil-Jin fly up, he patted his hand and took out a flying sword from his storage bag. He used his Dharma power and the flying sword grew to 1 foot long. He held it in his hand and chased after Evil-Jin. Naturally, when Ken Mingwei flew above the magic array, Evil-Jin had already left the range of the magic array. When Evil-Jin saw Ken Mingwei enter the magic array, he immediately stopped and took out a small triangular flag. He spread it in the air and a misty green light hit the magic array. With a swoosh, a ray of light appeared from the ground and blocked Ken Mingwei in the magic array. Ken Mingwei was also a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. When he saw Evil-Jin's strange behavior, he immediately became vigilant and hurriedly flew back. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The misty green light happened to block his way. Ken Mingwei was shocked. He used his divine sense to see the whole magic array clearly. He also saw Xiaohua, who seemed to be motionless under the magic array. His expression changed greatly and he shouted, "Junior Martial Brother Zhen, what are you doing?" Ha 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 ha. When Evil-Jin saw the misty green light form a ball and cover Ken Mingwei, he laughed and spread out the small flag again. In the space inside the magic array, layers of fine orange flames appeared and surrounded Ken Mingwei. "Senior Martial Brother Ken, don't tell me you don't know what I'm doing." Ken Mingwei's expression was gloomy. He sneered and said, "Junior Martial Brother Zhen, you set up a trap here and lured I into the magic array. Do you want to kill me and keep that thing for yourself?" "What? Could it be that Senior Martial Brother Ken didn't have this idea?" Evil-Jin sneered and said, "Didn't Senior Martial Brother Ken take advantage of the fact that I was injured at the Buddhist sect's ruins to make the first move and keep the exquisite pagoda in your own storage pouch? If I didn't pretend to be uninjured and let Senior Martial Brother Ken take the exquisite pagoda, wouldn't Senior Martial Brother Ken have already killed I?" "Ah. You're actually injured?" Ken Mingwei was somewhat astonished. He then snorted and said, "You really know the origin of this thing? Could it be that Senior Martial Brother Ken doesn't know?" Evil-Jin said complacently, "My Thunderquake Palace certainly doesn't have any records of the Buddhist sect. Your Thunderquake Palace probably doesn't either. But what about Thunderquake Palace and Thunderquake Palace? This exquisite pagoda was the most famous Buddhist treasure before the Buddhist sect was annihilated. How could my Thunderquake sect not have any records of it? Even if Junior Martial Brother Zhen knows that this is the exquisite pagoda, but, you wouldn't go so far as to kill I, right? We certainly know that this is the exquisite pagoda and also know that it's the most precious treasure of the Buddhist sect. But we don't know how to use it and whether it's useful to our cultivation." Ken Mingwei looked at Evil-Jin with bright eyes and said angrily, "Since it's a precious treasure, how could two people obtain it?" Evil-Jin chuckled and waved the small flag. He said, "I told you so much. The flames of this greenly fire formation are about to burn out. Senior Martial Brother Ken, take care. I won't be seeing you off." As the small flag waved, the countless flames around Ken Mingwei's body grew larger, burning towards Ken Mingwei. "Haha Evil-Jin, Evil-Jin, you know that I have the leaf fire physique. How could I be afraid of your greenly fire formation?" As he spoke, Ken Mingwei waved his hand and took out a disc-like object from his storage bag. He formed a seal with his hand and a crimson disc flew into the air and landed on top of Ken Mingwei's head. Soon after, a circle of cyan flames emerged from the edge of the disc and quickly protected Ken Mingwei's body. However, the situation was still beyond Ken Mingwei's expectations. When the orange and cyan flames collided, they didn't separate as he expected. Instead, the orange flames began to devour the cyan flames and the outermost flames turned cyan red. "Ah Qian fire! Where did you get it? You clearly have a thunder physique." Ken Mingwei was shocked and spat out a mouthful of true essence on the disc. More cyan flames flew out from the disc. These flames fell and the cyan red color was greatly reduced. "You don't need to know where I got the Qian fire. If I didn't have the Qian fire to restrain your Li fire, how could I have dared to act rashly? Zhen Xia laughed and waved the small flag. All of the heaven and earth Ling Qi within 10 feet of the formation was sucked dry. The orange flame became even brighter, and like a wave of fire, it rushed towards the green Li fire. Go, within the circle of fire, Ken Mingwei shouted. The flying sword in his hand turned into a ray of light and flew towards Evil Zhen. With a pu, the formation's brilliance blocked the flying sword. The brilliance shook for a moment, then the flying sword flourished like a dazzling star and fiercely attacked the brilliance of the formation. Evil Zhen frowned when he saw this. He clenched his teeth and bit the tip of his tongue. He spat a mouthful of blood on the small flag. Then, with a shake, the cyan brilliance mixed with the red light hit the formation. Suddenly, a huge suction force appeared around the formation and sucked in all the spirit energy within 100 feet of the formation. Although the flying sword was able to advance another foot or so, it was still blocked by the green-red light barrier. Evil Zhen was relieved when he saw this. He sneered and said, "Senior brother Can, I set up this formation because I was afraid that fighting with you would attract the attention of the other brothers. This green Li fire formation is something I specially set up to deal with your Li fire physique. Don't resist and don't take out any magic tools. Just obediently let the Qian fire burn you, ouch." At this point, Evil Zhen's face greatly changed and became abnormally pale. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The hand that wasn't holding the flag clutched his heart as if someone was squeezing it. Ha ha ha. Within the green Li fire formation, Ken Mingwei's laughter sounded. Chapter 1554. The green-red dry fire gradually turned transparent, and Ken Mingwei's figure appeared from within. He held a pitch-black hook in his hand, and there was a dense grayish-black aura on the hook. The black aura was like a snake slithering around the hook. How is it? How does the heart-devouring worm taste? Ken Mingwei asked gloomily. This is a heart-devouring worm. How did you plant this heart-devouring worm in my heart? How come I didn't notice it? Evil Zhen's face was pale and his head was covered in sweat. His eyes were red and he asked fiercely, "Look at your technique, it's not the usual technique of the 10,000 poison sect. How come it's similar to the legendary talismans? How could Ken Mingwei care about him?" He waved the hook in his hand and the grayish-black gas faded a bit. At the same time, his face turned slightly gray. "Ah!" Evil Zhen screamed and fell to the ground. He barely managed to stabilize himself. At this time, Ken Mingwei's face was red and the hook in his hand was trembling. The grayish-black gas was gradually absorbed into the hook. It seemed that he couldn't completely control the hook. Evil Zhen felt the pain in his heart lessen. He quickly sat down cross-legged and wanted to use his magic power. Evil Zhen, I didn't expect you to know about talismans." Humph, I'm afraid these years, you found a story in the technique teaching pavilion." Ken Mingwei was a bit weak and his voice was hoarse. "However, you have good eyesight. I used a talisman technique. If I were you, I wouldn't use my magic power. Otherwise, the heart-devouring worm would be even more powerful." Evil Zhen ignored him. However, when he tried to use his magic power, he felt a heart-wrenching pain again. His face changed and he stopped. Then, Evil Tremor looked at Ken Mingwei, who was inside the cyan fire, and sighed, "Ever since I came back from the ruins of the Buddhist sect, I've only seen Senior Martial Brother Ken once, 10 years ago. I've always been on my guard, so how could I have fallen into your trap? Senior Brother's heart-devouring worm." Ha ha ha! Ken Mingwei laughed heartily and said in a hoarse voice, "Junior Martial Brother Zhen, do you still remember the pill I gave you when you were injured by the guardian beast in the ruins of the Buddhist sect 30 years ago?" Evil Zhen was puzzled. "Remember? When I brought it over to take a look, it was to return it to Senior Brother." Suddenly, Evil Zhen's eyes flashed fiercely as he gritted his teeth and said, could it be that Senior Brother Ken placed the heart corrosion worm on the elixir that day? Hee, what do you think? Ken Mingwei smiled and said, Junior Apprentice Brother Zhen is clearly injured, but you didn't take Elder Brother's medicinal pills. Doesn't that mean you still have the heart to let her go? I didn't harm anyone either. Unlike Senior Apprentice Brother Ken, who can actually cast a spell and make I fall for it without anyone noticing. Now that I's life is in Senior Apprentice Brother's hands, you call this guarding against people? Ha ha ha, Ken Mingwei laughed coldly. Junior Brother Zhen, this is the pot calling the kettle black. I may have cast a spell, but that was to protect myself. If not for Senior Apprentice Brother's trap, how could I have triggered the heart corrosion worm? Junior Martial Brother Zhen, haven't you thought about why Senior Apprentice Brother I didn't trigger the heart corrosion worm even after 30 years? Isn't it because you haven't found the origin of the exquisite tower yet? You don't dare to act recklessly. Evil Zhen's expression softened as he sneered. The green fire around Ken Mingwei grew thinner and thinner as the orange fire swallowed up half of the green fire. Ken Mingwei's expression was bitter as he said, if Junior Martial Brother Zhen reduces the power of the azurely fire array, I can answer your questions. Thinking for a moment, Evil Zhen took out a small flag and waved it, causing the orange fire to weaken a bit. I am listening. I don't know how many years this spell technique has been lost. When I was refining Qi, I accidentally obtained this soul tool and learned some spell techniques. Unfortunately, cultivating spells is different from my cultivation path. Cultivation focuses on communicating with heaven and earth and using the heaven and earth's spiritual energy for one's own use. Spells, on the other hand, are related to the mysterious path of the soul. The soul is born in the body in tempering the soul. The foundation of cultivating spells is tempering the body. The body of a cultivator is extremely weak, so how can I cultivate spells? Senior Martial Brother Ken, you can cultivate body cultivation. Evil Zhen replied. At this moment, the two of them were completely different from before. They didn't look like two mortal enemies. If it weren't for the fact that one of them was in the fire and the other was sitting in the air with a strange expression on his face, anyone who saw them would have thought that they were two real martial brothers who were discussing Tao. Body cultivation. Those were merely some insignificant Taoists left behind after the decline of the Tao of Talismans. I am already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, so there is no need for me to take the wrong path. Ken Mingwei snorted. This heart-nibbling worm was originally a method of the 10,000 Poisons sect. If you used a normal method, I would have been able to detect it. How did Senior Martial Brother Ken use the spell technique? Evil Zhen asked thoughtfully. Ken Mingwei replied, this is something that I have learned over the years, so I naturally can't reveal it. In fact, it is very simple. Since my body isn't strong enough to cultivate spells, I naturally have to use it in a flexible way. Using the spell technique to control the heart-nibbling worm, even a golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to detect it, right? Evil Zhen sneered. Unfortunately, although I can use the spell technique to control the heart-nibbling worm, the price to do so is far from what Junior Martial Brother Zhen can imagine. Therefore, although I have a backup plan, I haven't used it yet. Ken Mingwei sighed and looked at the flames around him. He then looked at Evil Zhen who was outside the formation and said, I have told you so much because I want to tell you that I am only doing this to protect myself. If Junior Martial Brother Zhen removes this formation, I will immediately remove the heart-nibbling worm. You and I will still be good brothers. We will both comprehend this exquisite tower together. And Evil Zhen slowly nodded, Senior Martial Brother Ken's words are exactly what I was thinking. We have a great future and also have a Buddhist sex treasure. There is no need for us to waste our time here. Ken Mingwei was overjoyed and clapped his hands, great minds think alike. How about we cast the spell together? All right. Evil Quake slowly stood up and picked up the small flag. Ken Mingwei also raised the small hook, and the grayish-black fog came out again. As soon as Evil Zhen raised the flag, Ken Mingwei asked, "Senior Martial Brother Ken, what is the price for using the heart-nibbling worm?" Ken Mingwei was surprised. The hook in his hand paused for a moment. "I'm afraid Junior Martial Brother won't believe me." "Senior Martial Brother, it's up to me whether or not you believe me." Evil Zhen raised the flag again. 20 years of life," Ken Mingwei said and raised the hook in his hand. Evil Zhen's expression didn't change, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Nodding, he said, "All right, Senior Martial Brother Kansas. I will count to 3 and cast the spell at the same time." "All right. 1, 2, 3. Evil Zhen didn't hesitate to count to 3. Once he finished counting to 3, the two of them would use their artifacts and soul armaments at the same time. Dozens of orange-red rays of light shot out from the small flag, but these rays of light didn't hit the area around the formation. Instead, they hit the orange-red flames around Ken Mingwei. At the same time, all of the black fog around Ken Mingwei's hook disappeared. "Ah!" Evil Zhen let out a heart-wrenching scream and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Inside the formation, the orange-red light shone everywhere. The fire was 10 times stronger than before and broke through Ken Mingwei's defenses. The orange-red flames quickly spread to Ken Mingwei's body. The two of them, both of them wanted to kill the other in an instant. "You!" Ken Mingwei was also shocked. He knew very well that this dry flame was the nemesis of his ignited fire physique. If the ignited fire true qi in his body was ignited by this dry flame, he would have no way to extinguish it. He would only end up being burned to death by this dry flame. Thinking about the blood oath he had made with Evil Zhen in the ruins of the Buddhist sect, Ken Mingwei's heart tightened. He desperately urged the little hook to kill Evil Zhen before the dry flame ignited his true qi. If Ken Mingwei was like this, how could Evil Zhen not be like this? When Evil Zhen heard that Ken Mingwei would lose 20 years of his lifespan to activate the soul-devouring worm, he didn't know if that was true or not. Since Ken Mingwei had paid such a huge price to activate the soul-devouring worm, how could he give up so easily? Activating the soul-devouring worm was already a huge price, but what about getting rid of it? Wouldn't the price be even higher? Moreover, talismans were very mysterious. Without a powerful spell, it was impossible to detect them. This was one of the reasons why the talismans were destroyed. Evil Zhen wouldn't let such a dangerous enemy escape from the formation he had set up. As a result, Evil Zhen was even more determined to kill Ken Mingwei. He had already used up all of his energy to activate the flag. He wanted to kill Ken Mingwei before the soul-devouring worm was fully activated. Whoosh! Evil Zhen's body fell rapidly. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stand still in the air. The talisman's method was really strange. When Evil Zhen was talking to Ken Mingwei, he had already tried several secret techniques of the Imperial Thunder sect, but none of them worked. Through the control of the formation, Evil Zhen knew that the fire was about to reach Ken Mingwei. He also knew that all of Ken Mingwei's magic tools and other items were refined with Li fire. If he used them, they would undoubtedly be combustible. Ken Mingwei wouldn't rashly use them. Evil Zhen endured the incomparable pain in his heart and waved his hand. He struck himself with a spell seal and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the small flag. He quickly waved his hand and a gorgeous orange light shot out from the small flag. As the light shot out, the small flag lost its color. Evil Zhen's heart was in severe pain and his vision turned black. His entire body fell from the air. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was easily killed by a strange talisman without any room to resist. Presumably, Evil Zhen wouldn't be able to rest in peace. He had so many tricks up his sleeve that he didn't even have the chance to use before he became the soul-devouring worm's food. Evil Tremor's final attack before his death was also frightening. When the light landed on the orange flames, the flames doubled in size. Ken Mingwei was surrounded by an orange sea of flames. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Ken Mingwei clenched his teeth and took out a shiny talisman from his storage pouch. He activated his Fa Li and placed it on his body. With a buzzing sound, an extremely bright light flashed from Ken Mingwei's body. Within the light, Ken Mingwei's upper body gradually changed. His face, neck, and arms were covered in layers of fine lines. Moreover, his slightly pale golden skin turned green. After the light faded, a monster that looked somewhat similar to a giant she-beast appeared in the air. Its body was actually several feet taller than before. Roar! At this moment, Ken Mingwei's roar was different. It was like a horse's roar. His huge body charged through the flames and flew towards the formation's light barrier. However, just as Ken Mingwei's huge body passed through the sea of fire, the dry fire ignited his entire body. However, his green skin was thick and coarse, and it actually had the effect of blocking the dry fire. For a moment it was unable to burn into his meridians. Rumble! Ken Mingwei flew in front of the formation. He raised his large fist and smashed it at the light barrier. Deafening sounds continuously came from the light barrier. The light barrier violently shook and showed signs of loosening. Ken Mingwei's divine sense sensed something and was overjoyed. His two fists rained down like raindrops. As the light barrier shook, the light gradually weakened. Without anyone controlling it, the formation truly began to collapse. However, as the light from the formation weakened, the green light on Ken Mingwei's body also weakened. The patterns on his exposed skin also gradually disappeared. True fear appeared in Ken Mingwei's eyes. As he struck the formation with one fist, his other hand continuously formed seals in an attempt to extinguish the flames. However, Ken Mingwei didn't dare to use any fire-type spells. As for water-type defensive spells, only powerful ones had some effect. However, these effects were like a cup of water in the seemingly endless sea of flames. Roar! Ken Mingwei raised his head and roared. He didn't think of anything else and continued to strike the formation with his two fists. Gotcha! A crisp sound rang out and a slight crack appeared on the light barrier of the formation. Ken Mingwei was overjoyed. Just as he was about to strike the crack with his fist again, the green light on his body suddenly faded. At the same time, a dim talisman floated down from his body. No! Ken Mingwei panicked. He reached out his hand to grab the talisman, but at that moment, he saw a wisp of fiery light sweep across his body. His gradually shrinking body immediately began to burn like dry firewood. Ken Mingwei could sense that the quintessential chi in his meridians had been ignited as well. The fire began to burn from the inside out. Although he knew that Evil Tremor was no longer alive outside the formation, he still sighed. He slapped his hand and took out a small hook from his storage bag. Before he died, he waved it one last time. Chapter 1555. Two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were both wounded in front of Xiaohua. One was strangely killed by the mind-corroding worm, and the other was burned to death by the dry fire. Xiaohua was originally lying on the ground of the spell formation, playing dead. However, as the two continued to act more and more brilliantly, Xiaohua couldn't help but open his eyes and perk up his ears to watch the show. At this time, the sky was already dusk. The setting sun shone in the west with its blood-like splendor. The dusk in the shadows of the surrounding mountains covered the spell formation. Not far from Xiaohua, the flame was still emitting its last blazing heat in the air. Alas, where there are people, there will be fighting. Master's wife is absolutely right. Xiaohua was deeply moved. Although these two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators didn't release their pressure, neither of them looked at Xiaohua. However, their fighting methods, the power of the talismans, the effects of the talismans, and the terror of the dry fire all made Xiaohua shudder. Xiaohua deeply knew that even if he didn't use this spell formation, he wouldn't be able to last 10 moves against these two. 30 years, these two really could endure silently. For that so-called Buddhist treasure, in the end, the two still lost their lives. The talisman technique, which is the sinister technique of Jinghua City's Zhu clan, is really powerful. Late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators don't even have the strength to fight back. However, the price of using the talisman technique is too high. 20 years of life. Alas, no matter how powerful the talisman technique is, it's not as powerful as this Kunmingwei's scheming. He made the first move 30 years ago. In comparison, this evil tremor is much worse. What was the crystal chip that Kunmingwei used before he died? It looks similar to the Yunqing talisman that Li Zongbao used at that time. Could it be a talisman? Yes, it should be. I'm afraid it's some spirit beast's fur and blood that caused the body to mutate and produce great strength. Humph, this kind of strength is 10 times more powerful than the Vajra talisman, but it's much weaker than this young master's strength. Hee, the lifespan talisman technique, what Buddhist treasure, still depends on luck. Even late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators don't have the fortune to enjoy it, right? The death of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator greatly stimulated Xiaohua. Xiaohua couldn't help but think a lot. As the last ray of light from the setting sun disappeared from the earth, Xiaohua suddenly woke up. Damn it, what was I thinking? The two old things are dead, but I'm still trapped by the formation. Looking at the situation, if I can't escape by myself, I can only wait to be discovered. Let's not talk about whether they'll kill me to silence me if they think about the benefits. Even if it's the talisman spell or the Buddhist sex treasures, I won't have a share in them. Making a prompt decision, Xiaohua sent his consciousness into the space and called Goldie out. Mother. When Little Yellow heard Xiaohua's words, he was very puzzled. Needless to say, he didn't understand anything about restrictions or formations. He could only look at Xiaohua blankly. Little Huang, look, mother can't even move. Her body is tied up by something. Come and help mother untie it. Xiaohua thought for a long time and could only say this. Xiaohua originally wanted to say something else, but something that made him flabbergasted happened. He saw Little Yellow first look around with his eyes in confusion, then reluctantly fly to Xiaohua's body and spin around for a while before landing in front of Xiaohua. Then, he threw himself on the ground and closed his eyes, looking very tired. Poor child. Xiaohua couldn't bear it. Just as he was about to let Little Yellow go back, the tightly shut third eye on Little Yellow's forehead gradually opened. That silvery white eye emitted an extremely faint silver brilliance. Following that emotionless eye circling around Xiaohua's body, Little Yellow's third eye slowly closed. Then, Little Yellow didn't open his eyes, but said very weakly, Mother, I don't have any strength left. Can you call Little Silver out? Little Silver? Xiaohua stared blankly, then immediately understood. His mind was everywhere, and the spirit-seeking mouse, which didn't listen to Xiaohua at all, had been brought out with great difficulty by Xiaohua. Little Silver had been running around anxiously when he couldn't find Little Yellow in the space, but he had listened to Little Yellow's instructions and didn't run out of the 10-zhang radius. When he saw Little Yellow, he immediately flew onto Little Yellow's back and used his little tail to wrap around the fur on Little Yellow's back. Unfortunately, Little Yellow's fur wasn't long, and Little Silver couldn't wrap around it after trying a few times. Little Yellow pointed at Xiaohua's body with its mouth. Xiaohua should have understood, and the little mouse head shook its head repeatedly. It was very disdainful of Xiaohua, but in the end, it still reluctantly flew to Xiaohua's back, opened its little mouth, and started gnawing at the empty space on his back. Zzz, zzz. That faintly discernible sound kept coming. Xiaohua got goosebumps all over when he heard it. At that moment, Xiaohua had already sobered up from the strangeness of seeing Little Yellow's third eye. It was when the silver eye had appeared that the 4 words, Delusion Breaker Magic Eye, had flashed through his mind. If the one on little yellow's forehead is a delusion breaker magic eye, then isn't the one on my left hand also a delusion breaker magic eye? But why can little yellow's open, but mine can't? Xiao Hua came to his senses, and this was his first thought. Furthermore, this delusion breaker magic eye can actually see the weakness of a restriction. Is this little silver gnawing on that restriction? My goodness, this spirit-seeking mouse is really different, it can actually use its teeth to gnaw on a restriction. He didn't know if it was because the restriction at the late foundation establishment stage was abnormally tough, or if it was because little silver was still small and didn't have enough strength, but it wasn't until the full moon rose in the sky that Xiao Hua suddenly felt the pressure on his back loosen, and then his whole body was shackled with a lot less force. Good! Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists as hard as he could. Then, with a loud shout, "Open!" he pushed his arms outwards at the same time. Xiao Hua was extremely strong at that moment. Although Evil Tremor's magic power was strong, Little Silver had already broken the Great Confinement spell. Wherever Xiao Hua's strength passed, the entire restriction immediately collapsed, and with a flash of brilliance, it was completely annihilated. Little Silver, who had been on Xiao Hua's back, was startled when it was suddenly bounced up. Before it could come back to its senses and fly onto Little Yellow's back, a big hand caught it. Little Silver was initially repulsed, but there was an aura in the big hand that made him feel peaceful. Little Silver couldn't help landing on the big hand, and very habitually, its little tail curled around Xiao Hua's right little finger. It was exactly the same as when Little Silver was born. Little Silver's little head wasn't big enough. It raised its head and squeaked as it looked at the colossal Xiao Hua, a trace of blood seeping out of Little Silver's teeth. Good Little Silver. Xiao Hua had seen it earlier, and very tenderly reached out to stroke Little Silver's head. Little Silver closed its eyes slightly, looking like it was enjoying itself. After a while, Xiao Hua put the exhausted Little Yellow and Little Silver into the space. Little Silver seemed to be reluctant to part with Xiao Hua's hand as its little tail actually wrapped around it. It was only after Little Yellow scolded it that it reluctantly let go. But when Xiao Hua was about to put Little Yellow into the space, he ran into another problem. "Mother, there seems to be a very nice smell here, and it seems edible. I don't want to go back now," Little Yellow said tiredly as it refused to go back into the space. Xiao Hua was very surprised. He had never known what Little Yellow ate, so when he heard it now, he naturally wouldn't let it go back so easily. Thus, Little Yellow lay on Xiao Hua's shoulder and flew up into the air. The array which had been cracked by Kan Mingwei at dusk had already started to gradually recover, and the crack was almost gone. Xiao Hua reached out and took the tip of the magic spear in his hand. He then exerted all his strength and swiftly stabbed the same spot on the crack a dozen times. With a "hua" sound, like glass shattering, a brilliant light flashed in the area of several dozen zhang around them. 6 sparkling discs appeared in the air, and then they all fell to the ground. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the 6 discs fell into his hand one by one. Looking at the runes on the discs, and then looking at the unknown texture of the discs, Xiao Hua gave up the idea of exploring it, and put all the discs into the space. Then, Xiao Hua quickly walked over to Evil Quake's corpse and picked up the small flag that had fallen to the side. The small flag was heavy in his hand, and the flagpole was made of a pitch-black material. The flag was engraved with many flame-like runes, and with a slight wave, the runes seemed to be able to float. With the small flag and the discs, Xiao Hua naturally wanted to find the method to set up the array. But looking at Evil Quake's corpse, Xiao Hua hesitated. If he only took the method to set up the array, he naturally wouldn't be willing. Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't let go of the things in Evil Quake's storage bag, but if he took everything, he couldn't leave the corpse behind. But if he didn't leave Evil Quake's corpse behind, then Evil Quake would mysteriously disappear. Maybe it would cause some commotion in the Imperial Thunder sect, and he wouldn't be able to get anything, and would even be caught. "Grandma, who's afraid of who?" This young master is only a chi condensation disciple, you can suspect anyone, but this young master. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let go of anything useful. He reached out and took off Evil Quake's storage bag, and without looking at the things inside carefully, he threw them all into the space. Then, he threw the empty storage bag on the ground, and with a wave of his right hand, a wisp of purple flame appeared in his hand. That flame looked incomparably pure, and also extremely poignant. It was the Samadhi true fire that Xiaohua had been practicing for more than 2 years. Xiaohua flicked his hand, and a purple spark flew out from the flame, slowly falling on Evil Quake's corpse. With a tang sound, Evil Quake's corpse suddenly burst into flames, just like Kinmingwei's body that was ignited. After a moment, seeing that Evil Quake's corpse and the storage bag had turned into ashes, Xiaohua held the Samadhi true fire in his hand and turned to look at the place where Kinmingwei fell. Kinmingwei was injured by the Samadhi true fire, so there wasn't any corpse on the ground. There was only a small pitch-black hook in the ashes, and a small pagoda that was about 3 feet long and 1 foot wide. And this small pagoda should be the exquisite Heaven Evolution Pagoda that they were talking about. Xiaohua extinguished the Samadhi true fire in his hand, then reached out and picked up the exquisite Heaven Evolution Pagoda from the ground. After looking at it roughly, he put it into the space. At the bottom of the exquisite pagoda, another small section of white bone was revealed. Chapter 1556. Why is there a white bone here? Xiaohua's gaze fell on the ground where the exquisite pagoda was just now. A white bone was strangely placed there. It's Kinmingwei's remains. Xiaohua was puzzled. If it's Kinmingwei's remains, it's impossible for there to be only a section left. Moreover, it looks very neat. Who cares what it is? Thinking about what kind of talisman Kinmingwei used, Xiaohua's heart trembled. The true Samadhi fire in his hand was still going to burn this white bone. However, what made Xiaohua even more shocked was that the white bone didn't turn into ashes like he imagined under the pure purple flames of the true Samadhi fire. Instead, it became even more lustrous. Only, this lustrous luster was faint green. Under the moonlight, it was somewhat frightening. Strange. Xiaohua was greatly surprised. He urged the magic power in his body and added 2 more wisps of true Samadhi fire. The fire burned even brighter and the green light of the white bone became even brighter. After another moment, the green light on the white bone flashed. From the green light, crooked characters that were somewhat similar to tadpoles but were also extremely different appeared. After these characters appeared, they flowed above the white bone like water and the white bone returned to its original white appearance. It turned out that this faint green luster was emitted by these characters themselves. Green seal script. Xiaohua saw these characters and immediately cried out in surprise. Admittedly, he had never seen these characters before. However, he had seen them in the booklet given to him by the Jinghua City's Zhu family. These green seal scripts were precisely the characters that recorded the orthodox talisman techniques. They were different from the characters commonly used in the Xiaoyu continent's cultivation world. According to the booklet, these green seal scripts were characters that had been passed down from the primordial era until now. Each character had a mystical talisman power. The talisman techniques left behind from the primordial era could only be recorded in these characters. Moreover, they could only be used in these characters. Good heavens, when this young master saw it, I only took it as a pastime and even scoffed at it. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I dare to truly believe it. Xiaohua opened his eyes wide and thought to himself, this green seal script is already so mystical. Then, those 2 unknown characters used by the primordial celestials, what are they like? What kind of earth-shattering magic power is there? While thinking, Xiaohua reached out his hand and picked up the white bone. Following the instructions in the book, he released his perception and carefully touched the green seal on the white bone. Speaking of which, it was quite mysterious. The green seal followed Xiao Hua's perception and flowed towards his Naiwen palace. However, Xiao Hua's mind did not gain anything from the green seal even after it rotated around Xiao Hua's Naiwen palace for a moment. He was unable to read anything. Could it be that the records in the book are wrong? Xiao Hua frowned. But at this moment, the reverse light in the space behind Xiao Hua's head flickered. The green seal suddenly changed direction and entered the space. Moreover, it started to revolve around the reverse light. In an instant, symbols, words, and runes appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. Moreover, as the images of those talismans and incantations were left in Xiao Hua's mind, the green seal gradually dimmed until it completely disappeared. This is different from what was recorded in the book. Xiao Hua felt the disappearance of the green seal and looked at the white bone in his hand. He was somewhat at a loss. He wanted to find an answer from the green seal in his mind. Unfortunately, he recognized the green seal but the green seal did not recognize him. Xiao Hua could not understand a single word. Damn it! Xiao Hua waved the white bone in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he also stored it in the space. However, what he did not notice was that as soon as the white bone entered the space, extremely small lightning flashed in the space and attacked the white bone from all directions. Ken Mingwei's storage pouch was burned by the fire. All the spirit pills, spirit stones, and other things inside were gone. Only the exquisite derivation pagoda and the white bone that recorded the talismans and incantations were left. After taking these things, Xiao Hua's gaze naturally fell on the small hook on the ground. After seeing the use of this small hook, Xiao Hua envied the strangeness of this thing. Thinking about it with his feet, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was killed by this thing without anyone noticing. As a qi condensation cultivator, how could Xiao Hua not be moved? However, the reason why Xiao Hua took this thing in the end was because he had some misgivings about this so-called soul tool. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Sweeping his perception around the soul tool, he did not find anything abnormal. That grayish-black fog also did not reappear. Xiao Hua waved his hand and the small hook immediately flew up and landed in Xiao Hua's hand. The hook was light as a feather, almost weightless. However, in Xiao Hua's hand, a cold feeling came from his hand and also from his heart. Strange. Xiao Hua had encountered too many strange things tonight. He could not help but say that it was strange a few times. Holding the small hook in front of his eyes, he turned it left and right. The pitch-black small hook also absorbed the brilliance of the full moon and did not emit any light. Xiao Huang, who was lying on Xiao Hua's shoulder, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a shriek. "What's wrong?" Seeing Xiao Huang's shriek, Xiao Hua very naturally asked. But at this moment, a palm-sized shadow flew out from the small hook and pounced at Xiao Hua's face with extreme speed. Ah! Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed and instinctively tilted his head back. However, that shadow was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already pounced on Xiao Hua's face. Xiao Hua only felt his vision darken. That palm-sized shadow actually penetrated Xiao Hua's head and pounced on the location of his Naiwen palace. Your Naiwen palace? Grandma. Why don't you have a Naiwen palace? Xiao Hua actually heard Ken Mingwei's voice strangely. He did not know whether it was in his ears or in his heart. Ken Mingwei. You. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the use of Ken Mingwei's soul tool at the last moment. This guy actually hid his primordial spirit in the soul tool and wanted to possess his Naiwen palace. But, my Naiwen palace? Why don't I have a Naiwen palace? Xiao Hua's heart was greatly alarmed. At this moment, Xiao Huang, who had been lying on Xiao Hua's shoulder all this time, suddenly flashed with joy. With a swing of its large tail, it suddenly flew up to face Xiao Hua's face. Ken Mingwei's primordial spirit did not discover Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace and could only withdraw from Xiao Hua's mind. But at this moment, Xiao Hua, who was facing Xiao Hua, humphed. A white brilliance shot out from Xiao Hua's nose and covered Xiao Hua's face. An incomparably powerful suction force was born from that white light and firmly grabbed onto Ken Mingwei's primordial spirit. At this moment, a sound of panic came from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. Without waiting for Ken Mingwei's primordial spirit to say another word, the white brilliance from Xiao Hua's nose contracted and Ken Mingwei's primordial spirit was sucked into Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua was stupefied. He never thought that Xiao Huang's food would actually be the primordial spirit of a cultivator. This was the primordial spirit of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. A primordial spirit that had been tempered for hundreds of years and was incomparably sturdy. It was actually so easily eaten by Xiao Huang. This scene was even more shocking than when Xiao Hua saw Ken Mingwei's primordial spirit fly out of the soul armament. And it was even more shocking than everything he had seen and heard today. Burp! Xiao Huang seemed to burp. A voice rang out, "Mother, this thing is really fragrant. No wonder I smelled it just now, it was actually this thing. Mother, I'm tired. I feel warm, like I'm about to grow up." As Xiao Huang said this, its eyes actually slowly closed. "Oh," Xiao Hua replied. With a move of his hand, he also took Xiao Huang into the space. Sure enough, Xiao Huang laid down on the ground and immediately fell asleep. Having encountered a life and death situation, Xiao Hua was no longer in the mood to look at the uniqueness of the soul armament. With a shake of his hand, he put it into the space and then looked around 10 zhang around him. Seeing that there were no longer any obstructions, he flew up and headed in the direction Ken Mingwei came from during the day. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's direction wasn't wrong. During this time, he encountered a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Because he had just seen a sneak attack, Xiao Hua was exceptionally careful. But when that cultivator saw that Xiao Hua was a new disciple of Thunderclap Palace and that he had lost his way, he actually enthusiastically brought Xiao Hua to the vicinity of Thunderclap Palace. Although this cultivator was also going in the same direction, it was enough to make Xiao Hua sigh in his heart. Actually, it's not that some cultivators don't have a conscience and don't have refined and courteous etiquette. It's just that these cultured and refined appearances and the conscience hidden in the depths of their hearts are unable to withstand the test of benefits. As long as there is a conflict of interest, these so-called etiquette and conscience will likely be discarded. And if this cultivator knew that I had a Buddhist treasure on me, I fear he would have already killed me. He wouldn't be so amiable as to bring me back to Thunderclap Palace, right? So, the way to avoid a conflict of interest, is to firmly guard your own secret and absolutely not let anyone know. Even if it's your own master or your own senior martial brother, you shouldn't use these great temptations to test each other's kinship. If you can really withstand the test, then it's fine. But if you can't, then the relationship between master and disciple, the relationship between senior and junior martial brothers, will all turn into smoke. If master and eldest senior martial brother are like this, then what about the other disciples of Thunderclap Palace and Thunderclap Sect? What about the direct disciples of Thunderclap Sect and the disciples of cultivator families? Wouldn't they be even more unreliable? Not to mention the temptation, even a little high profile would make them jealous. It's better for me to keep a low profile. Now that I have a cultivation technique, medicinal pills, and many other things, I lack time to cultivate all day long. Who has the patience to play this game with them? As Xiao Hua thought this, he made up his mind and was about to step into Thunderclap Palace when a cold voice sounded. Xiao Hua. You weren't in Thunderclap Palace last night? Xiao Hua was stunned. When he turned his head to look, he saw that it was Zhen Liang, who he had seen in the Jade Archive Hall yesterday. This is bad. I just beat this guy up yesterday. How did he see me today? This is karma. Xiao Hua somewhat helplessly stopped his steps. Chapter 1557. Xiao Hua was a bit hesitant to answer Zhen Liang's question. Xiao Hua didn't know how he should answer Zhen Liang's question. He only heard from Xiang Yang that he was a qi refining disciple and had to return to Zhenlei Palace every day, but he didn't know what kind of punishment awaited him. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother Zhen, I followed senior brother Xiang Yang to Thunder Palace yesterday to get an errand. When I came back, I was lost and didn't dare to fly around at night. I waited until dawn to leave. I met a Foundation establishment martial uncle outside earlier, and it was he who sent me back." According to Xiao Hua's thoughts, Zhen Liang would definitely use this mistake of his to teach him a lesson. Xiao Hua didn't have any reason to make up an excuse, so he could only tell the truth. Who would have thought that Zhen Liang's face would reveal a strange expression? He looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe, snorted from his nose, and said, "It's no wonder. The other disciples came to the Jade Archive Hall on the first day to register and receive their identity token, but you came late on the second day. Moreover, you came in such an aggressive manner that you didn't give any face to the other disciples who were guarding the hall. Then, you hurriedly went to the Thunder Palace to show off your power. How could you think of receiving your identity token? Since that token is the proof of our thunder-controlling sex disciples, it also has the map of our 8 great thunder palaces and other dangerous palaces. If you didn't take the token, how could you not get lost in Mo Mountain?" Hearing Zhen Liang's words, Xiao Hua's face turned green and red. He really didn't know, and the cowardly Xiang Yang probably forgot about this matter because he saw Xiao Hua teaching a lesson to a disciple of Jade Archive Hall. "Humph!" Zhen Liang patted his hand and took out a token and a thin booklet from his storage pouch. He sneered and said, "I called a disciple to find you at your residence last night, but you weren't there. I had no choice but to send you off personally today." Then, he waved his hand and the token and booklet flew to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua reached out to receive them and bowed, "Thank you, Senior Brother General yesterday, forget it. It's already over, don't mention it." Zhen Liang waved his hand and turned to leave. As he walked, he said, "The token needs to be recognized by blood. The booklet records the key to using the token. Take a good look." "Yes, disciple understands." Xiao Hua didn't think that he would pass this test so easily. His face was full of smiles as he respectfully sent Zhen Liang off. After returning to the fledgling Thunder Peak, Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged in his cabin number 1334. He originally wanted to take inventory of the things he obtained from the evil shaker, but in addition to spirit stones, spirit grasses, and dawn, there were only a few magic tools and a few jade slips that seemed to have some origin. Xiao Hua knew that these things could not be used by him in the qi refining stage, and he absolutely could not use them. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, he gave up. Xiao Hua first took out the token and the booklet. The booklet was very thin, and Xiao Hua finished reading it in the time it took to eat a meal. After which, he closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, he stretched out his finger, and a drop of blood was forced out from his finger and dripped onto the token. Just like the situation yesterday in the Jade Archive Hall, the blood did not seep into the token. Only under the control of Xiao Hua's perception did it gradually seep into the token. As it seeped in, the entire token emitted a faint golden color, and then disappeared, returning to its original appearance. "Damn it, the blood on this young master's body seems to have a problem." Xiao Hua sighed, "In the future, I can't casually reveal it." Then, Xiao Hua made a hand seal and urged his magic power to hit the token. A bright light flashed, and a rather large topographic map emerged from the token. On the map, there were 8 shining spots, which were very eye-catching. These 8 spots are the 8 great thunder palaces, right? Then, where am I? Looking carefully, sure enough, in one of the light spots, there was a small golden spot flashing. Oh! This is the Zhenlei Palace. While thinking, Xiao Hua pointed his finger, and the dot of light gradually enlarged. 3 small words appeared, Genlei Palace. Looking around the 8 great thunder palaces, some places were dark, some places were gray, and there were even a few places that were red. According to the booklet, the red ones should be the forbidden areas of the Imperial Thunder sect, the gray ones should be the places where there were few people, and the dark ones should be the places where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was scarce. Sure enough, there is a sect. Different from rogue cultivators, these things don't need a single spiritual stone to get. This young master is not afraid of getting lost in the future. Then, Xiaohua changed his hand seal again, and the token in his hand trembled slightly. Then, Xiaohua stretched out his hand on the token, and a token that was exactly the same as the one in Xiaohua's hand was caught in his hand. Ha ha ha, fun. Xiaohua put the token in his hand into another token, and that token actually disappeared into the other token. Then, Xiaohua used his hand to catch more tokens, and one after another, exactly the same token appeared out of thin air. Hee, little junior brother, what are you doing? Just as Xiaohua was having fun, Xiang Yang's voice came from outside the wooden house. Xiaohua threw a few tokens on the table in the wooden house, and bowed to Xiang Yang, who entered the door, and said, "Greetings, big senior brother. I heard you laughing before I entered the door." Xiang Yang said with a smile. "Little brother just received a token, and I'm practicing with it." Xiaohua pointed at the pile of tokens on the table and laughed. "Io, look at me." Xiang Yang patted his forehead with his hand and said, "I actually forgot to receive your identity token in the Jade Archive Hall yesterday. If you have forgotten, then forget it." Xiaohua took back the token and said with a smile, "The disciple who was beaten in the Jade Archive Hall this morning sent it to me." They sent it? Xiang Yang was slightly surprised, and then nodded slightly. "AI, it seems that it's good to have some background." "What background can I have? I just got a so-called sect master's token." Xiaohua was disdainful. "Io, my little junior brother, a so-called sect master's token is really easy for you to say. How many cultivators in my Imperial Thunder sect, no matter how profound their cultivation is, how many of them have a sect master's token? Besides, the number of Qi condensation disciples and foundation establishment disciples who have a sect master's token can be counted on one hand, right?" Xiang Yang said with a face full of admiration. Hee, let's not talk about this. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Big senior brother, what urgent matter did you have yesterday? Is it done?" "Oh, it's nothing." Xiang Yang clapped his hands and took out a booklet and a token. He said with a smile, "This booklet contains the cultivation method for the first level of lightning evasion. Your senior sister-in-law copied it for you last night." Hee, thank you, big senior brother, thank you, senior sister-in-law." Xiaohua was happy in his heart. He first took the booklet, then looked at the other token strangely. "Oh, this token was found by Master last night when he went to the Thunderclap Palace to ask the Palace Master to help you find it." Xiang Yang smiled and handed the token to Xiaohua. "Help me find it?" Xiaohua took it blankly and looked left and right, not knowing what to do. "Let's go, you just need to follow me to the Spring Thunder Hall." Xiang Yang rarely kept him in suspense and left the wooden house first. In the Spring Thunder Hall, the disciple on duty was Zhen from before. Xiaohua naturally knew. Zhen didn't joke with Xiang Yang and only looked at Xiaohua and asked curiously, "Xiaohua, could it be that your helpless master dislikes you for being a loose cultivator and doesn't want you anymore?" Xiaohua curled his lips in his heart and didn't dare to say anything. Xiang Yang cupped his hands and said, "Xiaohua's aptitude is exceptional and is a rare disciple of the Thunderclap Palace. How could my master not want you? I came here on the orders of the deacon of the Thunderclap Palace's Qi Qiao Pavilion. Xiaohua is guarding the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden, which is really too far from the Thunderclap Palace. Going back and forth every day is really tiring, so Xiaohua can choose a place to cultivate in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. He doesn't need to report to the Thunderclap Palace every day." Oh, so it's like that. Jen didn't have any special reaction. With a wave of his hand, the token in Xiao Hua's hand flew into his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense and nodded, I understand. In a while, I will bring this token to report. It seems that not having to report to the Thunderclap Palace every day isn't rare. Xiao Hua suddenly understood, but immediately after, Xiao Hua's heart was moved. Indeed, from the deafening Thunder Palace to the 10,000 Thunder Valley, then from the 10,000 Thunder Valley to the deafening Thunder Palace, and then to the Gen Thunder Palace early this morning. Xiao Hua already knew the distance, especially when he had to ask for the palace lord's permission at night. Most likely, his master had no choice but to go to the deafening Thunder Palace personally. Xiang Yang had been busy since yesterday until today. He had been working hard for this little junior brother of his whom he had just met. He was helpless. Sigh, Xiao Hua sighed. In this world, other than mutual deception and life and death struggles, there was also touching warmth and care. Let's go, little junior brother. I will bring you to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. Xiang Yang cupped his hands and said to Xiao Hua. There's no need, right? Eldest senior brother, I have the token with me. There is also a map on it. I can go there alone. Xiao Hua said. Don't. Let me bring you there first. Xiang Yang said with a smile. The Eastern Ridge Herb Garden is very far. There are many forbidden and dangerous areas. If little junior brother accidentally enters, not to mention master, even your senior sister-in-law will question me. Then I will have to trouble you, eldest senior brother. Xiao Hua's heart felt warm. The Eastern Ridge Herb Garden was indeed very far. Xiang Yang's thunder escape technique was also not successful. Although he was already in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, his flying speed was still not as fast as Xiao Hua's. Therefore, when they arrived at the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden, it was already close to noon. Of course, along the way, Xiang Yang pointed out the locations of several forbidden and dangerous areas. Xiao Hua held the token and looked at it while secretly memorizing it in his heart. The place where he met with danger last night was a grayish-black area on the topographic map. It was called the Evil Stream Plain. It should be a place where the heaven and earth Ling Qi was insufficient and where there were few people. Xiao Hua wanted to ask about the situation there, but when the words reached his mouth, he stopped. He planned to bury the matter of last night in his heart for the rest of his life. Look, the Eastern Ridge is not far ahead. Xiang Yang pointed. In the distance, a continuous mountain range rose and fell. The mountain range was light yellow and looked very dazzling under the sunlight. Chapter 1558. Light yellow. Xiao Hua looked from afar and was slightly startled. He asked in a low voice, is it because of the Eastern Ridge's earth fire? Xiang Yang nodded, exactly. It is said that this place used to have abundant heaven and earth spiritual energy. My Thunder Palace's Qiao Pavilion set up a medicine garden here to plant spiritual herbs. However, thousands of years ago, there was a huge change in Dawn Rain Continent. Earth fire suddenly appeared in Eastern Ridge, and the heaven and earth spiritual energy here became scarce. Moreover, the fire attribute spiritual energy took up the majority, making it unsuitable for spiritual herbs to grow. Later, Qiao Pavilion set up a pill room here, wanting to borrow the power of the earth fire to refine pills. However, the earth fire was fine at first, but later on, it became scarce. Moreover, this place was extremely far from Thunder Palace, so the pill room was abandoned over time. The two gradually flew closer as they talked. Xiang Yang pointed at the yellow spiritual herbs on Eastern Ridge's light yellow mountain range and said with a smile, although the pill room was abandoned, the spiritual herbs grew freely. No one cared about them. After all, the spiritual herbs that we consume have to be aged. If you don't care about them, they will grow by themselves. My Thunder Palace's disciples only need to come here at fixed times to take a look and pick suitable spiritual herbs. Those yellow spiritual herbs seem to be Shaoyan grass. Xiao Hua looked at the spiritual herbs on the mountain range and asked with some hesitation, "These spiritual herbs are very rare outside. I have been to EG before, but I have never seen them. I have only seen them in books." He, I didn't expect junior brother to also know about spiritual herbs. Xiang Yang clapped and said with a smile, "This is precisely Shaoyan grass. I don't know when it was, or which disciple saw that Shaoyan grass, which was rarely seen in other places, grew extremely well here, so he advised the palace's deacon to plant Shaoyan grass everywhere. I didn't expect to hit the jackpot. Ever since Shaoyan grass was planted in Eastern Ridge, my Thunder Palace's bright flower pill no longer lacked spiritual herbs. Bright flower pill's main ingredient is Shaoyan grass. Xiao Hua asked curiously, "Since Shaoyan grass is so precious, why, is there no one guarding here?" Junior brother doesn't know. The Shaoyan grass from before is indeed precious, but the Shaoyan grass planted here probably won't be used up in a few hundred years. Do you think Shaoyan grass is still precious in my Thunder Palace? Besides, this place was really far from the Thunderclap Palace. Which Qi condensation disciple would be willing to come here? Moreover, with the formation set up by our Thunderclap Palace's formation experts, is there still a need to keep watch? Xiang Yang stopped and smiled. Little junior brother, what about the Eastern Ridges token? If you don't use the token, I'm afraid that only martial uncles of the Oris Core stage would be able to break in. Xiao Hua nodded as he listened. He clapped his hand and took out the token. He already knew how to use this token. He formed a seal and his magic power surged out. A wave-like brilliance rushed out from the token. As the brilliance flashed in the air, the brilliance expanded. When it was about 100 feet in front of Xiao Hua, it suddenly scattered into specks of light and landed in the air. Sizzle. The light spots were like water droplets falling into a pot of oil. The space where each light spot was located trembled slightly. The trembling was not synchronized at first, but as the trembling increased, it gradually became the same. Rumble, the sky seemed to shake and the earth shook. At the place where the light spots landed, a huge yellow mirror appeared. The other side of the mirror was exactly the same as what Xiao Hua had seen before. However, Xiao Hua sensed that there were fluctuations of world energy all around the mirror. Only the surface of the mirror was very calm. Needless to say, this mirror should be the passageway to enter the cave. Sure enough, Xiang Yang waved his hand and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he flew into the mirror and disappeared. When Xiao Hua followed him in, Xiang Yang had already set on the mountain ridge not far away. According to the instructions on the token, Xiao Hua and Xiang Yang were able to easily find the disciple who was guarding the medicine garden in a rather large immortal's cave after his meditation. Ha ha ha. Seeing a place about the same size as Master's immortal's cave, Xiao Hua almost jumped up in joy. Xiang Yang looked at this little junior brother who was beaming with joy. His previous worry had already disappeared. Although Xiang Yang wasn't very familiar with the Immortal's Cave in the Eastern Ridge, he still took Xiao Hua to see it. This Immortal's Cave was divided into 3 sections. The outermost section was a living room with jade tables, chairs, and other things. In the middle was a cloud bed for resting. Next to the cloud bed were bookshelves and other things. The innermost section was the largest and was divided into different caves. There was even a mountain spring that led into these caves. Looking at Xiao Hua's somewhat puzzled expression, Xiang Yang smiled and said, "Generally, the Immortal's Cave of a cultivator is divided into these 3 sections. Little junior brother should know about the outermost and middle sections. As for the innermost section, most of them are used to cultivate extremely precious spiritual herbs. For example, in Master's Immortal's Cave, there are spiritual herbs that are rare even in the Imperial Thunder sect. Then, he pointed at the spring and the cave and said, "This cave is probably used to cultivate different spiritual herbs. Moreover, this immortal's cave should have existed before the eastern ridge was turned into a medicinal garden." He, eldest senior brother is right. Xiaohua smiled and said, "There are spiritual herbs all over the mountain. Who would plant spiritual herbs in their own immortal's cave?" I'm just guessing." Xiang Yang shook his head and said, "Actually, each spiritual herb requires a different amount of spiritual qi. Although the eastern ridge is rich in spiritual qi and it's more than enough to cultivate ordinary spiritual herbs, it's still not enough to cultivate precious spiritual herbs. Didn't you see these different caves? Every cave should have a different array used to promote the growth of different spiritual herbs." Promote the growth of spiritual herbs. Xiaohua's heart stirred. It was very easy for him to think of the space's backtrack. "Okay, little junior brother, I still have other things to do. I won't take you around the eastern ridge." Xiang Yang stretched and said, "After all, this eastern ridge. I've only been here a few times. Wait until you're familiar with it, then you'll know." "Thank you for your guidance, eldest senior brother." Xiaohua bowed and thanked him. "You and I are brothers, there's no need to be so polite." Xiang Yang helped Xiaohua up and said, "Actually, when you asked why there's no one guarding the eastern ridge, there are still 2 reasons that I didn't tell you. Senior brother, there's no harm in saying it." When Xiaohua heard that there were actually 2 reasons, he couldn't help but be surprised. The first reason is that the spiritual qi here is very violent. It's not easy to draw it into the meridians and it's very unfavorable for a qi condensation stage disciple's cultivation. Xiang Yang looked at Xiaohua's not too good expression and said, "However, I heard from Master that little junior brother has the hidden fire physique. The fire attribute is the most violent. Maybe it won't affect you much. You can try first. If it really doesn't work, then you'll have to do this job for a year. At this time next year, when you're promoted from an apprentice disciple to an official disciple, it won't be too late to find another job." Okay. Xiaohua nodded. "Now that I think about it, I really should have discussed it with eldest senior brother first. I was really rash at that time." You're still young. Once bitten, twice shy. This little loss is nothing." Xiang Yang said. Then, he adjusted his expression and said in a low voice, "There's still the second reason. It's a place 100 li north of the eastern ridge. It's the strangest forbidden area of the Imperial Thunder sect. Previously, it was said that several disciples on duty inexplicably disappeared. No one knew if they were alive or dead. Some people suspect that it has something to do with that forbidden area." Xiaohua was frightened by Xiang Yang's words and broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. "Therefore, little junior brother, if you have nothing to do, don't go out blindly. Inside the Eastern Ridges formation, there will be disciples from the Qiqiao Pavilion coming to pick flame dawn grass every year. Now that you're on duty, if they come, open the formation and give them a sufficient amount of flame dawn grass. If they don't come, then send the flame dawn grass back to Thunder Shock Palace. Left and right. Don't go near that forbidden area." Xiang Yang said seriously. "Oh, so that's how it is." After listening to Xiang Yang's warning, Xiaohua's heart relaxed. Xiang Yang's words had always been filled with warnings, but Xiaohua understood that this last reason was most likely made up by Xiang Yang himself. He was afraid that Xiaohua would be immature and run around. This eastern ridge was more than 100 li away from the forbidden area. It was also protected by an extremely powerful formation. How could those disciples disappear for no reason? I'm afraid it's the same story as Zhenxia and Qin Mingwei last night, right? Xiaohua sneered in his heart. However, he was also grateful. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for eldest senior brother's reminder. Little junior brother's cultivation is more important." I definitely won't cause trouble. Good, then this elder brother is relieved. Xiang Yang clapped his hands and said, "You have this elder brother's message talisman in your hand. That message talisman can send messages over a long distance in my Imperial Thunder sect. If you have any problems with your cultivation method or other matters, you can send a message to this elder brother. This elder brother will rush over as soon as possible." Good. Then, this elder brother will take his leave. Xiang Yang flew into the air. Xiaohua opened the formation and sent him out. Xiang Yang was still in the air, but he was still somewhat worried, that little junior brother, you have to cultivate diligently. Last night, Master personally made a trip to the Thunderquake Palace for you. He has high expectations for you. You must not let down Master's painstaking efforts. Little junior brother understands. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Eldest senior brother, go back and tell Master that little junior brother will be able to ask him for guidance in less than 2 years. Hehe, this elder brother understands. This elder brother will definitely pass this message to Master." Xiang Yang laughed. With a wave of his big sleeve, he flew into the distance. Looking at Xiang Yang's back and the smile in Xiang Yang's eyes just now, Xiaohua knew that Xiang Yang didn't believe his words at all. Cultivating from Qi refining level 10 to foundation establishment in 2 years? Perhaps even Li Zongbao, who was known as a cultivation genius, couldn't accomplish this, right? But what was the truth? Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders and used his finger to point. A ray of brilliance shot from the command medallion onto the mirror that had just been opened. Seeing the mirror rapidly shrink, Xiaohua muttered to himself, "If I'm happy, I'll give you guys a pleasant surprise next year. But, wouldn't doing this be too high profile? It's very inconsistent with my low-key style of conduct." Xiaohua pinched his chin, somewhat distressed. Chapter 1559. The Eastern Ridge's herb garden was extremely large. However, just as Xiang Yang said, most of it was planted with flame dawn grass. Only the shady side of the mountain peak far away from the cave was planted with other spiritual herbs. However, even if it was only a small portion, it was still many times larger than Shang Huaming's herb garden. Inside, there were many ordinary and unusual spirit grasses of various colors. They were all planted in different areas, filling up one side of the mountain peak. However, with Xiaohua's many years of experience, these spiritual herbs were all half-dead and far from having any value in refining pills. He was afraid that every time the disciples came to the eastern ridge to pick flame dawn grass, they would never look at it. What a pity! Xiaohua's eyes lit up as he looked at the spiritual herbs. He had seen these spiritual herbs in the Codex of Herbs before. Although Ling Zongyu from the spiritual grass sect gave him many seeds, those seeds were after all ordinary. Compared to the rare spiritual herbs here, they were not enough. Damn it! After a few days, this young master will familiarize himself with this herb garden. First, this young master will transplant half of the spiritual herbs that this young master does not have in his space. Xiaohua swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, that's right, with the increase in my cultivation, the space has become a lot bigger. And, I'm afraid that I can fit the entire eastern ridge into it. These spiritual herbs are still far from enough. If I have time, I have to go to the Qiqiao Pavilion and ask for all the spiritual herbs from the Imperial Thunder sect. Whether the eastern ridge can be planted or not, let's not talk about it first. Let's fill up this young master's space first. In these 2 years, Xiaohua's space had increased exponentially along with his cultivation. Just as Xiaohua said, it was much larger than the mountain range of the eastern ridge. However, no matter how big the space was, when Xiaohua's mind entered it, everything in the space would be reflected in his mind. It was as if the space was his mind. In addition to the fact that his mind could take out anything in the space, Xiaohua's mind was like the master of the space. Of course, it was only like. It was more like a mirror-like reflection. There was no feeling of control at all. As for why this was the case, with Xiaohua's cultivation, he didn't think too much about it. He only felt that this space was much more convenient to use than a storage bag. There was also the growth of the spirit grasses in the space. Naturally, following the growth of Xiaohua's cultivation, the illumination of the spirit light in tracing light became stronger. The growth of the spirit grasses was also several times faster than before. With this kind of growth speed, Xiaohua could easily foresee that, not to mention 1,000-year-old spirit grasses, even 10,000-year-old spirit grasses would be everywhere in the space in the near future. Xiaohua first transplanted some spirit grasses, then flew to other places. It took him nearly a day to roughly look through the medicine garden in the eastern ridge. When he returned to his immortal's cave at night, Xiaohua carefully took out the warning talisman and placed it at the entrance of his immortal's cave. Although the eastern ridge was protected by an extremely powerful array, Xiaohua still didn't know what dangers lay within. Then, Xiaohua sat on the jade chair in the immortal's cave and looked around. At this time, looking at the entire immortal's cave again, he felt a sense of familiarity. After all, in the next few years, this would be the place where Xiaohua cultivated. After he left Shanghuaming, it was only today that he was finally able to have a cave abode of his own. He was finally able to calm his heart and cultivate. That's right, I was in a daze looking at the spirit grasses today and forgot to take a look at the alchemy room. Xiaohua suddenly remembered that the alchemy room was the most important place for Xiaohua's cultivation. However, because he had been refining the fire essence flame crystal for the past 2 years, and there were still some in his meridians, this matter was thrown to the back of his mind. Let's wait for tomorrow. After all, after using the fire essence flame crystal, I'll have to rely on medicinal pills. There are so many spirit grasses here, and there's also the alchemy room. There's no reason to waste them. Xiaohua thought and clapped his hands. The exquisite Dian pagoda, which was known as the most precious treasure of the Buddhist sect, was taken out from the space. Buddhist sect? What kind of cultivation sect is this? Why haven't I heard of it? It's even a most precious treasure. How could it fall into their hands? I'm afraid that guy is just bluffing. At this time, Xiaohua's horizons had also widened. Looking at 2 late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, he didn't feel that they were very powerful. Holding the small pagoda in his hand, Xiaohua carefully examined it. This small pagoda looked very ordinary and didn't seem to be any different from what he usually saw. There were even some parts that were damaged and looked very broken. It was far from the appearance of the magic tools and treasures that Xiaohua had seen before. TSK, what kind of Buddhist sect's most precious treasure is this? It can't even compare to the magic tool of the spirit husbandry sect. Xiaohua smacked his lips and gave an extremely low evaluation of the exquisite pagoda. Of course, how could he easily give up on something that even late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivators would have to risk their lives for? When he looked carefully, the exquisite pagoda was divided into 9 layers. Between each layer, there were 4 thin grooves. From top to bottom, there were a total of 36 grooves. Among these grooves, some were filled with things while some were empty. Xiaohua counted carefully. Aside from the top 2 floors which were empty, the bottom 7 floors were all filled with things. However, at the same time, every floor had 1 or 2 empty grooves. There were a total of 17 grooves that had things in them. It was exactly the same as what Kan Mingwei said. What are the things in these grooves? It seems like, even the late-stage Foundation Establishment realm Kan Mingwei doesn't know. Xiaohua naturally couldn't see anything from the outside. He also released his perception. As expected, his perception didn't see anything abnormal. It was one with the pagoda and his perception couldn't penetrate it. Xiaohua turned the exquisite pagoda a few times. Isn't there a protrusion here? On the other side of the exquisite pagoda, Xiaohua saw that there was a protrusion on the other side of the groove. It should be just enough for 2 fingers to clamp it. Sure enough, Xiaohua stretched out his thumb and index finger and just happened to clamp it. Could it be that I can pull it out? Xiaohua thought very naturally. However, he didn't have much hope. This exquisite pagoda had been with Qin Mingwei for dozens of years and he hadn't been able to see through it. There was no reason for him to be able to find the profundity just as it was in his hands. Let's give it a try. Xiaohua used his 2 fingers to pull it out. As expected, the protrusion didn't move at all. It seemed to be one with the small pagoda. Forget it, Xiaohua was still thinking about those green seal scripts and wanted to give up, but, just as he loosened his fingers, he suddenly had an epiphany and suddenly thought of something. Damn it, that damned Qin Mingwei must have also tried this in the past, but the problem is, why didn't he figure it out? There must be something wrong with these protrusions. The more obvious the place, the more likely it is to be the crux of the problem. If this young master can't find this protrusion strange, then I don't need to think about other things. Xiaohua's eyes slightly shrank. He stared straight at the protrusion for the time it took to eat a meal. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua suddenly laughed loudly. He used 2 fingers to clamp the protrusion again and said with a smile, "How am I stupid? If others can't take it out, then it's because they don't have enough strength. What do I have? Strength." As he said this, he took a deep breath and increased the strength of his 2 fingers. Sure enough, as Xiaohua used 60% of his strength, the protrusion really moved. There's hope. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He gradually increased the strength of his fingers and the protrusion was actually pulled out by him little by little. However, even when Xiaohua used all the strength in his body, the protrusion was still not completely pulled out. It was only pulled out less than 3 inches. How much strength did Xiaohua have now? If he couldn't pull it out, then Qin Mingwei definitely couldn't pull it out either. Although it was only 3 inches, it was already enough. As the 3 inches protrusion was gradually revealed, the smile on Xiaohua's face also gradually became wider. In the end, he really didn't have any strength left and loosened his hand. The protrusion immediately retracted. Xiaohua's face didn't seem to be dispirited. Ha ha ha, this young master said it. Casually collecting some strange things will definitely be beneficial. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out an item from the space. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think it is? It is a piece of gold leaf. Xiaohua didn't know where to use the gold leaf. Needless to say, what Xiaohua pulled out from the protrusion of the exquisite pagoda was a piece of gold leaf. Where should I put it? Xiaohua held the gold leaf in his hand and looked it up and down. After all, there were 19 empty grooves. If he put it in the wrong place, he was afraid that there would be a mistake. Who would have thought that when the gold leaf in Xiaohua's hand was just close to the exquisite pagoda, an extremely faint brilliance suddenly emitted from a groove in the exquisite pagoda. That brilliance was white but not white. It was somewhat viscous. When the brilliance shined on the gold leaf, the entire edge of the gold leaf gradually melted. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the appearance of a leaf. This leaf was golden and the veined patterns on it were milky white. Seeing this scene, Xiaohua very naturally placed the leaf into the groove. Sure enough, when the leaf entered the groove, the brilliance retracted back into the exquisite pagoda. On the other side, a protrusion also appeared. Very good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. Immediately after, Xiaohua placed the remaining 7 gold leaves into the pagoda. After he placed the last gold leaf into the pagoda, the entire pagoda was immediately enveloped by a layer of milky white brilliance. Bursts of golden brilliance blossomed from the bottom 4 floors, and within the milky white brilliance, there were countless tiny golden lotuses that gushed out from the space. Those countless golden lotuses blossomed one after another, and an indescribable fragrance filled the entire cave. This. Xiaohua was just surprised when bursts of Sanskrit chants came out from the exquisite pagoda. The chants resounded in Xiaohua's ears, and his heart felt as if it was filled with the entire world. Tranquility, a piece of tranquility. Peace, a piece of tranquility. When the Sanskrit chants entered his ears, Xiaohua's heart was incomparably tranquil and serene. An experience that he had never experienced before welled up in his heart. Very naturally, Xiaohua sat down cross-legged with the exquisite pagoda still in his hands. His eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, and his mind entered the space. On one hand, he comprehended the heavenly Tao, and on the other, he silently operated his mental cultivation method. Although the Sanskrit chants could not be heard, Xiaohua's heart seemed to be able to feel the indistinct rhythm of the Sanskrit chants. Chapter 1560. This Sanskrit chanting was indeed effective. It was like a kind of rain that nourished Xiaohua's meridians. Xiaohua's meridians were originally operating the heavenly law's embodiment technique to refine the remaining flames of the fire essence flame crystal. Although this Sanskrit chanting could not increase Xiaohua's refining speed, the amount of flames that Xiaohua could refine had greatly increased. Day after day, night after night, Xiaohua still held the exquisite pagoda in his hand as he sat cross-legged with a solemn appearance. The exquisite pagoda in Xiaohua's hand was still enveloped in Buddhist light. In the golden light of the lower 4 floors, the golden lotus slowly rotated along with the Sanskrit chanting. It actually escaped from the golden light and flew into the space between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Although Xiaohua did not move at all, in the space between his eyebrows, as the golden lotus penetrated, a swastika word actually appeared. This swastika word was faint at first, then gradually became clear. However, this swastika word was not complete. Apart from the bottom and right strokes that were complete, the third stroke was not complete, and the fourth stroke was not complete at all. The entire swastika word only appeared faintly at the beginning when it first appeared. When the golden lotus of the exquisite pagoda had completely gathered together to form the swastika word, an entire 2 months had passed. During this period of time, Xiaohua's body did not move at all, but there was a mysterious fluctuation around his body. The foreign starlight had always been tightly wrapped around him. In his meridians, the remaining flames of the fire essence flame crystal had also been completely refined. Of course, the heavenly law's embodiment technique was still operating, but the amount of true qi that could be refined was already very little. Xiaohua's cultivation was only fixed at the middle of the 11th level of qi refining. The golden lotus of the exquisite pagoda disappeared, and the golden light of the lower 4 floors of the exquisite pagoda also gradually disappeared. Immediately after, the Sanskrit chanting also stopped. The exquisite pagoda returned to its previous ordinary appearance. It moved, Xiaohua's eyelids finally moved slightly, as if with a kind of extreme reluctance. Xiaohua opened his eyes. In an instant, the reverse light in the space began to rotate again, and the foreign starlight suddenly disappeared. Xiaohua's eyes moved slightly, looking at the exquisite pagoda in his hand. There was some eagerness in his eyes as he sighed, this thing is indeed a treasure. But with just a voice, I was brought into a mysterious realm. In this realm, it seems to be filled with tranquility, yet it also seems to be filled with benevolence. It is the exact opposite of I's fire elemental cultivation technique. The heavenly law's embodiment technique and the voice both reinforce and counteract each other. In just 60 days and nights, I was able to push I from the middle stage of the 10th realm to the middle stage of the 11th realm. It is truly marvelous. This Buddhist sect. Which true cultivation sect is it? Judging from the effects of the exquisite derivation pagoda, it wouldn't be any worse than the imperial lightning sect. There, ruins. Could it be that their descendants have been wiped out? Just as he was thinking, the medallion in Xiaohua's bag of holding vibrated. Xiaohua slapped his hand, and the medallion for the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden appeared. Ha! Someone actually sent a message. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. Immediately after, he pointed his hand, and the token flashed with a faint radiance. 4 crimson-red messaging talismans flew in from outside the abode. Wow, there are actually 4 of them. Xiao Hua placed the medallion to the side and put the exquisite derivation pagoda into his space. He was just about to reach out for the messaging talismans. At this moment, the swastika symbol between Xiao Hua's eyebrows slightly rotated. Xiao Hua's mind was suddenly pulled into a strange place filled with Buddhist light. In this place, apart from an indomitable Buddha statue, there was nothing else. What is this thing? Xiao Hua felt that this Buddha statue was like the entire world, but also like grass. Although the entire Buddha statue wasn't particularly clear, the Buddha statue had one hand pointing to the heavens and the other pointing to the earth. Its 2 eyes seemed to contain both the heavens and the earth, but also seemed to contain an aura of boundless benevolence. It was very deeply imprinted in Xiao Hua's mind. Just as Xiao Hua was bewildered, a flower suddenly appeared in the motionless Buddha statue's hand. That flower was like a dream, flowing with light and overflowing with color. The Buddha statue's benevolent expression also appeared along with the flower's appearance. It faintly smiled, and the entire space was suddenly filled with heavenly flowers. Xiao Hua's mind was suddenly filled with many things. It was also in an instant that Xiao Hua's eyes lit up again. His mind returned to his body, and his finger was still about to pinch open the messaging talisman. And the swastika symbol between his eyebrows gradually disappeared, and disappeared into his skin. Good heavens, Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. What is this thing? Immediately, Xiao Hua didn't accept the messaging talisman, and closed his eyes to ponder. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiao Hua opened his eyes. His face had an indescribable expression, but his brows were slightly wrinkled. Exquisite Leaf Sutra. This is the Buddhist sect's supreme method of cultivating relics. The sariras cultivated by other dharmic formulations were either round balls or multicolored. Only the relic cultivated by this exquisite leaf sutra is the image of Buddha. Furthermore, it's golden in color. It's called the Buddha's relic. But, what is this relic? Who is Buddha? Xiao Hua was somewhat at a loss. The strangest thing is that this Buddha's relic is formed in the Naiwan Palace. Isn't that where the primordial spirit is? Is it the place where the divine sense is born? Right, speaking of the Naiwan Palace, my Naiwan Palace doesn't seem to have one. Without the Naiwan Palace, how can I cultivate the primordial spirit? How can my divine sense come out? Moreover, this so-called supreme mental cultivation method of the Buddhist sect, why is it somewhat similar to the nameless mnemonic chant that I cultivated in the past? I used the nameless mnemonic chant to cultivate a different perception from divine sense. Could it be that nameless mnemonic chant is also some mental cultivation method of the Buddhist sect? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart jumped. No, if it's like the exquisite Leaf Sutra said, this divine ability is Buddhist awareness. Hearing the name, it's different from divine sense. Could it be that I cultivated it wrongly? Forget it, forget it, forget it. Xiao Hua immediately shook his head. In any case, this exquisite Leaf Sutra only has the first 4 layers, the last 5 layers are all incomplete. Maybe in the future, I will wait until I get the last 11 gold leaves from this exquisite derivation pagoda. This Buddhist sect's flower-picking smile is quite interesting. There are no words at all, but with a smile, the cultivation method will be transmitted to I. It's really mysterious. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua squeezed his hand and the foremost messaging talisman shattered. Xiang Yang's voice came, "Little junior brother, you've been in the Eastern Ridge for 30 days. I came to see you on Master's orders. Open the formation." Master and eldest senior brother really care about me. Xiao Hua smiled and crushed the other messaging talisman. Xiao Hua, I am Zhenming. I came to pick the flame dawn grass on the orders of the Thunder Flash Hall's deacon. Please open the formation. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and thought, it's already time to pick the flame dawn grass. Eldest senior brother only said to pick it every year, but he didn't say when. Damn, I don't know when this messaging talisman came. I'm afraid it will delay the matters of the Thunder Flash Hall. The third messaging talisman was still Xiang Yang's voice, but this time it was a bit anxious. Little junior brother, this is the second time I've come. It's already been 50 days, could it be that you're in seclusion? AI, you've only just entered the sect. You don't even have medicinal pills and other things yet. Why are you in such a hurry to enter seclusion? If you come out, send me a messaging talisman. I'll wait for you for 100 days. If there's no reply, I'll go to the Thunder Flash Hall and ask the deacon to open the restriction. Xiao Hua's heart felt warm. He reached out and took out the messaging talisman that Xiang Yang left behind. He said a few words into the messaging talisman, then flung his hand. The messaging talisman immediately turned into lightning and flew out. The fourth messaging talisman shocked Xiao Hua, but it was also within his expectations. It was Xue Xue. Xiao Hua, where are you now? I'm currently working as an odd job worker in the Thunder Flash Hall's pill refining room. I originally wanted to look for you, but Master said that before Foundation establishment, the disciples of the Thunder Flash Hall and the Thunder Flash Hall can't casually meet. She said she was afraid of damaging her mental state. Master is very good to me. She said that my physique is suitable for cultivating her senior's cultivation technique. However, because I can only receive her guidance after Foundation establishment, I can only stay in the Thunder Flash Hall for the time being. However, Master said that she's a core formation cultivator, so her teaching of disciples is a bit special. Perhaps I can go to the Thunder Flash Hall soon. Of course, Master won't directly instruct me. Some of my Foundation establishment senior martial sisters will instruct me. And, you have to speed up your cultivation. Don't let me catch up to you. Hehe, Master said that if everything goes smoothly, I should be able to reach Foundation establishment within 20 years. What about you? Me? When Xiao Hua saw that the messaging talisman was silent, he curled his lips and muttered to himself, "You're amazing just because you reached Foundation establishment in 20 years. I'm afraid I'll be able to reach Foundation establishment next year." However, when he thought about it, Xue Xue was only at the 7th layer of qi refining. Ordinary cultivators in the Thunder Flash sect would need 24 to 25 years to reach the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining without any obstacles. Xue Xue using 20 years to reach Foundation establishment could be considered good. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua also took out a messaging talisman and whispered a few words before sending it out. He finally got the chance to cultivate with great difficulty, so he didn't want to be disturbed by anything. Therefore, he didn't say where he was and only said that he was cultivating diligently, hoping to reach Foundation establishment as soon as possible. Presumably, Xue Xue would also understand his thoughts and wouldn't come looking for him. After that, Xiao Hua didn't dare to tarry. He picked up the Eastern Ridge Herb Gardens token and carefully examined it. He flew out of the cave and found some jade boxes in a nearby herb garden. He then hurriedly plucked a sufficient amount of flame dawn grass and used the flight technique to rush to Thunderclap Palace. Xiao Hua's flight technique was extremely fast. From the Eastern Ridge to the Thunder Flash Hall, there weren't any eyesores, so Xiao Hua didn't have to worry. He only used 6 hours to reach the Thunder Flash Hall. When he saw the disciple on duty at the Thunder Flash Hall, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Senior brother, which one of you is Senior Brother Zhenming?" The disciple on duty looked up and down at Xiao Hua and asked indifferently, "Why are you looking for Junior Brother Zhenming?" "Oh, this disciple is doing odd jobs at the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden." Last time, without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, the disciple on duty smiled and said, "Oh, I understand. So you're that odd job worker at the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. What's wrong?" Xiao Hua secretly cursed in his heart and hurriedly asked, "Could it be, this disciple has delayed the sex alchemy?" Chapter 1561. Humph, you've got guts. You've only been in my Thunder Shock Palace for 2 months and you dare to slack off. Every year, junior brother Zhenming goes to the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden to pick Flame Dawn grass and has never made any mistakes. Yet this year, when Grandmaster Zhenhan opened the cauldron to refine the clear flower pill, you shut down the formation so that Zhenming can't pick the spirit herbs. Tell me. How can Zhenming not be punished? Io, Xiaohua cried out in shock. This is my fault, how can I let senior brother Zhenming suffer? Please report to the deacon, senior brother is willing to accept the punishment. The disciple on duty looked at Xiaohua and nodded. Fortunately, you're also a responsible man. Let's go, follow I in. As the disciple on duty walked into Thunder Shock Hall, Xiaohua asked tentatively. Senior brother, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask. The disciple on duty glanced at him and sneered. If you should ask, ask. If you shouldn't ask, don't ask. He, Xiaohua smiled apologetically. I just want to ask, although the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden is protected by a formation, but, that formation was also set up by the sect's elders. Why don't we ask the elders to break the formation? Or perhaps, the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden's token, is there only one? I can tell you're still hoping for a fluke. The disciple didn't find it strange and rolled his eyes. The Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden is very far from my Thunder Shock Palace. Every year, only Zhenming goes there once when Grandmaster Zhenhan is refining the clear flower pill. Normally, no one pays attention to that place, so naturally, there's a spare token. But the strange thing is, when Zhenming couldn't enter the medicinal garden for fear of delaying his refining, he came back to look for the spare token. That token was actually not there and mysteriously disappeared. Ah! Disappeared? When did it disappear? Xiaohua was shocked. That token disappeared, which meant that someone could enter and exit the Eastern Ridge Formation at any time. Then, his own safety was not assured. How could he not be shocked? How would I know? The disciple rolled his eyes again. No one went to the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden for hundreds of years. No one paid attention to that spare token for a long time. Even the deacon doesn't know, so how would I know? Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly, and he thought. Could it be, there's something special in the Eastern Ridge? Looks like I'll have to properly search for it when I get back. The disciple continued, as for asking the elders to break the restriction, only you can think of that. That restriction was set up by the ancestors. Who would dare to disturb them if it wasn't a serious matter? While they were talking, the two of them arrived in front of a side hall. The disciple told Xiaohua to wait at the door, and he went in to report. Damn it, what should we do now? Xiaohua stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, slightly frowning. He had only been in the Imperial Thunder sect for less than 100 days, and he had already gotten himself into trouble. Xiaohua already knew what the clear flower pill was. It was a pill used by Foundation Establishment stage cultivators to increase their power. Even within the Imperial Thunder sect, there weren't many of them. Every Foundation Establishment stage cultivator only had a small supply every year. If he delayed the concoction of the clear flower pill, he would most likely delay the cultivation of many of the Thunderclap Palace's Foundation Establishment cultivators. But, no one told me when someone would come to the Eastern Ridge to pick the Flame Dawn grass every year. Xiaohua felt that he was very innocent. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, the disciple came out from the side hall. Behind the disciple were two other Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. One of them was a middle-aged man in the late stage of Foundation Establishment stage. He was tall, had a full beard, and a pair of bell-like eyes. He looked very ferocious. The other one was Zhenfeng, whom Xiaohua met last time. When Xiaohua saw Zhenfeng, a happy expression appeared on his face. He thought to himself, wonderful, this Zhenfeng should know. Before this thought even appeared in his mind, a trace of anger appeared on Zhenfeng's face. He quickly took half a step forward and berated, Xiao Hua. What did you do? I told you clearly that day. In another 10 days, it will be the day of picking the flame dawn grass. You mustn't be careless. Don't do it yourself, just wait for your senior brother Zhenming to pick it. You can also watch from the side. Wait until next year, you can pick it yourself. There's no need for your senior brother Zhenming to go. You, on the other hand, sealed the Eastern Ridge's formation. No matter how Zhenming called you, you wouldn't come out. You. Sigh, fortunately, you knew to come to the Thunder Flash Hall to receive your punishment. Let's see how Deacon Zhenfeng will deal with it. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He rolled his eyes and could only sigh. He bowed to the big man and said, Disciple Xiao Hua greets Senior Zhenfeng. Disciple only cared about cultivation, but forgot his duty and failed to live up to Deacon's kindness. Deacon, please punish me. So you're Xiao Hua. Zhenfeng looked Xiao Hua up and down a few times, but didn't see anything special. He said with a bit of displeasure, the palace lord specially ordered this deacon to arrange a job for you. This Eastern Ridge was also chosen by you. Why did you slack off when you just arrived at the herb garden? I know you chose the Eastern Ridge because you want to be free and wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. But cultivation is cultivation, you can't forget your duty as a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. If every disciple was like you, wouldn't my Imperial Thunder Sect be a plate of loose sand? How can my Imperial Thunder Sect establish itself in the country of Shi? I only use you once a year and you make a mistake. Moreover, the Eastern Ridge hasn't. Alas, what should this deacon say about you? Disciple knows his mistake. Xiao Hua was very helpless. He could only bow again. Alright, this deacon doesn't care. But, you're still a probationary disciple now. In another 10 months, you'll become an official disciple. Your mistake this time. I'm afraid it will affect your assessment. If you don't pass the assessment, you'll still have to leave the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiao Hua was very anxious. He stretched out his hand and took out the storage pouch. He said anxiously, Disciple, has already picked the flame dawn grass. I don't know, if I can atone for my mistake. Atone for your mistake? Zhenfeng sneered and said, What kind of mistake did you make? How can you atone for your mistake? As he spoke, he took the storage pouch and took out the jade box. His face revealed a trace of surprise. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, Did you pick this? Yes, disciple picked it. Xiao Hua nodded. Yes, there's a special technique to pick this flame dawn grass. The technique isn't easy to grasp. Seeing that the flame dawn grass you picked was clean and didn't damage the roots, it's pretty good. Zhenfeng's expression eased a bit. Io, Xiao Hua. Zhenfeng suddenly cried out from the side, I remember the last time you came, you were still in the middle of the 10th level of qi refining, right? How? Xiao Hua's heart shook. He hurriedly nodded and said, Disciple went into secluded cultivation to break through the bottleneck of the 10th level of qi refining. Of course, Disciple remembered Senior Zhenfeng's instructions and wanted to come out before Senior Brother Zhenming went to the Eastern Ridge, but... Oh, I understand. Zhenfeng nodded and said to Zhenfeng, the bottleneck from the 10th level of qi refining to the 11th level of qi refining is really difficult. It's the beginning of the birth of divine sense. Xiao Hua wholeheartedly went into secluded cultivation, so it's understandable. Moreover, Xiao Hua actually used 2 months to go from the middle of the 10th level of qi refining to the middle of the 11th level of qi refining. As expected of, the person that the palace master thinks highly of. If he can't become a disciple of our Thunderclap Palace because of this mistake, it'll really be our Thunderclap Palace's loss. Zhenfeng also nodded slightly, a trace of surprise flashing through his eyes. He'd heard of someone going from the first level of qi refining to the second level of qi refining in 2 months, but he'd never heard of a disciple going from the 10th level of qi refining to the 11th level of qi refining. This Xiao Hua was the disciple that Thunder Meng Daoist instructed, so how could he not pay attention to him? Zhen Feng nodded slightly, looking at Xiao Hua and saying, looking at your aptitude, you can be cultivated. However, you must remember that you're now a disciple of the Thunderclap sect, not a disciple of an aristocratic family. When considering anything, you must put the sect's interests first. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua's heart relaxed, and he bowed and said. Since this is your first offense, I won't look into it too deeply. I'll punish you with a year's worth of offerings. Zhen Feng waved his hand and returned the storage pouch to Xiao Hua, saying, let Zhen Feng take you to see Martial Uncle Zhenyi. If he can let this matter pass, you'll be fine, otherwise. Zhen Feng didn't finish his words, but Xiao Hua naturally understood. There were only two meanings. If Xiao Hua didn't pass the test in a few months, he'd still be expelled from the mountain. If not, he'd have to ask Thunder Meng Daoist to come out and talk. Xiao Hua's heart was bitter, but he could only put on a smile, saying, thank you for your kindness, senior. Soon after, Xiao Hua followed Zhen Feng out of the Thunderclap Palace and flew towards a mountain range. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhen Feng said, Xiao Hua, picking the blazed dawn grass a few days earlier or later doesn't matter. However, this matter was a bit coincidental. Martial Uncle Zhenxie, who was supposed to be refining the blazed dawn pill, suddenly disappeared, and Martial Uncle Zhenyi was temporarily left behind by the palace master to refine the blazed dawn pill. Martial Uncle Zhenyi originally wanted to go on a trip, so of course he wasn't willing. On top of that, the blazed dawn grass wasn't delivered in time, so he flew into a rage. Zhen Ming was also punished with a year's worth of offerings. When you arrive at Martial Uncle Zhenye's Immortal's Cave, you must properly apologize. If this matter isn't settled, it'll be really bad for you. Seeing that Zhen Feng didn't mention anything about the date of picking the blazed dawn grass, Xiao Hua sneered in his heart. This thing was just empty words. Just now, he didn't mention it in front of Zhen Feng, so there was no need to mention it now. However, Xiao Hua had another plan in his heart. None of the things in Zhenxie's storage pouch were damaged, I took them all. This guy is actually a pill master, so there must be some pill recipes in there. I'm at the 11th layer of qi refining, and I'm worried about not having any pills to take. When I go back, I'll take a careful look. After flying for 2 hours, they arrived at a place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. Zhen Feng didn't come any closer, so he sent out a summoning talisman. A moment later, a boy around the 4th layer of qi refining flew out from the mountainside. Looking at the two of them, he laughed and said, which one of you is senior martial brother Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua took a step forward and cupped his hands, saying, I am. Senior martial brother Xiao, please follow I. This senior doesn't need to come. Zhen Feng looked at Xiao Hua, nodded slightly, then turned around and left. Senior martial brother Xiao, please. The boy stood up and led the way, leading Xiao Hua into the Immortal's Cave. Chapter 1562. After entering the Immortal's Cave, Xiao Hua looked around. Zhenye's Immortal's Cave was different from Wu Hen's Immortal's Cave. It was much larger, and there were many mountain paths leading to different places. There were also quite a few qi condensation disciples walking about. It was very lively. The boy leading the way didn't stop in the slightest. He brought Xiao Hua through several Immortals' caves until they arrived at the innermost alchemy room. Wait here. The boy pointed with his hand and entered the alchemy room. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua respectfully stood outside the alchemy room, waiting for the summons. However, a moment after the disciple entered, a divine sense swept over Xiao Hua's body. After that, no one paid attention to Xiao Hua. Not only did the disciple not come out, but the disciples who came in and out of the alchemy room also didn't look at Xiao Hua. After a moment, Xiaohua knew what was going on. He sighed and didn't move. His mind entered the space and began to comprehend the heavenly Tao. In his meridians, the heavenly reflection technique was also operating. Xiaohua actually began to cultivate. He was really unwilling to let such a good time go to waste. Inside the alchemy room, an old man with white hair and a beard was sitting cross-legged. His face was grim. In front of him was an earth fire with an alchemy furnace above it. Around the furnace, there were 6 disciples sitting cross-legged, holding different things in their hands. Some were gourds, some were fans, some were talismans, and there were also jade boxes and jade bottles. The disciple who led Xiaohua in was sitting cross-legged behind the old man, holding a jade tray in his hand. Fire. The old man was Zhenyi. He observed the earth fire with his divine sense and suddenly shouted in a low voice. When the disciple holding the gourd heard this, he hurriedly raised the gourd and formed seals with his hands. From the gourd, several strands of samadhi true fire flew out and rushed into the earth fire. With a whoosh, the earth fire suddenly became smaller and turned into a purple-red color. Zhenyi formed seals with his hands and struck the alchemy furnace in succession. The alchemy furnace actually emitted a buzzing sound and almost floated up. Sigh. Zhenyi's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed, "We have the upper hand." The disciple holding the fan was an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. When he heard this, he immediately activated his magic power and raised the fan in his hand to fan the pill furnace. The fan was clearly a magic tool. As he waved it, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was sucked into the fan. Then, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was fanned out by the fan. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was now several times denser than before. When the dense heaven and earth spirit chi was fanned into the earth fire, the purplish-red earth fire flickered a few times and became smaller. The red color was less and the purple color was more. The pill furnace shook even more violently. Zhenyi's expression relaxed slightly. He cast a few spells, and the pill furnace floated up from the earth fire. But at this moment, Zhenyi's expression changed greatly. His tightly shut eyes slightly opened. He formed seals with his left hand and slapped it on his chest. Before Zhenyi's left hand left his chest, a wisp of purple true samadhi fire was spat out from his mouth and hit the pill furnace. Wu, the earth fire that was burning around the pill furnace suddenly changed again, turning into a purple color. The violently shaking pill furnace gradually stabilized under the purple true samadhi fire and slowly fell down. Sai, Zhenyi's eyes gazed at the true samadhi fire that was mixed with many red flames and sighed again. The cultivator holding the fan in his hand kept the fan. Seeing that the pill furnace had stabilized, he whispered, "Master, you don't have to be too obsessed. How many cultivators in our country of Shi can refine the true samadhi fire to be as pure as yours? I'm afraid that an overly pure true samadhi fire doesn't exist in our cultivation world." Zhenqin, Master naturally knows what you're saying, but, without the extremely pure true samadhi fire, it's impossible to refine this clear flower pill to the highest grade. Master has refined so many clear flower pills, but at most they're high grade. Master is unwilling to accept this. Actually, Master can consider from other aspects. For example, the age of the Shaoyan grass, the weight of the clear stream fruit, etc. Zhenyi's face was full of displeasure. He waved his hand. How can Master not know these things? He, disciple naturally knows. Master knows, disciple, all right, I know what you're thinking. You've also worked hard. As a foundation establishment cultivator, you still have to accompany Master to refine pills. You should go back. Zhenyi smiled, this clear flower pill will be refined in another 7 days. There shouldn't be any problems. Master, disciple rarely has the chance to accompany you. Let's stay a little longer. Zhenqin called over the boy who brought Xiaohua in and had him put away the fan. He then sat behind Zhenyi, if not for senior brother Zhenxie's sudden disappearance, disciple wouldn't have the chance to accompany master to refine pills. However, to have master refine clear flower pills with gold core stage cultivation is a waste of talent. It can't be said to be a waste of talent. When master was at foundation establishment, I also refined clear flower pills many times. Zhenyi said with a smile. However, Palace Lord's obstruction has delayed a very important matter of master's. Palace Lord, there's no other way. If you don't take action, who can accept the task of refining clear flower pills? Zhen Qing smiled apologetically. I don't know where senior brother Zhenxie went. Every year he has to refine clear flower pills. Why did he make a mistake this year? Oh, this. Zhenyi looked at the boys around him and transmitted his voice. According to Palace Lord, 2 months ago, Zhenxie's life tablet was already broken. It was discovered by the disciple on duty. The palace only sent people to look for clues, but forgot about him refining clear flower pills. Ah! Zhen Qing's face was filled with shock. He also transmitted his voice. Where did this happen? How would master know? Zhenyi shook his head slightly. Zhen Qing didn't pursue the matter. He looked outside the alchemy room and frowned. What is the disciple outside the alchemy room doing? Humph, a disciple who just entered my Imperial Thunder sect this year is guarding the eastern ridges Blaze Dawn grass. A disciple from Lightning Hall went to pick Blaze Dawn grass, but this guy actually neglected his duty and didn't open the array so that the disciple couldn't enter, delaying master's refining of clear flower pills. He had no choice but to pick Blaze Dawn grass from other places. The quality of the Blaze Dawn grass from other places isn't good enough. I'm afraid that the clear flower pills master will refine this time can only be mid-grade. Zhenyi swept his divine sense and sneered. This kind of aristocratic family's disciple must be self-centered and never put the interests of the sect in his heart. If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll think that the Imperial Thunder sect is an aristocratic family. This guy must be working hard. He actually has to cultivate after being punished here. Humph, Zhenyi coldly snorted. Xiaohua's heart was greatly shaken, as if a large hand had pulled his mind out of the space. Moreover, the true qi in his meridians was also in chaos, wanting to rush everywhere. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. Just as he was about to calm his mind and straighten out his true qi, an enormous pressure came out from the pill room and enveloped his head. As early as 2 years ago, on Jinhua Mountain, the pressure of Fu Yunhua and Qiu Mingwei, 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators, collided. To him, it was a perilous situation. Today, how could the pressure of a gold core stage cultivator not cause him to tremble in fear? In an instant, the true qi in Xiaohua's meridians couldn't move, as if it had solidified. His body also felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on him, and large beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead. Gold core stage cultivator. Xiaohua powerlessly shouted in his heart. As if to teach Xiaohua a lesson, the pressure was withdrawn in an instant, and the true qi in Xiaohua's meridians began to peacefully circulate again. Xiaohua wiped the sweat from his forehead and bowed respectfully. Many thanks to martial ancestor. Humph, another cold snort, and then no other sound was heard. This time, Xiaohua didn't dare to cultivate anymore, and only stood respectfully. Another 7 days and 7 nights passed, and only a light scolding sound could be heard from the pill room. A rich medicinal fragrance rushed out from the pill room, and after a moment, the pill room's door opened, and Zhenyi walked out from the pill room. Xiaohua hurriedly respectfully saluted and said, "Disciple Xiaohua greets martial ancestor." Who would have thought that Zhenyi didn't even look at him, and just walked away? Zhen Qing and the others also took their own things and followed behind Zhenyi. Xiaohua looked at everyone's backs and somewhat scratched his head, not knowing whether he should follow or not. "Why aren't you coming over?" A voice entered his ears, and it sounded very unfamiliar. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly followed behind everyone. The group of people didn't walk too far, and arrived at a large hall. Each of the children placed their things in various places in the hall, and then immediately dispersed, leaving only Zhenyi and Zhenqing, master and disciple, sitting down. Xiaohua also learned his lesson, and didn't dare to enter the hall, and only quietly waited outside. Inside the hall, Zhenyi drank a cup of spiritual tea and ate 2 spiritual fruits, then raised his head and looked at Xiaohua outside the hall. Master, you've already made this little guy wait for 10 days. Looking at this little guy's appearance, he's able to keep his composure, and has some bearing. It's better to call him in and send him away, it didn't take long anyway. Humph. Zhenyi glanced at Zhenqing. You're the only one with a soft heart. How many times have I told you that the most important thing in the cultivation world is a soft heart? Yes, disciple understands. Zhenqing smiled apologetically, then raised his head and said, Disciple outside, come in. When Xiaohua heard this voice, he hurriedly ran into the hall, looked at the two, and bowed. Disciple Xiaohua greets the 2 seniors. And, whose disciple are you? Zhenyi asked very calmly. Reporting to martial ancestor, disciple is a helpless disciple of the myriad Thunder Valley. Xiaohua naturally knew that this unfathomable cultivator was the Gold Core Realm Zhenyi, and very respectfully replied. Helpless? Zhenyi frowned slightly, and said curiously, this brat's eyesight is really not ordinary. That disciple from before made him lose face, and this newly accepted disciple is still so useless. Hearing Zhenyi's words, Xiaohua was slightly angered in his heart. It wasn't a big deal for Zhenyi to say that he was a good-for-nothing. Over the past few years, he had suffered more than that. However, when he heard Zhenyi badmouthing Xiang Yang, Xiaohua couldn't help but reply, this disciple made a mistake. It is this disciple's fault. There's no reason for me to implicate senior martial brother and make him a laughingstock. Chapter 1563. Huh? What? Don't tell me I said he was unworthy. Zhenyi never expected Xiaohua to talk back. He was so angry that he almost laughed. Martial ancestor, this disciple doesn't dare to agree. Xiaohua stiffened his neck and said, my 10,000 Thunder Valley was able to produce such a benevolent and filial disciple. Even someone like this disciple who just entered 10,000 Thunder Valley would have a face full of glory. How did I become the person that martial ancestor said would lose face for the sect? Benevolent and filial? Zhenyi sneered, if he wasn't benevolent and filial, I'm afraid he'd already be in the late stage of foundation establishment. At the very least, he'd be in the middle stage of foundation establishment. How could he be like this? He's only in the early stage of foundation establishment, yet he's being ridiculed by others every day. If this isn't losing face, then what is? Others ridiculing me is because they have eyes but fail to see. Xiaohua retorted sarcastically, if it wasn't for senior brother, my 10,000 Thunder Valley would have already changed hands. I'm afraid this disciple wouldn't have been able to enter Master's sect. I wouldn't have been able to listen to Master's teachings. Because of this, this disciple wanted to thank senior brother at that time. I couldn't let senior brother be ridiculed by others. Have eyes but fail to see. Zhenyi slapped the table and stood up. He released a wave of pressure. This pressure was several times stronger than before. Xiaohua felt as if he was frozen in a hard rock. He couldn't move at all. However, the fear that came from the bottom of his heart made his whole body tremble non-stop. Master. Zhenqing said in a low voice, Xiaohua is still a child. You don't have any reason to lower yourself to his level. Humph, how can this old man lower himself to his level? Zhenyi snorted and sat back in his chair. He glared at Zhenqing and said, this old man is angry that the Imperial Thunder Sect's recruitment of disciples is getting worse and worse. How can this kind of soft-hearted disciple be accepted? I'm afraid that in the future, Xuanyan School, Shanghua Sect, and Qiqiao Sect will gnaw on him until not even his bones remain. Master, this disciple feels that Xiao Hua's words aren't without reason. Zhen Qing said with a smile, at least, Xiang Yang's heart puts the sect first. He's much better than those traitorous disciples from influential families. Humph, I knew you would say that. Zhen Yi snorted again and withdrew his pressure. Xiao Hua immediately felt much more relaxed and didn't dare to say anything else. Let this old man ask you, which clan's disciple are you? Zhen Yi looked at Xiao Hua and asked. Reporting to Grandmaster, this disciple is a loose cultivator. Xiao Hua spoke the truth. What? A rogue cultivator? Not only did Zhen Ye's expression change, even Zhen Qing's brows furrowed. It's very rare for a rogue cultivator to reach the 11th level of qi refining. Zhen Yi sneered. Xiao Hua naturally knew what they were talking about. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, Disciple has something to say. If it's inappropriate, I hope Grandmaster can forgive me. Speak. Just now, Grandmaster said that my eldest senior brother is merciful and doesn't treat raising his cultivation as his top priority. He's purposely throwing away my master's face. But why are we, rogue cultivators, despised by others for raising our cultivation by hook or by crook? Of course it's important to raise your cultivation, but you can't be unscrupulous. Rogue cultivators don't care about etiquette and rob others. Of course it's despised by our cultivation sects. Zhen Yi still sneered. Rogue cultivators don't have medicinal pills or cultivation methods. If they don't rely on robbing, what can they rely on to raise their cultivation? Xiao Hua said, besides, since Grandmaster said that we can't be unscrupulous, why is it that when my master wasn't in Myriad Thunder Valley, someone coveted Myriad Thunder Valley? Is that a very good method? Grandmaster didn't say that other people's methods were inappropriate, but why did he say that my senior brother who was robbed was a disgrace? This. In an instant, Zhen Yi was really stumped by this question. His face was a little green and red. Master, this brat is really interesting. You were just joking with him, but he actually said so much. Zhen Qing hurriedly said with a loud laugh. Zhen Yi stared blankly, but soon after, he also laughed loudly. He pointed at Xiao Hua and said, You brat, go back and tell this to your helpless master. What are you doing in front of this old man for? When Xiao Hua heard this, his heart relaxed greatly. He cupped his hands and said, Disciple saw that Grandmaster is perceptive to the smallest detail, so I said it in front of Grandmaster. If Disciple said it in front of Master, I would have been kicked out long ago. Perceptive to the smallest detail. Zhen Ye's expression changed again. He said, Don't flatter me. If you're in the wrong, just say it yourself. Yes, Disciple doesn't dare quibble. Disciple was indeed in the wrong. Xiao Hua's expression also became serious. He took out his storage pouch and said, Disciple picked the blaze dawn grass and brought it here to receive Grandmaster's punishment. Zhen Qing glanced at Zhen Yi, and with a wave of his hand, the storage pouch flew into his hand. Zhen Yi looked at Xiao Hua and asked, What punishment did Bright Thunder Hall give you? Disciple is punished with a year's worth of offerings. Xiao Hua said honestly. Humph, only a year's worth of offerings. Zhen Yi sneered. How much can a year's worth of offerings be? Disciples of aristocratic families who can enter my Imperial Thunder sect. Speaking up to here, Zhen Yi suddenly remembered that Xiao Hua was a loose cultivator. This year's worth of offerings was probably quite a lot for him. Xiao Hua, did you pick this blaze dawn grass yourself? Zhen Qing opened the storage pouch and took out a jade box to look, and asked with some surprise. Yes, Disciple personally picked it. Xiao Hua's eyes turned slightly as he replied. Master, please take a look. Zhen Qing gave the jade box to Zhen Yi and said, This blaze dawn grass was picked at just the right time. It didn't hurt the roots at all. It's much stronger than the blaze dawn grass that Disciple saw just now. And, it's really not bad. Zhen Yi nodded after looking at it. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, "This little loose cultivator's explanation is much better than the vast majority of disciples of aristocratic families. He, I'm afraid it's better than many of my Imperial Thunder sex herb-growing children." "What do you mean?" Zhenyi looked at Zhenqing and asked. Zhenqing transmitted a few words to Zhenyi. Zhenyi frowned and thought for a moment, then slightly nodded. He then said to Xiao Hua, "You made a mistake this time and delayed the refining of my Thunderclap Palace's Minghua pill. This crime isn't light. Since you just entered my Imperial Thunder sect and this is your first offense, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself." "Many thanks, Grandmaster." Xiao Hua hurriedly bowed and thanked him. "Don't thank me. It won't be too late to thank me after I finish speaking." Zhenyi waved his hand and said, "I saw that your method of picking flame dawn grass was very brilliant. You should have experience in cultivating spirit herbs. I wonder if you've stayed in a pill refining room before." "Disciple has some experience." Xiao Hua nodded. "And, do you have a fire attribute physique?" "Yes, Disciple has a fire attribute." "Good, then you'll be a pill refining child in my pill refining room for a year." "That's enough." Zhenyi clapped his hands and said with a smile. "Ah. This." Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. "Why aren't you agreeing?" Zhenqing's voice sounded once more. "Master has seen your herb-gathering skills, and he appreciates your talent. If you agree and perform well this year, Master might be overjoyed. Even if he doesn't accept you as his disciple, it would still be a blessing for you to learn how to concoct pills." "That's right, just now Master said that if your aptitude is good, after you reach foundation establishment, he can even consider passing on the true Samadhi fire technique to you." Hearing this, Xiao Hua understood. To an ordinary disciple, how could this be considered a punishment? It was simply a reward. An incomparable reward. However, did Xiao Hua lack these things? It wasn't like he didn't know how to refine medicinal pills or the true Samadhi fire technique. What he lacked now was time, an opportunity to cultivate in seclusion. That day, Jade Archive Hall's Zhen Liang wanted to delay Xiao Hua's registration, delaying him for a year. Xiao Hua could angrily teach him a lesson, so how could he waste a year in Zhenye's pill refining room? Although Zhenqing wanted to help him with good intentions, but, Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then very apologetically smiled at Zhenqing. He then bowed to Zhenyi and said, "Many thanks for Grandmaster's good intentions, Disciple is willing to redeem himself. Unfortunately, Disciple only knows how to grow spirit herbs and isn't familiar with pill refining. If Disciple delays Grandmaster's pill refining, Disciple can't bear the responsibility. Grandmaster, please reconsider." Zhenyi and Zhenqing's expressions changed slightly. What kind of person was Zhenqing? He had only seen Xiao Hua protecting Xiang Yang and felt pity in his heart. Although the method of harvesting was good, it was only an excuse. Since Xiao Hua didn't care about this kind of opportunity, how could he say another word? "Humph. Very good." Zhenyi sneered. He thought for a moment and said, "This old man originally made an appointment with an old friend to look for something. However, because your blazed dawn grass didn't arrive, the journey was delayed. At this time, they should have already left. This thing is very important to this old man. This old man also waited for many years to get the news. Since this time was delayed because of you, help this old man find another one." As he spoke, he waved his hand and a jade slip flew into Xiao Hua's hand. "This." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He looked at the jade slip and said, "Disciple, how can Disciple look at this thing? Besides, how can Disciple find something that Grandmaster cares about? This won't do, that won't do. Do you want to receive punishment or not?" Zhenyi sneered, "Besides, this old man only asked you to look for information about something, not for you to look for it. You used to be a loose cultivator, so you should have some connections to inquire about it. Moreover, This old man isn't asking you to look for it right now. You only need to find the information within 10 years. Ah. 10 years. That long? Xiao Hua was stunned. 10 years is too short. Then 20 years it is. Zhen Yi said, if you can't find the information within 20 years, this old man can still deal with you when the time comes. Damn it, I might as well be his pill concoction boy for a year. Xiao Hua secretly complained in his heart. However, since things had already reached this point, how could he still go back? Then, these few years of disciples' foundation establishment realm, do they count? Xiao Hua began to calculate with his fingers. Nonsense, of course they count. Zhen Yi glared at him. He knew what Xiao Hua was thinking and said, you don't have divine sense right now, so you can ask your eldest senior brother to help you look. He impatiently came to this old man's immortal's cave several times already. Just ask him to tell you. As he spoke, he waved his hand again and said, you can go now. Leave the storage pouch here and let your master give you another one. This can also be considered a punishment. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1564. Xiao Hua had no choice but to bow and leave. Seeing Xiao Hua's figure disappear, Zhen Qing laughed and said, this myriad Thunder Valley, why does it only recruit such an unreliable disciple? First it was Xiang Yang, then Xiao Hua, and now there's no choice. TSK, what a rotten porridge. Soon after, Zhen Qing said softly, it's fine if master didn't punish such an untactful disciple, but why did you give him the jade slip? Let him help master find it. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. I'm afraid he still doesn't have that ability. Zhen Yi shook his head. Anyway, the bright flower pill has already been refined. Xiao Hua also hurried over to accept his punishment. In addition, Lightning Thunder Hall has already punished him with a year's worth of daily offerings. Not to mention that I'm a Gold Core stage grandmaster, even you, a foundation establishment stage martial uncle, can't really punish him. That's true. But he's a new disciple of Lightning Thunder Palace. He's only been here for 2 months. I'm afraid he hasn't even explored the entire Lightning Thunder Palace. This careless mistake is understandable. Zhen Qing nodded. The reason why he interceded for Xiao Hua before was also based on this. But, this bastard has really delayed me for these 10 days. Zhen Yi was somewhat angry. Although I can't tell if the information about that thing is true or false, it's still an opportunity. This old man is so tired that I can't go with him. This old man is unwilling. Master gave him the jade slip. Zhen Qing seemed to understand something. And, don't forget, Xiao Hua is a loose cultivator. How many loose cultivators have you seen in the middle of the 11th layer of qi refining? Zhen Yi sneered. In the country of Xi, or in the entire cultivation world, how many loose cultivators above the 11th layer of qi refining are there? Zhen Qing shook his head. Although there are many loose cultivators, most of them have shallow cultivation bases. Even foundation establishment and gold core loose cultivators live in seclusion in spirit veins deep in the mountains and cultivate bitterly. Disciple really hasn't seen many loose cultivators at the 11th layer of qi refining. Moreover, he's a loose cultivator who took spirit herbs to retain his looks. Zhen Yi smiled meaningfully and said, do you think that if Xiao Hua didn't have some tricks up his sleeves in the state of Xi, and didn't have a source of information, he would be able to get enough medicinal pills, spirit herbs, and spirit stones to help him reach the 11th level of qi refining? I understand. Zhen Qing smiled and said, Master gave him the jade slip only to let him find information about that thing. He didn't really let him search for it. With his previous methods as a rogue cultivator, he might really be able to find it. That's right. Zhen Yi looked outside the cave with a kind smile on his face. However, he had another explanation in his heart. This old man is giving you a way out, but you still don't know how to take it. Then this old man can only reach out and punish him. If I don't make you suffer a little, how can I feel at ease in my heart? Xiao Hua, don't think that it's just a simple piece of news. Moreover, it's a 20-year time limit. If you don't look for him, if you don't give this old man any news within 20 years, even if this old man doesn't find trouble with you, do you think your cultivation won't be affected? This kind of punishment. Isn't it much more interesting than punishing you for a year? How could Xiao Hua, who had left Zhen Ye's immortal's cave, know that there was so much karma involved? Seeing his eldest senior brother Xiang Yang's figure waiting not far from the cave, his heart felt warm. When Xiang Yang saw Xiao Hua come out, he didn't dare to go too close. He waved his hand from afar, hinting for Xiao Hua to come over. When Xiao Hua arrived in front of him, Xiang Yang looked up at the cave behind Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "How was it? Martial Uncle Zhenyi didn't make things difficult for you, right?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "How could that be? He's an Oris Core stage grandmaster. There's no reason for him to make things difficult for me, right?" Hee, that's good, that's good. Xiang Yang rubbed his hands and pulled Xiao Hua's hand, saying, "Let's hurry back to Myriad Thunder Valley. Master is also worried there. Eldest senior brother, how many days have you been waiting here?" Xiao Hua smiled and flew up. Hee, I've been waiting for you for a few days. Xiang Yang said with a smile, "When I received your message, I immediately notified Master. However, when I arrived at Eastern Ridge, the formation was still sealed, but my message was already gone. Therefore, I went to Thunder Flash Hall. Alas, I was also careless. If I had asked clearly earlier, it would have been better. I made you bear the blame for no reason." Hee, it's okay, it's okay. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. "When I heard Jinfeng's words, I hurried here. However, Martial Uncle Zhenyi is a senior, and his temper can't be said to be good or bad. Therefore, I didn't dare to rashly ask for an audience. Moreover, I saw that you didn't come out for many days. Presumably, you were waiting inside. Hee, the longer you wait, the more Martial Uncle Zhenyi's anger will dissipate. That's more beneficial for you. I also didn't expect that you would be able to come out today." Io. Only now did Xiang Yang notice Xiao Hua's cultivation. He was shocked and said, "Little junior brother, you are actually already in the middle of the 11th level of aura refining?" Hee, I'll take advantage of senior brother's auspicious words. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "As soon as I entered the Immortal's cave in the eastern mountain range, I had a feeling in my heart and went into seclusion to cultivate. If it wasn't for the fact that I was at a critical juncture, how could I not open the spell formation and delay the eastern mountain range's medicinal gardens mission?" Xiang Yang clapped his hands and said, "I only thought that little junior brother would be cultivating in seclusion, but I didn't expect little junior brother to progress so quickly. If Master knew, he'd definitely be very happy." As he said this, Xiang Yang was about to send a summoning talisman. Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped him and said, "Don't, eldest senior brother. Wait until you see Master. At least there'll be a pleasant surprise." Hee, that's true. Xiang Yang looked at Xiao Hua happily, as if he was looking at a sensible nephew. Xiao Hua originally wanted to let Xiang Yang look at the things in the jade slip, but on second thought, this thing was something that even Zhenyi coveted. It was certainly no small matter, and information about it would definitely be extremely difficult to find out. If Xiang Yang or Zhenyi were to find out about this, they would most likely be powerless and anxious. Rather than letting them know, it would be better not to let them know. There was a time limit of 20 years, so it wouldn't be too late to wait until he reached the Foundation establishment realm. After flying with Xiang Yang for a while, Xiao Hua changed directions and had Xiang Yang accompany him to the thunder-shocking palace. When Zhen Feng heard that Zhenyi didn't pursue the matter too much, he was overjoyed. To be honest, this matter was originally his fault. Now that Xiaohua was fine, his heart could be considered relaxed. As for Xiaohua's other request, he didn't even think about it before agreeing. Xiaohua's request was very reasonable, and that was to bring some spiritual plant seeds from the thunder-shocking palace to the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden. He wanted to test which seeds could survive in the Eastern Mountain Range and which seeds couldn't. Not to mention Zhenfeng, even Xiang Yang didn't have any doubts. He only thought that Xiaohua wanted to make up for his mistake by going first. When Xiaohua came out with a lot of seeds from the thunder-shocking palace, Xiang Yang smiled and said, "Little junior brother, your performance was good enough, but wasn't this too much? Apart from the extremely rare spiritual plants, you took a portion of the vast majority of seeds. The spiritual energy of the Eastern Mountain Range is very special, so many seeds can't grow. Hee, who knows? Maybe little brother's character is good." Xiaohua put away the storage pouch and said, "Moreover, there are a lot of seeds in the thunder-shocking palace, so little brother taking a few isn't much at all, right?" Xiang Yang only thought that Xiaohua had a childish character, so he didn't say anything more. He brought Xiaohua to Zhenwu's cave in the Myriad Thunder Valley. When they arrived in front of Zhenwu's cave and landed, the mountain ape scuttled out of the mountain forest. It was holding a bloody goat-like beast in its hand, standing very respectfully by the side of the road. When it saw Xiang Yang deliver the beast in front of him, Xiang Yang waved his hand and pointed to a valley not far away. The mountain ape understood and knew that he should go there to barbecue. However, the mountain ape just didn't leave, bowing its head and cupping its hands. Seeing the beast's blood drip to the ground along with the mountain ape's cupped hands, Xiang Yang helplessly patted his storage pouch and took out a pill and threw it to the mountain ape. The mountain ape happily caught it with its mouth, then with a long howl, it rushed towards the valley. Seeing the mountain ape's actions, Xiaohua's heart moved. He had a set of soul-suppressing magic tools for the fire ape in his space. If he said that he didn't want to subdue the fire ape, that would be pure nonsense. But, how would he subdue it? Xiaohua. A helpless voice called out from inside the cave. "Master," disciple Xiaohua kowtows in salute to Master. Xiaohua stood at the door and said very respectfully. "Damn it, what kind of etiquette is this?" Helplessly said with a grin, "Could it be that after cultivating to the 11th layer of qi refining, you've become so refined for no reason?" Joy could be heard in Helplessly's voice. Where was the slightest trace of anger? Xiaohua smiled and looked at Xiang Yang, whose face was also full of smiles, then walked in together. Needless to say, Zhuo Minghui and Yan Qinglian were also inside the cave. As soon as Yan Qinglian saw Xiaohua, she said with a smile, "Congratulations, little junior brother, for setting foot into the 11th layer of qi refining. If nothing unexpected happens, little junior brother will be able to set foot into foundation building in another 2 years. Even if you're not the youngest person to reach foundation building in our Imperial Thunder sect, you'll definitely be able to rank in the top 100. Helplessly listened, and his face became even happier. He stroked his beard and said, "At the very least, in the past 500 years, among the cultivators that have set foot into foundation building in our thunderous Thunder Palace, Xiaohua can rank in the top 10. Congratulations to Master for having discerning eyes and accepting little junior brother into our Myriad Thunder Valley." Xiang Yang cupped his hands and said. Helplessly laughed proudly. Zhuo Minghui and the others also looked on happily. "Io, that's right, little junior brother, these are your offerings for the past 2 months." Xiang Yang patted his storage pouch and took out a few spirit stones and a bottle of medicinal pills. He said with a smile, "Now that you're about to break through to the 12th layer of qi refining, these things can also be used. Wasn't the thunderous Thunder Hall punished?" Xiaohua looked at these medicinal pills and other things and said with a bit of confusion. "What? Punished?" Helplessly's face darkened. It's like this, Master. Xiang Yang explained the situation and finally said, these tributes were collected by this disciple on behalf of little junior brother. The tributes for the year of punishment should be counted from this month onwards. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Com to vote for it. Chapter 1565. What's going on? Xiaohua was the hope of Myriad Thunder Valley, how could he let Xiaohua be wronged? Xiaohua was obviously stunned, but he soon understood that Xiang Yang didn't tell him about his punishment. He didn't even tell him about the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden. Just as Xiaohua was about to speak, Xiang Yang rushed to say with an apologetic smile, Master, it's like this. Like what? Xiaohua glanced at Xiang Yang helplessly. You brat, you acted on your own again. Yes, I hope Master can understand. Xiang Yang explained the matter, then finally said, this matter isn't much, so disciple didn't report it to Master, only saying that little junior brother was cultivating in seclusion. Damn it! Xiaohua scolded with a smile, this brat is indeed cultivating in seclusion, you're right. Seeing Xiaohua happy, Xiang Yang was also happy. He said, Grandmaster Zhenyi didn't make things difficult for little junior brother, so isn't this matter over? What's a year's worth? It can't compare to little junior brother stepping into the 11th layer of aura refining in 2 months. Of course. Xiaohua looked helplessly at him, then asked, Grandmaster Zhenyi really didn't make things difficult for you? He's a bit of a vengeful person. No, how could he make things difficult for disciple? Xiaohua shook his head with a smile. Disciple just entered the sect, isn't it normal to make some mistakes occasionally? That's good. Xiaohua looked helplessly at Zhuo Minghui, then said, your master's wife originally wanted to give you a meeting gift. She found medicinal pills with great difficulty from a senior sister in Mythical Thunder Palace, wanting you to use them to break through to the 11th layer of aura refining, but you made your master's wife work for nothing. Thank you for your concern, master's wife. Xiaohua's heart warmed, and he stepped forward to bow and thank her. Child, why are you still being so polite? Zhuo Minghui waved her hand to help Xiaohua up, then said, you're the only child in Myriad Thunder Valley. If we don't think of you, who else can we think of? Xiaohua sweated, somewhat embarrassed. No matter what, he was 25 years old, but in their mouths, he was actually a child. But when he thought about it, they said he was over 100 years old, if he wasn't a child, then what was he? This vitality assimilation pill was given to 10th layer Qi refining disciples by the Imperial Thunder sect. It's not suitable for you now. A hint of awkwardness flashed across Zhuo Minghui's eyes. Then, she smiled and said, after a few days, Mistress will go to distant Thunder Palace and see if they have any extra energy gathering pills. Absorption pill. Soul gathering pill. Xiaohua inwardly muttered, motherfucker, it's really good to have a sect. I only know about the Peiyuan pill, but who would have thought that they have different pills for each level. Moreover, they even say that there are examples. Xiaohua said with a smile, there's no need to trouble yourself. Master's wife, you can just give the absorption pill to disciple. Don't forget, your disciple is a rogue cultivator and has never taken this soul-gathering pill before. Taking it now will have some effect. This. Zhuo Minghui turned around helplessly. He waved his hand helplessly and said, give it to him. He has more experience in taking medicinal pills than we do. Don't worry about him. Zhuo Minghui clapped her hand and took out 3 jade bottles from her storage bag. She said in a low voice, Xiaohua, you haven't taken this medicinal pill before. Don't be in a hurry to take a complete one. First, Zhuo Minghui actually told Xiaohua the taboo of taking the absorption pill bit by bit. Xiaohua listened to her long-winded speech, but in his heart, he enjoyed it very much. He smiled slightly and nodded from time to time. In the end, Zhuo Minghui still said apologetically, in the end, this absorption pill isn't suitable for you. Mistress, you'd better take a look at the energy-gathering pill. You're about to reach the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. Medicinal pills are indispensable. Alas, unfortunately. Master doesn't know how to refine pills. Xiang Yang and Qin Lian also don't know how to refine pills. Only your mistress knows a little, otherwise. He waved his hand helplessly and said. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He said with a smile, I wonder if mistress has the pill formulas for the absorption pill or the energy-gathering pill. Huh? What, you know how to refine pills? He stared helplessly, then said with pleasant surprise. Master thinks too highly of disciple. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand, then said in a low voice, disciple feels that. Disciple has been guarding the Eastern Ridge's medicinal garden. There's nothing else, but the spiritual plants, aren't there a lot? Disciple also just received a lot of seeds from the Lightning Flash Hall. Disciple will first plant the pill formulas for the absorption pill and the energy-gathering pill. When the time comes, mistress can take the spiritual plants to exchange for medicinal pills. Wouldn't that be? Ah. Helplessly stared blankly at first, then he looked at Xiao Hua and laughed sinisterly. Only Xiang Yang slightly frowned. Little junior brother. I'm afraid this isn't appropriate, right? What's inappropriate? Helplessly scolded, according to your thinking, if you can't even get a single hair, who will refine pills and make talismans? Damn it, when can Xiao Hua build his foundation? Master. Xiang Yang felt very wronged. Little junior brother just made a mistake. Don't make another mistake. You. Helplessly jumped up and said angrily, it's you. You can only stay in the early stage of the foundation building realm. They. Husband. Zhuo Minghui also stood up with a whoosh and said angrily, that child Xiang Yang is right. What are you shouting for? Helplessly, he glanced at his angry wife. His eyes turned, and his expression immediately changed. He said, your husband is only teaching Xiang Yang to be more flexible. My voice is just a bit loud. I'm not shouting anything. Master is teaching disciples. Mistress, please take a seat first. Xiang Yang also said quickly. Zhuo Minghui glared at Xiang Yang and sat back in her chair. Yan Qinglian, on the other hand, had been sitting beside Xiang Yang all along. She lowered her head and didn't say a word. Master, eldest senior brother, you don't need to worry. The Eastern Ridge's medicinal garden only has blazed dawn grass. The other spiritual plants are all barren. No one has ever paid attention to them. Disciple will find a place to plant the spiritual plants first. Hearing this, Zhuo Minghui pondered for a moment, then got up and returned to the back of the cave. After a moment, she came out again. Holding a jade slip, she handed it to Yan Qinglian and said, Qinglian, this is the prescription for several kinds of medicinal pills for aura refining disciples to take. Make a copy of it and give it to Xiao Hua. Let him get some spiritual plants. If I go to senior sister empty-handed, I really don't have any face. Disciple obeys. Only now did Yan Qinglian raise her head and respectfully receive the jade slip. All right. Helplessly waving her hand, she pointed to her right and said, Xiao Hua, from now on, you can sit here. Yes. Xiao Hua waited for Yan Qinglian to bring over a chair, then carefully sat down. Helplessly, she looked at Xiao Hua with satisfaction and said, now that you're already in the 11th layer of aura refining, it's time to start building your foundation. One is the problem of divine sense. If you still haven't developed divine sense by the time you reach the 12th layer of aura refining, you'll have to immediately use our secret technique to stimulate divine sense. The later it is, the less likely you'll be able to build your foundation. Of course, there's no need to stimulate divine sense too early. Although those disciples of influential clans in the 11th layer of aura refining have divine sense, their future prospects are limited. You're a loose cultivator. From what I see, that heavenly laws embodiment technique of yours doesn't involve divine sense. I'm afraid it'll be a bit troublesome. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He was a bit anxious. Of course, he didn't have a Muwan palace, so how could he develop divine sense? Should I tell Master? Xiaohua was a bit hesitant. Just as he was hesitating, he helplessly said, although our sect's secret technique is different from other sects, in the end, it's all related to the rainbow epiphyllum. I'll give you the secret technique now, so you can familiarize yourself with it in advance. As for the item, when you reach the peak of the 11th layer of aura refining, Master will go to the Thunder Palace to take a look for you. This item should be available in the Qiqiao Pavilion. However, it's hard to say how old it is. Master, the older the rainbow epiphyllum, the better, right? Xiaohua's heart stirred. He put the matter of the Muwan Palace aside and asked urgently. Of course. The older the rainbow epiphyllum is, the greater the possibility of developing divine sense. Helplessly and somewhat pensively, he said, it's just that there are a lot of disciples entering our Imperial Thunder sect this time. I'm afraid that the rainbow epiphyllum in the Qiqiao Pavilion won't be enough. We should act first to gain the upper hand. If we can't, then we'll have the disciples go to the major markets to buy them. Our Imperial Thunder sect is such a large sect, how could we not find these things? Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, if we can't find them, then we can use other spiritual plants. That's true. Helplessly, he rubbed his hands and said, your husband is afraid of delaying Xiaohua's cultivation. I'm a bit worried about personal gains and losses. On the side, Xiaohua also secretly nodded and once again sighed with emotion, it's really good to have the support of a sect. Helplessly, he thought for a moment and said, after the matter of divine sense, it's the problem of cultivation methods. Xiaohua, your master and your eldest senior brother both cultivate the 10,000 June Thunderbolt cultivation method. This cultivation method can withstand the heavenly thunder of the 10,000 Thunder Valley and advance very quickly. It can be considered a medium-level cultivation method of our Thunderous Palace. Zhuo Minghui asked from the side, that's strange. If you don't let Xiaohua cultivate 10,000 June Thunderbolt, what other cultivation method can he cultivate? He. Helplessly, with a mysterious expression, he pointed his finger and said, Xiaohua, show your sect master's command token to your master's wife. Yes, master. Xiaohua was secretly happy in his heart and took out the sect master's command token. It really is the sect master's command token. Zhuo Minghui suddenly realized and said with a smile, looks like it's the sect master's reward for Xiaohua. Exactly. Helplessly, he said in a low voice, in order to reward Xiaohua for sending the thunder-devouring bead back to the Imperial Thunder sect, the sect master specially issued a sect master's command that Xiaohua can cultivate all the cultivation methods of the 8 great thunder palaces. Ah! Zhuo Minghui and Yan Qinglian were both shocked and they heard this for the first time. What a pity. I don't know when this brat will be able to give me my lightning evasion technique. Helplessly, he sighed. Master, don't worry. Disciple will go to the Heavenly Thunder Palace and get that cultivation method for Master. Xiaohua pretended to get up. Nonsense, quickly sit down. Helplessly, despite knowing Xiaohua's pretense, he still scolded with a smile, it won't be too late to find it when you go to choose your cultivation method. And, since Xiaohua has this good fortune, then this cultivation method must be carefully chosen. Yan Qinglian nodded and said. Sigh, that's right. When there was no cultivation method, Xiaohua had to worry about finding one. Now that there is a cultivation method, he has to worry about finding a suitable cultivation method. Therefore, everyone has their own worries and every family has their own difficulties. This is indeed reasonable. Chapter 1566. Helplessly looking at Xiao Hua, he said in a deep voice, "My Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation methods are generally divided into 3 grades. The first grade is the high-grade cultivation method, which is cultivated by those with thunder attribute physiques. Not only is the progress very fast, but the power of the cultivation method is also very strong. The second grade is the middle-grade cultivation method, which is prepared for those with fire attribute physiques. The progress should also be okay, but the power of the cultivation method is reduced. I'm afraid it can't compare to the high-grade thunder attribute cultivation method. The third grade is naturally the low-grade cultivation method, which is prepared for disciples with other attribute physiques. The cultivation speed is not fast, and the power is also ordinary. Of course, there are some disciples with rare attribute physiques. Their cultivation methods are also high-grade, but these disciples are extremely rare even in my Imperial Thunder sect, so there's no need to talk about them." Xiao Hua said with a frown, "Disciple is of the fire attribute, so I naturally have to cultivate a fire attribute cultivation method. This can only be a middle-grade cultivation method, what else is there to choose?" "You idiot, if there isn't, why would Master say this?" Helplessly scolded, "What Master said above is only the general idea. My Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces cultivation methods are all hidden in the inheritance pavilions. And, there are also the cultivation methods obtained by the previous masters when they were traveling outside. You, a little loose cultivator, can obtain 3 kinds of cultivation methods. How can my Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation methods be less than yours?" "Yes, disciple understands." Xiao Hua understood helplessness's temper. He lowered his head and said, "Looks like my Thunderclap Palace has a high-grade fire attribute cultivation method." "That's natural, otherwise Master and you." Halfway through speaking, helplessness realized that he had just said it. He coughed and scolded, "You idiot, if our Thunderclap Palace doesn't have it, you can go to the other 7 Great Thunder Palaces. Master wants to tell you, especially the Heavenly Thunder Palace, there are many good things inside. But disciple can't tell if that cultivation method is good or bad." Xiao Hua somewhat scratched his head. "Damn it, Xiang Yang, copy the beginning of the 10,000 Thunderbolts cultivation method for Xiao Hua to see." Now that he knows what a middle-grade cultivation method looks like, is it still hard to find a high-grade cultivation method? Helplessness was somewhat impatient. "Master, this isn't good." Xiang Yang anxiously said, "My Imperial Thunder Sect has its own rules. Xiao Hua can only receive Master's personal guidance when he reaches the Foundation Establishment stage. Moreover, if this Foundation Establishment cultivation method is seen by little junior brother earlier, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to his cultivation." What kind of bullshit rules are these? Which of those core formation martial uncles didn't casually give pointers to their aura refining disciples? He mumbled helplessly, "Besides, I didn't give him any pointers. I only asked you to show him a cultivation technique." "Oh right, after you read Xiao Hua's cultivation technique, you must not cultivate it. Your cultivation realm is insufficient. If you forcefully cultivate it, you will definitely perish." Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he bowed and said, "Disciple understands." Soon after, he helplessly hesitated for a moment before saying, "I've already told you about the cultivation method and divine sense. The only one left is the great circle of the aura refining realm." Xiao Hua was an individual cultivator, so his cultivation method was lacking. From the first layer of the aura refining realm to the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, he didn't know how many areas needed to be perfected. "Sigh, Master is also worried about you. How about this, Xiao Hua, we don't need the great circle of the aura refining realm. You only need to cultivate to the peak of the aura refining realm and break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. Then you can take a foundation building pill. We only need the small circle of the aura refining realm." This. Xiao Hua also hesitated. After all, didn't he go to the Fu clan to look for the Qinyan talisman? He wanted to cultivate to the great circle of the aura refining realm. Now that he had the method to refine the Qingyun talisman and the cultivation method, if he didn't cultivate to the great circle of the aura refining realm, his heart would be really uncomfortable. He, master, you've forgotten. Little junior brother is a loose cultivator. I'm afraid he has never heard of the great circle of the aura refining realm. Xiang Yang helplessly reminded Xiao Hua when he saw him hesitate. Oh, right. Xiao Hua helplessly slapped his forehead. Just as he was about to explain, Xiao Hua said, disciple understands what the great circle of the aura refining realm is. However, disciple believes that since he can reach the great circle of the aura refining realm, disciple can't cultivate without reason. If disciple really can't cultivate, disciple can just open the Qingyun talisman and directly enter the foundation establishment stage, right? How can it be that simple? Xiao Hua helplessly smiled bitterly. Foundation establishment isn't just about cultivation realm, it's also about fate. If you miss the opportunity to enter the foundation establishment stage, it will be even harder to enter the foundation establishment stage. Ah! There's such a thing. Xiao Hua was astonished. Isn't that right? Look at your eldest martial brother, he still doesn't know. Xiao Hua helplessly looked at Xiang Yang and said. Yes, what master said is the truth. Little junior brother, you still have to think twice. Xiang Yang nodded. Xiao Hua thought for a moment. In his mind, Li Zongbao's great circle of the aura refining realm appeared. His eyes flashed with a trace of unswerving determination. He smiled and said, disciple still wants to try. If it really doesn't work, disciple will open the Qingyun talisman. Xiao Hua helplessly turned his head to look at Zhuo Minghui. The latter's eyes were filled with admiration as she slightly nodded. Ah, okay. Xiao Hua helplessly sighed and said, in a few days, I'll go to Qiqiao Pavilion and help you fight for the Qingyun talisman. Qingyun talisman? Fight for it? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. Xiang Yang smiled and said, the Qingyun talisman and the Qingyun talisman have roughly the same effect, only the names are different. As for fighting for it, it's because the Qingyun talisman is extremely difficult to refine. If it's not an outstanding disciple in the sect, it won't be given. When the time comes, whether or not little junior brother can get the Qingyun talisman is still uncertain. Afterwards, Xiao Hua accompanied Xiao Hua and Zhuo Minghui to talk for a while. Then, Xiao Hua followed Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian back to their immortal's cave. Xiang Yang was very concerned about Xiao Hua's cultivation. He asked Xiao Hua some details about his cultivation, but what could Xiao Hua say? Xiang Yang listened for a while and couldn't understand anything. He had no choice but to talk about some of his experiences when he was cultivating his foundation. This experience was the most precious. When Xiao Hua was a loose cultivator, he definitely wouldn't have heard about it. Almost every word Xiang Yang said hit Xiao Hua's heart, causing him to scratch his head in excitement. Naturally, Xiao Hua also asked a lot of questions. His questions were also very sharp. Sometimes, it was difficult for Xiang Yang to answer. He even called Yan Qinglian, who was in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, to answer. Unknowingly, the two of them talked for an entire night. When dawn broke the next day, Xiao Hua reluctantly said goodbye and prepared to return to the eastern ridge. At this time, Yan Qinglian took out 4 booklets and gave them to him. At the top was the refining method of the invisibility talisman. Yan Qinglian said very gratefully, little junior brother, this invisibility talisman has already been copied into a jade slip. I'm currently comprehending it. Unfortunately, I don't have the blood and fur of a lizard beast, so I'm afraid I can't refine it successfully. However, I still have to thank little junior brother for being able to learn this invisibility talisman. Xiao Hua promptly waved his hand, senior sister has helped little junior brother so much. This invisibility talisman is nothing. When little junior brother gets a lizard beast for senior sister to refine into the invisibility talisman, it won't be too late to thank little junior brother then. Yan Qinglian covered her mouth and said, then senior sister will wait for little junior brother's lizard beast. The second booklet was, of course, the pill recipes for the soul-assimilating pill and soul-gathering pill. Zhuo Minghui didn't say that she would copy them completely, while Xiaohua only said that he would look for the spiritual grasses. Logically speaking, Yan Qinglian only needed to copy what kind of spiritual grasses were needed to refine these two pills, but she had completely copied down these two pill recipes. Xiaohua only needed to open the booklet to know what kind of spiritual grasses were needed to refine these two pills. The third booklet, needless to say, was precisely the first mnemonic chant of the foundation building cultivation technique 10,000 June Thunderbolt and the method to circulate true qi through the meridians. Although the copy of this cultivation technique wasn't complete, the mnemonic chant and the initial refinement of the meridians and true qi were all clearly explained. Xiang Yang's face was also somewhat awkward. He said in a low voice, little junior brother, the aura refining stage is the process of cultivators drawing spiritual energy into their body and refining it into true qi for their own use. As for the foundation building stage, true qi no longer exists. Instead, it liquefies and forms the so-called true essence. This true essence is the same as ordinary flowing water. No matter whether its quality or structure, it's not something true qi can compare to. Only by cultivating to the foundation building stage can one truly step into the realm of cultivation. Only then can one truly control magic tools and magic weapons and truly mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, this foundation building cultivation technique is completely different from the aura refining stage cultivation technique. Little junior brother can only use it as a reference and absolutely cannot practice it. As for the fourth booklet, it was even more beyond Xiaohua's expectations. It was actually a secret technique of the Imperial Thunder sect. It was a secret technique to refine the rainbow epiphyllum and other objects to stimulate divine sense. However, just as he said, Yan Qinglian had already prepared it. She was truly a good senior sister-in-law. Xiaohua took the 4 booklets and stored them in his space. He cupped his hands in thanks and said, little junior brother understands. If you have any questions, little junior brother will send a sound-transmitting talisman. Good. You should cultivate properly. Elder brother won't disturb you. There's still a year before the next Flame Dawn grass submission. Just remember it when the time comes. Xiang Yang said with a smile. Don't, eldest senior brother. If you have something to do, you should go more often. Little junior brother is very lonely there. Xiaohua hurriedly said. Xiang Yang curled his lips and repeatedly said that he didn't believe him. Yan Qinglian took out 3 jade bottles from her storage pouch and said with a smile, little junior brother's monthly allowance is gone. I'm afraid that master's wife won't be able to find soul-gathering pills for the time being. Senior sister-in-law still has a few soul assimilation pills. They were also taken from junior sister Thunder Palace. You should take them for now. Senior sister-in-law. Xiaohua was really moved. Since he could remember, only Shang Huaming's 3 senior brothers had given him such care. And, that bastard Zhang Qingxiao even coveted his Peiyuan pill. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to give these pills to them now, he couldn't find them. Take them for now. Xiang Yang waved his hand at this time. Don't be a little girl. If you know how to cultivate diligently and reach foundation establishment a step earlier and win glory for our myriad Thunder Valley, elder brother and your senior sister-in-law will be satisfied. An. Xiaohua took the pills and secretly made up his mind. When he returned to the eastern ridge, he would immediately look for earth fire, immediately refine pills, immediately cultivate, immediately, and a lot of things immediately. He must reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. He couldn't disappoint those who cared about him, and he couldn't let those who hurt him be happy. Thinking of foundation establishment, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He thought of 100 Herbs Gate. Damn it, Jiang Jiantong, just you wait. I'll be back soon. You've seized my Shang Huaming's place, so you must spit it out bit by bit. Xiao Hua thought. He cupped his hands and bid farewell to Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, then flew to the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. With the identity token, Xiao Hua no longer had the chance to get lost. According to the map in the token and his own little bright spot, Xiao Hua easily flew to the Eastern Ridge. Chapter 1567. As expected, the eastern mountain range was far away, and the myriad Thunder Valley was even more remote. The two were not in the same direction. Although it was a bit closer than the Thunder Palace, it still made Xiao Hua fly for a long time. Seeing that the area ahead looked very barren and was not a good place to go, Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he thought, I'm afraid I'm lost again. Then, Xiao Hua hurriedly took out the identity tablet and opened the map, and the direction should be correct. This should be a dangerous place of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiao Hua had just thought of this when a deafening roar came from the mountain range to his right. Xiao Hua's body tensed up. That roar seemed to have the effect of confinement. Xiao Hua's flight technique lost its effect and he immediately fell from the sky. Xiao Hua's heart also jumped, as if it was going to jump out. Damn it! Xiao Hua was shocked. On one hand, he shook his arms, trying his best to break free from the confinement around his body. On the other hand, he felt helpless and used the method to resist the sound of thunder that he had just taught. That method was indeed useful. Just as Xiao Hua broke free from the confinement around his body, his heartbeat also returned to normal. However, without waiting for Xiao Hua to fly up again, an emotionless divine sense quickly swept over, Foundation Establishment Spirit Beast. Xiao Hua was shocked. He didn't even have the time to be shocked. He urged his magic power and immediately used the Earth Escape technique. Like a stone, his whole body quickly fell down and disappeared without a trace. That divine sense followed Xiao Hua into the ground, but it immediately withdrew, as if it had lost interest in Xiao Hua and withdrew like a waterfall. After escaping very far underground, Xiao Hua felt that the divine sense didn't chase after him again. Only then did he shake off the sweat on his forehead, and thought in a panic, did I make a mistake? Every time I come out, I have to run into something. Last time, it was a fight between two late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators, and I was caught in the crossfire. But fortunately, I was lucky and became a fisherman. This time, I directly ran into a spirit beast. I just flew past a dangerous place. Alas, why is there no safe place in the Imperial Thunder Sect? In the future, I'll have to stay far away from these dangerous places. Xiao Hua escaped from the ground, identified the direction, and fled without a trace. By the time Xiao Hua fully utilized his flight technique and flew back to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden, the sky had already turned completely dark. Even though the night was nothing to cultivators, Xiao Hua still felt somewhat cold in his heart. Only after he opened the array formation and returned to his abode did Xiao Hua feel slightly safer. But immediately after, Xiao Hua stomped his feet. What is this Thunder Flash Hall's deacon doing? Even the array formation token of the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden had been taken away by someone else and he didn't even know about it. Damn it, I don't know when they'll be able to do it. You're all fine, but you're making me worry here. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. Xiao Hua raised his head and sighed, but soon after, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He put his palms together and muttered in the direction of the myriad Thunder Valley, Master, this disciple didn't call you elder, and it's not that I'm disrespectful. Who told you to have such a strange name? Afterwards, Xiao Hua released his perception and looked all around. Seeing that there wasn't anything abnormal, he placed the warning talismans in the abode and sat on a chair in the abode to ponder. This Eastern Ridge's array formation isn't very safe now. I have to think of a way myself. Evil Zhen's array formation is pretty good. It can even trap late-stage Foundation Establishment Qin Mingwei. I have to hurry and see how this array formation is arranged. Xiao Hua was thinking about taking out Evilzhen's things from the space, but just as his mind entered the space, he remembered that other Foundation establishment cultivators used divine sense. He didn't have divine sense and only had perception, so how could he control it? Moreover, he didn't seem to know the method to control divine sense. Moreover, he didn't have any method to control divine sense, so how could he, so I had the foresight to ask eldest senior brother to give me a method to control magic tools. Magic tools are controlled by divine sense. Even if there isn't a method to control them, it will definitely be involved. With this young master's intelligence, how could I not know how to use it? Thinking, Xiao Hua took out the booklet that Xiang Yang gave him. Sure enough, not only did the booklet talk about the expedient method without divine sense, it also talked about the method to control magic tools in great detail. Although it didn't specifically teach about divine sense, Xiao Hua was still beaming with joy. That's right. Didn't eldest senior brother also give me the method to read jade slips? These two things can be used for reference. These days, Xiao Hua took a lot of things from Xiang Yang, so he was somewhat confused. And, fortunately, this young master has a master now, so I don't have to worry about these things. I have an honest and considerate eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister-in-law who have already prepared these incantations. I only need to properly practice them. Soon after, Xiao Hua's heart warmed again. It was as if even a black shadow couldn't be seen as black. Xiao Hua wasn't in a hurry to see how to control magic tools. First, he took out the method to use divine sense and carefully studied it. Then, he compared the method to read jade slips with divine sense. Late at night, he returned to his cave and sat cross-legged on a praying mat, cultivating heavenly laws embodiment technique. The next day, Xiao Hua opened his eyes and checked his cultivation. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the past few days, he had been refining fire essence flame crystals, so his cultivation increased at a godly speed. Now, he didn't have any suitable medicinal pills to take, nor did he have any fire essence flame crystals to refine. His cultivation increased at a tortoise's speed, returning to the first layer of aura refining at Yellow Flower Ridge. It wasn't that it wasn't increasing, it was just too slow. Xiao Hua still had some Qingyi pills in his space, but they were no longer suitable for the 11th layer of aura refining. He did have a lot of foundation establishment pills, but they were reserved for when he reached foundation establishment. Didn't you hear Wu Qi say that? Foundation establishment was just a matter of opportunity. If he didn't grasp it, it would be difficult to step foot in the future. Soon after, Xiao Hua didn't delay. He flew up and first found a pill room in Eastern Ridge. The pill room wasn't too far from the cave. The earth fire inside was sealed with a spell, just like the Fu clan. However, the seal was extremely firm. From the looks of it, it was at least the work of a foundation establishment cultivator. Xiao Hua was helpless. He spent a tremendous amount of effort to use the tip of the devil's spear to loosen the seal. However, from the looks of it, there was still some distance before the seal was broken. And, fortunately, the seal didn't automatically recover under the burning of the earth fire. Otherwise, Xiao Hua would have vomited blood. Soon after, Xiao Hua found a slightly suitable place and released the puppet. It flattened the mountainous area, tidied up the medicinal garden, and took the seeds of the spiritual herbs. At the very least, he had to do something to save face. For more than 10 days, Xiao Hua didn't do anything else but tidied up these things. However, it could be considered as a harvest. The earth fire seal was finally broken through after his painstaking efforts. The spiritual herbs were also planted in his space. Of course, they were planted earlier than these. As for the method of using divine sense, Xiao Hua was even more delighted. His perception was actually the same as divine sense and could be controlled by him. Needless to say, he could already read the jade slips. It was even possible to write things in the jade slips. Moreover, he also thoroughly understood the method of refining magic tools. The only thing left was to refine the magic tools in the space. Of course, his current focus wasn't on magic tools. He first put these aside and looked through Zhenxie's things. Zhenxie was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. There were many things in his storage pouch. Aside from the spiritual herbs that couldn't compare to Xiaohua's, he had more spirit stones and medicinal pills than Xiaohua. Moreover, Zhenxie's storage pouch also had many jade slips and a small number of magic tools. As for the yellow talismans and other commonly used items, needless to say, there were even a few rare spiritual talismans. However, Xiaohua completely ignored all of this. He only took out those jade slips and looked through them one by one. The jade slips contained incomplete cultivation methods, pill recipes, talisman crafting methods, spell techniques commonly used by foundation establishment cultivators, and so on. There were also many that Xiaohua didn't understand. These were all thrown to the side by him. It wasn't until he picked up a jade slip that Xiaohua's furrowed brows relaxed. This jade slip recorded the arrangement and control method of the heavenly fire array. Of course, the jade slip didn't only record the heavenly fire array. There were also some basic formation principles and other formations. However, Xiaohua didn't want to study it in detail at this time. He put the other jade slips that he had seen and hadn't seen into the space. Only then did he carefully look at the heavenly fire array. The great fire array looked very difficult to understand. After looking at it for several days, Xiaohua suddenly realized that the Great Fire Array was essentially the same as the Warning Amulet. The difference was that the Warning Amulet had different runes written on the Child Amulet in advance and then used the Parent Amulet to control it. The Great Fire Array was composed of array discs and array flags. The runes were written on the array discs and array flags in advance. The array discs were the child amulets which were arranged in secret places. The array flags were the parent amulets which were used to activate and control the array. Understanding this, Xiaohua still felt somewhat confused. It seems, the array shouldn't be like this, right? But, what is this array? He couldn't remember. Alright, this young master will first understand this heavenly fire array and protect myself. Xiaohua abandoned the idea of getting to the bottom of things, and specifically pondered on how to arrange the heavenly fire array. In the blink of an eye, several dozen days passed, and Xiaohua barely understood this array. Soon after, Xiaohua left the cave and walked to a suitable location. With a wave of his hand, he took out a shiny formation plate. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. His hand formed a seal, and along with the movement of Xiaohua's fingers, the surrounding slightly violent fire attribute spiritual energy was sucked into the seal. When the seal was formed, Xiaohua's face was deathly pale. His hand felt as if it was holding a heavy object, and every wave was extremely difficult. In the end, Xiaohua finished forming the hand seals. He clenched his teeth and urged the remaining magic power in his body. He flung his hand and hit the formation plate. The formation plate ignited with a ting sound. It was like an orange-red flame that was extremely enchanting as it floated in the air. Moreover, along with the dancing of the flame, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was also attracted, and the flame became increasingly bigger. Chapter 1568. Xiaohua squinted his eyes. He took out a few Qingyi pills and threw them into his mouth. He operated Heavenly Law's embodiment technique to refine the medicinal power and recover his magic power. When his magic power recovered a bit, Xiaohua urged his magic power again. He pointed at the orange flame and shouted, "Quick!" Suddenly, the flame seemed to have gained sentience as it landed on the ground and disappeared. Once the flames disappeared, Xiaohua also sat on the ground. He gasped for breath and said, "Damn it, this magic formation really isn't something an aura-refining cultivator like me can make." I just finished making a magic plate and my magic power is already not enough. Wouldn't it take me several days to finish setting up the entire heavenly fire formation? Hehe, but in this formation that can kill a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator, won't I be at ease? As a result, Xiaohua set up a formation plate every day. Then, the magic power in his body would be exhausted. Then, he would close his eyes and cultivate to recover his magic power. The next day, he would set up another formation plate. After several days, the entire heavenly fire formation was completely set up. Because the location of the earth fire was not very far from the cave, Xiaohua considered safety and placed an abandoned alchemy room in the formation. Hehe. After he finished setting it up, Xiaohua was once again exhausted and had no magic power left. He could only clap his hands foolishly and say to himself, "This is a formation, I'm really a genius." However, when Xiaohua recovered his magic power, he was stunned when he used his magic power to urge the formation flag. The entire heavenly fire formation couldn't be activated. Needless to say, there was definitely a problem with Xiaohua's arrangement. In the following 10 days, Xiaohua compared the jade slip and carefully thought about his method. He constantly improved it. Finally, on a night when dusk was rising, he finished setting up the entire heavenly fire formation. The instant he finished setting it up, Xiaohua sensed that the fire-attributed spiritual energy of heaven and earth around the heavenly fire formation was suddenly sucked into the formation plate. It overflowed like flowing water in the formation plate. When it reached a certain equilibrium, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually disappeared. The formation plate's previous abnormality also disappeared. Wonderful! Xiaohua clapped his hands. This was exactly the same as Zhenxie's arrangement. However, right when Xiaohua circulated his magic energy and activated the formation with a wave of the flag according to the jade slip, the extremely enormous suction force on the flag had absorbed all of Xiaohua's magic energy in a short moment, and not a single drop remained. Fortunately, Xiaohua's magic power was just enough for him to wave the spell flag once. Looking at the orange flame that appeared in the place he wanted to see with the wave of the spell flag in his hand, Xiaohua's battered heart was revived. However, after resting for a while, Xiaohua once again had some doubts. He knew that his magic power was different from ordinary cultivators, it was much more vigorous. Although he was currently in the middle stage of the 11th layer of the aura refining realm, Xiaohua believed that his magic power was absolutely comparable to the peak of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. Thinking about all the pills he had taken and the fire essence flame crystals he had refined, Xiaohua would naturally think so. In fact, he even believed that his magic power was not much weaker than an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. After all, these days, Xiaohua often dealt with early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, especially Xiangyang. In Xiaohua's eyes, Xiangyang's magic power, to be honest, was really, since that was the case, then there was no reason for Xiaohua to wave the formation flag only once. Even if this formation flag was used by a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, the disparity couldn't be that great. Thinking about how Zhenxie had easily waved the formation flag that day and freely controlled the formation, Xiaohua's heart was filled with doubts. Could it be that there are still many secrets in this formation that I can't figure out? Xiaohua was very puzzled. He flipped through the jade slip again, but where were these records? Forget it, let's talk about it later. Xiaohua put down his doubts. Next, Xiaohua didn't stop. He first took the vitality absorption pill and tempered it. Sure enough, this vitality absorption pill was worthy of being a medicinal pill designated by the Imperial Thunder sect. Its effect was not comparable to low-level medicinal pills like the Clear Breeze pill. Xiaohua felt that his cultivation had improved again. Since he knew that this vitality absorption pill was useful, then the so-called vitality gathering pill must also be effective. Thus, Xiaohua went to the pill room and took out the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix patterned furnace. While warming up the pill furnace, he took out the pill recipe that Yan Qinglian had copied and examined it. After he finished reading, his brows slightly wrinkled. With a wave of his hand, he took out another jade slip. This jade slip turned out to be Zhen Xie's. It also contained pill recipes and alchemy techniques. Zhen Xie was originally an alchemist who refined the clear flower pill, so he naturally had these things on him. Xiaohua didn't look at it carefully. After all, what was recorded in this jade slip were basically medicinal pills used by Foundation establishment cultivators. There were only a few records of medicinal pills used by high-level qi refinement cultivators like the Vitality Absorption Pill and the Vitality Congregation Pill. Only after seeing that the things inside were the same as what was recorded did Xiaohua put away the jade slip and booklet. He frowned and pondered. The method of refining the Vitality Absorption Pill is different from the method of refining the Clear Pleasure Pill. There are many areas where the difference is very large. My methods are suitable for refining the Clear Pleasure Pill, but I don't know if they can be used when refining the Vitality Absorption Pill. This Vitality Absorption Pill's main ingredient also contains the Vitality Absorption fruit. I'm afraid it's about the same as refining the Peiyuan Pill. Of course, the about the same in Xiaohua's heart was referring to his own refining techniques. He had a lot of spiritual herbs in his space, and the main ingredients and supplementary ingredients for refining the Vitality Absorption Pill were all present. Once the pill furnace was ready, Xiaohua began to refine the Vitality Absorption Pill. The refining room for the Vitality Absorption Pill was naturally complicated. It couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as the Clear Breeze Pill. However, with Xiaohua's experience of refining pills in the Fu clan's pill refining room, he gradually fumbled around. After more than 10 days of hard work, he finally succeeded in refining 4 medicinal pills in a furnace. After casting the cultivation technique into the pill furnace, Xiaohua took out the Vitality Absorption Pill given to him by Zhuo Minghui and put it into his mouth. He then operated his cultivation technique to refine the medicinal efficacy. Soon after, he took out the Vitality Absorption Pill given to him by Yan Qinglian and similarly refined it in his meridians. He then opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Sure enough, the Vitality Absorption Pills given to master and senior sister-in-law are the same. I'm afraid this medicinal pill is the same as the Clear Flower Pill. Every year, there's a fixed alchemist who refines it and then distributes it to the aura refining disciples as a regular offering." Thinking up to this point, Xiaohua slapped his head and took out a jade bottle from his space. He thought to himself, this is young master's first month's regular offering at the Imperial Thunder sect. If it wasn't for eldest senior martial brother helping me receive it, I'm afraid I would have been punished and confiscated, right? Huh. This is also a Vitality Absorption Pill. Xiaohua took out the medicinal pill from the jade bottle and took a look. Soon after, he also took it. After a long while, the medicinal efficacy of the Vitality Absorption Pill was refined by him. Xiaohua opened his eyes and sneered, "The medicinal efficacy of this Vitality Absorption Pill is inferior to the previous 2. I'm afraid it was refined by 2 different alchemists. Moreover, looking at how the medicinal efficacy is so far apart, not only is there a difference in the level of alchemy between the 2 alchemists, there's also a difference in their cultivation, right?" Soon after, Xiaohua waved his hand and the jade bottle on the ground flew into his hand. He said with a smile, "I wonder how much of a difference there is between young master's level and that of the Imperial Thunder Sect's alchemists." However, after waiting for a moment, before Xiaohua had time to refine the medicinal efficacy, his face revealed a trace of amazement, as well as a trace of pleasant surprise. It was a face full of pride. Damn it! Could it be that young master is an alchemist? After refining the medicinal efficacy of the Vitality Absorption Pill, Xiaohua opened his eyes and immediately somersaulted several times in the air. How can the Vitality Absorption Pill refined by myself be compared to the one refined by the Imperial Thunder Sect's alchemists, by several times? How can the Imperial Thunder Sect's alchemists endure this? Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. However, just as this laughter resounded through the pill refining room, it came to an abrupt stop. Xiao Hua stared blankly on the spot. Soon after, Xiao Hua's face revealed an expression of sudden realization. He jumped up from the ground and said loudly, I understand, I understand. Why is it that foundation establishment cultivators can easily set up formations, but I have to use so much effort to set them up? It turns out that it's just as eldest senior brother said. Foundation establishment cultivators have a lot of true qi in their meridians, but it's true essence. True essence is liquid true qi. No matter whether it's quality or quantity, it's not on the same level as true qi. And how can the magic power produced by true essence compare to the magic power produced by true qi? They're simply not on the same level. Moreover, I also understand what Master said before on Yellow Flower Ridge. Without a realm, even if one's magic power continuously increases, what's the use? The magic power casually used by a foundation establishment cultivator is more than the magic power of a qi refining cultivator. Moreover. Xiao Hua laughed out loud. Moreover, how would I know what it is? I'm afraid that only when this young master enters foundation establishment will I know the specific difference, right? Damn it, this young master must enter foundation establishment. Xiao Hua thought. He reached out and took out the vigorous thunderbolt cultivation technique. Although Xiang Yang repeatedly warned him not to read it too early, Xiao Hua really couldn't help it. Of course, this foundation establishment cultivation technique was different from qi refining cultivation technique. The mnemonic chant was quite obscure, and Xiao Hua didn't understand many parts of it. Fortunately, Xiao Hua wasn't really cultivating right now. He just wanted to see how this cultivation technique was like in the end. He wanted to have a foundation in his heart so that he could go to the 8 Great Lightning Palaces Technique Inheritance Pavilion in the future to look for even higher level cultivation techniques. Although Vigorous Thunderbolt was different from Heavenly Law's embodiment technique, they both used meridians to temper the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Inside, there were naturally descriptions of meridians. However, after more than 10 days of reading and thinking, Xiao Hua had some doubts. The meridians of this foundation establishment cultivation technique actually weren't connected to the meridians of the qi refining realm. This was naturally a very strange matter. Because among the qi refining cultivation techniques that Xiao Hua had come into contact with, regardless of whether it was Death Flower Underworld, Raising Fire to the Heavens, or Heavenly Law's embodiment technique, the end of each layer of the cultivation technique was connected to the beginning of the next layer of the cultivation technique. In Xiao Hua's understanding, a higher layer of cultivation technique was to break through the barriers between different meridians and use a new tempering method to temper even more spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the new meridians. Foundation establishment cultivation techniques were naturally to break through the barriers of new meridians after reaching the 12th layer of the qi refining realm, and then cultivate in the new meridians. Chapter 1569. Strange. Xiao Hua scratched his head and thought to himself, if the 12th layer of qi refining is said to have completely refined the meridians, then, the meridians in Heavenly Law embodiment technique clearly haven't reached the end. It seems that there are still many more meridians in dragonization art. Why does Vigorous Thunderbolt require one to reopen different meridians in the lower Dantian to cultivate? This was Xiao Hua. He was cultivating the dragonization art at the same time as cultivating a normal technique. Previously, he could sense the various meridians in the 11th layer of qi refining. Moreover, he also knew that there were many interconnected meridians around these meridians. If it was someone else, how could they know? Could it be, this Heavenly Law embodiment technique isn't a complete set of qi refining techniques? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of this. However, he immediately denied it. He had already read this technique from beginning to end. If it wasn't a complete technique, he would have already said it out loud. In other words, the possibility that Xiaohua thought of didn't exist. Could it be, behind this heavenly law embodiment technique, there are still, unrecorded techniques? Xiaohua suddenly quivered. An even more outrageous thought appeared in his mind. Only this thought could explain Xiaohua's perception of those meridians when cultivating the dragonization art. What's wrong with me? Is it the heart devil of the 11th layer of qi refining? After Xiaohua's excitement, he immediately calmed down. Qi refining techniques had been cultivated for who knows how many years in the Xiaoyu continent. Who knows how many heavenly geniuses there were, and who knows how many people had extraordinary encounters. Everyone directly entered foundation establishment after reaching the 12th layer of qi refining. There had never been a person who cultivated to the 13th layer after reaching the 12th layer of qi refining. Maybe I'm ignorant and inexperienced. I've never heard of it. Maybe those people were all geniuses who achieved great magical powers. But there are no records of them in the ancient records. Thinking of this, Xiaohua put these things down. Right now, he was still some distance away from the peak of the 11th layer of qi refining. There was no need to delve into it now. When he returned to Myriad Thunder Valley in the future, he would ask Xiang Yang or Helplessness. If not, he would go to Thunder Palace's Technique Imparting Pavilion to investigate. In the following 10 months, Xiaohua wholeheartedly focused on refining pills, taking pills, and increasing his cultivation. While refining pills, he also began to practice the Thunderlight evasion technique and the driving techniques of magic tools. It was precisely as Xiaohua had expected earlier. This Thunderlight flight technique was extremely profound, and it wasn't something common flying techniques could compare to. The first step to cultivating the Thunderlight flight technique required one to possess a lightning attribute physique. Only with this physique would one be able to sense the lightning attribute spirit energy within the spirit energy of heaven and earth, and only then would one be able to borrow the flexibility and strength of the lightning attribute spirit energy to cultivate the flight technique. Fortunately, Xiaohua had already practiced fire escape and earth escape. Although this lightning escape technique wasn't a pure 5 elements escape technique, it was still within the 5 elements. Therefore, Xiaohua had some difficulties practicing it, but he still gradually learned it. Among them, what Xiaohua didn't understand the most was that he was actually able to sense the lightning attribute spiritual qi that troubled cultivators of other attributes. This was the most crucial step. As long as he took this step, his future path would be smooth and level. While Xiaohua was practicing the lightning evasion technique in the eastern ridge, he was still thinking, could it be, because of the thunder-devouring bead? There are flashes of lightning in my space from time to time. Maybe it has something to do with this. As for whether it was true or not, what did it matter? Xiaohua was already gradually getting familiar with the first level of the Thunderlight flight technique. Furthermore, although the common method of refining magic tools was convenient, it also had its disadvantages. Different cultivation levels could refine different magic tools. With Xiaohua's cultivation level, he couldn't refine high-level magic tools. Not to mention the magic tools used by late Foundation establishment stage cultivators in Xiaohua's space, even the Shadow Moon Xiaohua that Ling Zhengyi gave him couldn't be refined. Xiaohua used 10 months of effort to refine the triangular magic tool of Spirit Husbandry Sect and the palm-sized ring of Yan Yan Wei. The magic tool of Spirit Husbandry Sect was an offensive and defensive magic tool. It could use the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to attack, and it could also form a protective barrier around the user. The most special thing was that it could change the outer appearance of the cultivator and conceal the ripples of the cultivator's magic power, achieving the goal of concealment. Xiaohua didn't know the name of this magic tool. Since it was his, he naturally had to give it his own name. Xiaohua scratched his head and thought for a long time before naming it Yi Chen. As for the palm-sized ring, it didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities. The only thing it could do was to see through the 5 elements. Yan Yanwei relied on this thing to see through the restriction set up by Blood Shadow and Xiaohua's figure underground. Xiaohua named it Observe. Naturally, Xiaohua had also thought of using these magic tools to activate the black iron needle. However, after looking at the sacrificial refining method and then looking at the trick behind the black iron needle, Xiaohua still decided to use the sacrificial refining method. In Xiaohua's space, there was a set of 2 soul-absorbing bells. Xiaohua felt that they were similar to the small hook soul tool and wanted to refine them. Unfortunately, the common refining method in Xiaohua's hand wasn't effective. He probably needed the refining method specifically used by Xiao Nan's Qing family. Seeing that he had cultivated all the techniques he could in the past year, and that his heavenly reflection technique had just reached the peak of the 11th level of the Qi refinement realm, Xiaohua couldn't help but be overjoyed. It wasn't just his cultivation that was effective, Xiaohua's refining of medicinal pills was also very smooth. Now, he could already produce 24 soul-absorbing pills in one furnace, which was barely enough for Xiaohua's nighttime cultivation speed. During the day, Xiaohua could only refine medicinal pills while practicing lightning escape and familiarizing himself with the magic tools. In addition, Little Huang and Little Silver in the space had also changed a lot. Let's talk about Little Huang first. A year ago, after swallowing Qin Mingwei's primordial spirit, it had fallen into a deep sleep. While sleeping, Xiaohua could clearly sense that Little Huang's injuries had healed. Half a year ago, Little Huang had woken up. Although it hadn't fully recovered, it looked a lot more spirited and could already slowly fly around in the space. As for Little Silver, he had rendered meritorious service in saving Xiaohua's life last time. Even his sharp teeth had been grinded until they bled, so how could Xiaohua not be grateful? When Little Dusk slept, Little Silver only moved within a range of several zhang and never took half a step out of the minefield. However, Little Silver's nose kept sniffing the spirit herbs. It was just that without Little Huang's permission, Little Silver didn't dare steal any. It wasn't until Little Huang woke up and told Xiaohua about this that Xiaohua found out that Little Silver could eat spirit herbs. Wasn't that simple? Xiaohua might not be willing to part with spirit stones, but he had as many spirit herbs as he wanted in the space. Xiaohua took out a piece of the extremely vast medicinal field in the space. There were some ordinary spirit herbs inside, just that they had been growing for a long time. He had Little Silver look for food in this medicinal field. Little Silver was very happy. It scurried around the entire herb field and rolled around casually, eating until its little belly was round and full. Little Yellow was also very happy to see this. It's so good to be able to cultivate in peace. Xiaohua looked around the space from time to time and sighed with emotion. This scene was something he hadn't dared imagine when he was an itinerant cultivator. Alright, I've now reached the peak of the 11th level of Qi refinement. It's time for me to make a trip back to Myriad Thunder Valley. Admittedly, there's a rainbow epiphyllum in my space, but Shifu needs to go to Shuttling Thunder Hall to ask for another one. It'll be a waste if I don't take it. Xiaohua thought to himself. Also, it's time to ask Shifu about the cultivation technique. Let's see if I can go to Martial Arts Pavilion to find it now. Just as Xiaohua was about to pack up and leave, he thought again. Good, I almost forgot. It's almost a year's time, and that senior brother Zhenming who came to Eastern Ridge to pick Inflammation Dawn grass is coming again. If I run off now, won't he have to return empty-handed again? Thus, after Xiaohua picked enough Inflammation Dawn grass in advance, he calmly stayed in Eastern Ridge to refine pills and wait for Zhenming's arrival. Almost a month's time passed. Sure enough, the command medallion in the space vibrated again. When Xiaohua slightly released the restriction on the formation, a crimson-red messaging talisman flew in front of Xiaohua's eyes. He's finally here. Xiaohua crushed the messaging talisman and flew into the air. He opened the formation and saw a thin and tall young cultivator with a trace of impatience on his face. He was precisely waiting in midair outside the formation. Xiao Hua carefully sized him up. This cultivator looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. He had long and narrow cheeks, extremely small eyes, a pair of extremely light eyebrows, and a few black spots on his deathly pale face. When the cultivator saw Xiao Hua come out to greet him, he didn't even salute. He very rudely called out, "Are you Xiao Hua?" Xiao Hua smiled and bowed. This disciple is indeed Xiao Hua. Is senior brother Zhenming? Humph, naturally it's I. Zhenming wasn't surprised. He sneered and said, if it wasn't for I's bad luck, who would come to this Eastern Ridge medicinal garden? Xiao Hua smiled apologetically and said, this disciple was negligent last year and let senior brother Zhenming accompany me to receive punishment. This disciple's heart truly feels apologetic. Don't say those useless things. Zhenming unexpectedly didn't want to talk to him. Where's this year's flame dawn grass? Don't tell me you still want I to personally go harvest it. Xiao Hua smiled and said, this naturally isn't necessary. As he spoke, he took out his storage pouch and handed it over. He said, this disciple has already harvested this flame dawn grass long ago. Senior brother, please take a look. Zhenming slightly nodded. He took the pouch and opened it to take a look. He was somewhat astonished. Your harvesting technique is quite brilliant. Xiao Hua replied, this disciple is only of this little use. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here so eagerly. Good. Zhenming only said one word. He took back the storage pouch and nodded. He said, this year's matter is already done. You should properly take care of the medicinal garden. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. He slapped his forehead and said, that's right, did you take a lot of seeds from the Thunder Flash Hall last year? Xiao Hua replied, yes. Does senior brother need something? Naturally, I need to inspect it. Zhenming pointed with his finger and said, open the formation. I want to see where you've planted these spirit grasses. Xiao Hua obeyed and opened the formation. He led Zhenming to the place where he planted the spirit grasses. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.